but here we
I'm
are.
gonna announce my Discord. Let me get in there.
I will be raiding the big man. Are you, you're live here, right? Because
I am
don't.
currently live.
Okay, yeah. Launch net, because I had enough of stalling on the hardcore.
Alright. I guess for now, play like some fucking music for a little bit until it actually begins.
Wait, I'm like typing out your link manually. Was it HiImSido or?
Yeah,
what was it again?
HiImSido. Oh, that's
Okay. Gonna hope that link is correct. Let me test it.
Oh, what the fuck? The fucking duplicate audio, bro.
It is correct. Good.
Good.
Do we all have to be in? Oh, it feels so weird with just one person in.
I mean, if you want,
just
if you want to be, if you want to
you
be
just
on
see my
cam, you
picture.
can, dude.
Bro, my profile picture is eBag in one of our Scribble games, and in our Scribble games he tried to draw a moleskin. It was so shit.
Oh, boy.
Everybody's just fucking laughing at him. Oh
bag.
no. Alright, maybe we go live, because otherwise it's one guy and then a
I'll get in
moleskin.
there.
Yes, sir.
We got the shy kitty. We got the man himself, Kirby, and Hemmiez on call, dude.
Mine's
Bro,
bugging out.
I wonder why. Oh wait, do you have your camera on OBS as well? Because that's why.
Oh, probably.
That shit fucked me up too. I had to turn it off in OBS because
Oh yeah.
yeah, I had to turn it off in OBS. There's no point for two cameras. Oh shit! Thank you for the subscription, Emil. I might have to disable the follower sounds and sub stuff in the middle of it.
Wait, I was gonna host them.
Primers?
Apologies, everyone.
Prime
Thank you for the
fast.
host. You're prime fast.
Feast, I said feast. Alright, do we have everybody here?
Poi might be here. Yeah.
We only got 2 minutes left before I actually start reading questions and stop this baloney ass palace music.
Palace. Caravan Palace, or no?
Malice?
No, Caravan Palace. It's a band.
No, it's Elegant Entrance from Deltarune soundtrack.
What the?
And speaking of, have you even played Deltarune yet, Dark, or no?
Is it out? I thought that like, nobody felt about like chapter 1 like years ago. Is there
Chapter
more?
2? Yeah, Chapter 2 came out like, I think a couple weeks ago, actually. Yeah. Not for a while.
Okay, but it's not like the full game. It's like just chapter 1 and 2.
No, just Chapter 1 and 2, yeah.
Okay, I feel like I don't know if I'll like play it or just wait till the whole thing's out. Unless it's like a.
Trust me, you're gonna have to wait a long ass time you want to see the whole thing. Alright, we got one more minute left.
I feel like I'm gonna forget what's going on.
Don't mind me, I'll be playing the hardcore on the side.
Nice.
I gotta get the gains.
I really should be maxing, but yeah.
Fine, I'll
Max
do
is
Redwoods or something.
Bedwoods.
How many people here are maxed? Don't tell me it's everybody but me. There's no way. Are you all fucking maxed? Oh wait.
We're all max.
Wow. I'm not maxed on the beta server.
I guess me and Kirby are the only people here that, you know, we're the OGs. We understand.
Oh yeah.
Is there?
Kirby like could have maxed already.
Yeah,
I'm like
cut him.
not too far.
But he was like ahead by like 70 levels when I was maxing.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm waiting for him to give us like RuneSpan or something.
Oh
Alright.
my god.
It's time.
No.
It is 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so you know what that means. It is time to begin the podcast. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the State of PvM podcast. And let me explain what the premise of this podcast is. So, this is not going to be a regular thing, sadly. And the reason I think it's better to do like a one and done or doing like once every couple of months is because it's going to get really stale if we try to come up with topics every single week. So, I just want to do one and done. In the future, we might do it after like some huge updates happen, but we're going to be going over various aspects of PvM. So it's just like bossing, raiding, just a lot of shit, okay? And we're going to go over a lot of different topics, okay? As we go on, we will take some breaks to look at chat, get some water, take a piss, do whatever we got to do, but we'll use those moments to read over chat and talk to you guys. Or if you want to say some dumb baloney to one of us, I'll read it out, or they can read it out. So if you guys want to have chat open, or my chat open on the side, feel free to do so. But anyway, I think we should start the stream off with some introductions. So I will go last. Who wishes to go first?
What a gentleman. All right, I will plug my own stuff. Oh, plugging in front of Big Sido. Oh. But I'm Hemmiez / I'm Poop10, and I guess I've been playing the game for about, God, so long now. I started in 2005. I was like 6 years old at the time, and ever since I've just kind of branched out into a bunch of different aspects of the game. You could go from, I've done a little bit of PvP, I've done PvM, I've done skilling, I've done Iron Man, I've done kind of everything, and like we've tried our hand at speed running or just unique challenges. And lately I hosted the HiImSido tournament, which I would hope most of the players here enjoyed. We had 2 participants here, as well as Toy Owner, who I was in contact with regarding some of the participants. And yeah, it turned out pretty well. So I think I'm pretty happy about being on this podcast right now. So
Yeah, I'm Molgoatkirby / Molgoatkirby. I started playing similar story. How old was I? I was in elementary school. It's actually funny. I started playing because I heard my friend talking about it, but he was talking like prospecting ores. I was like, yo, this game sounds fun. But I was a kid, so I don't know why that got me hooked on RuneScape. I mean, on and off. And yeah, I'm a streamer who goes for hard PvM challenges. Was the first Infernal Cape and Trailblazers. Been making combat achievement guides. Did some other stuff, like copied Wooks' 0 Prayer 6 Jads. Just a bunch of PvM achievements. And that is what I do.
plug all grandmasters. Oh,
Soon to be all
Fucking nerd.
Grandmasters.
correct.
Yeah. Gotta make those.
Okay. Well, I'm Toy Owner, Uplift Toy. Most people know me from Middleweights or Sido Stream because we raid a lot together. I really just only raid in the game or like do some other bosses. Like Hemmiez, I've been playing like since 2004, 5, like since I was a kid. And yeah, I just raid a lot. Nothing much to say. I've done some speedruns as well, but nothing too notable anymore because the times have been beaten.
Mickey Mouse thrall rack. Oh
Really?
no, thralls.
It is what it is. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Sido, RSN Sido. So I tried to do that with a fucking straight face, but I couldn't. Oh my god. Anyway, so I played in 2008, and then when EOC happened, I like stopped altogether. But I used to be like a hard skiller, right? I didn't really do that much PvM. Like, if you know that guy from the Quest Dream Enter, that was me, bro. I was afraid of PvM. I hated PvM. I just couldn't do it. I wanted to like go kill necks and shit when I was like a wee lad, but I just couldn't do it. So eventually, I think around the time of 2015, so late Feb, I started playing old school again, and that was my opportunity to get really hard into skilling and into PvM, because I was just like, fuck this shit. I'm not gonna be afraid anymore. I'm gonna do all the stuff in the game. So nowadays, I do a lot of Tom, a lot of CM, mostly CMs. Like, you guys, usually when you tune in my stream, it's either like solo CM or team CM, and I just want to push out the metas and perfect my performance and perfect the performance of other people, because I really love teaching people the ways of the CM. But yeah, that's who I am. That's what I do. Yay.
Well, sure, Paul.
Yeah, so that's basically the introductions, right? So I guess we should start with some questions. So let's start with this first one. How did everyone get into Max F PvM, or got the drive to want to do like Max F speedruns, anything like that? Like, what pushed you guys to want to be where you are now?
I think most of it really started with the introduction of TOB, because TOB was the first sort of instance where they actually implemented times that like everybody, well, times that were like really popular, right? Because prior to 2017, everything was always like you completed chambers, and it was like, sure, it would tell you a time, But before that, I think the Chambers speedrunning community was relatively small at the time. People were just trying to do it for money, right? Because at the time it was pretty hard. But as soon as TOB came out, the first thing you saw was, oh, MVP. Oh my God. MVP wasn't even out for the first week or so, but the second you completed it, it's like you just get two giant things sitting in your chat box like completion time. And everybody's like, oh, and then suddenly like you just saw the speedrun community grow, in my opinion. And I remember when I first saw that, I was like, oh, like maybe we can try and get this down. And then I still remember someone posted one of the first few pictures. This is probably like a couple months after release. Posted a picture of a sub 20 TOB 4-man, and it was like a 150 maiden, like a 430 Nilo, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, what? That's so fast!" And everybody was freaking out. And then ever since then, I was like, "Oh, like maybe we want to get into it a little bit." So as the times progressed, I started to get more and more into like, okay, pick up a strat here, pick up this, okay, learn this and that. And then it just kind of branched out into all the other sorts of PvM, like Inferno, like Chambers, and all that. Lately, I've kind of died out on the 2B speedrunning thing since like early 2020, something like that. But yeah, since then I've been speedrunning a bunch of other stuff. So
Wait, something's going on. The audio's starting to like get all laggy. What the fuck?
Oh shit.
Testing.
Marcus.
Sound fine to me, but I have like just Discord audio. No, I don't know if the
Yeah,
stream
I
sounds.
don't have the stream.
Sounds fine for me. So
It's mainly the Discord audio I was spooked about.
Next speedrunning. Oh, pog.
Mhm.
Honestly, I really want to see if they're going to implement like a timer on the next kills, because that could be kind of cracked.
Oh yeah.
is the audio fine now?
I think so. It wasn't laggy in the sense of like stuff was being desynced. It was like laggy in the sense of just like that like slight lag that you get when you're in like a weird server on like Discord voice calls. So
Yeah.
think we're fine now. But anyway, we can continue with the question. Apologies for that.
Okay, I guess for me, how I got into high level PvM and such, I've always kind of been interested in like just pushing games and like doing hard achievements, even like just for other games. So like even like in my early days of RuneScape, I remember back in the day I like do fire caves for people when I was like in elementary school, because we were all noobs back then. No one knew how to beat Jad.
I
But
didn't.
yeah, just over time, with old school. I mean, I was soloing raids after Wix's Guide came out. I don't think I was doing
True.
anything too crazy yet. Um, when I was kind of a shame. I had a period where I quit playing to focus on school, and then Inferno came out, and I wanted to do it, but I was a poor boy. Had like ACB, adamant bolts, adamant darts, not even rune darts, so it was a struggle. But I couldn't really go for a first completion. But I think when I first started really getting into it was when I started going for solo TOB. I think that's like the first really hard thing. That is also around the time I started getting into streaming, where I started getting into really like trying to do really hard achievements and started to find really crazy things to accomplish. I think well that and like the team TOB speeds of Sido and Toy and everybody.
Oh yeah.
I think that's pretty much when I started getting into like the sweaty the gaming, and it just went up from there.
Nice. For me, was probably when I started learning chambers. I got like the stats for reader rates. I started rating, and I really like to like push myself whenever I'm doing anything, and especially like with in-team content, I want to like not hold the team back, right? So I was like, I always want to try my best to impress people in a way.
Yeah.
But like what really pushed me is probably completing Inferno, because that was like the first time that I really felt like, holy shit, there's like so much more I can learn and like do better, right?
Yeah.
And then it all like just started coming together with like doing doing top speed runs, doing CME speed runs, Chambers world record runs, like everything just came by pretty quickly after Inferno.
I think for me, the beginning of wanting to get in the max F was like, as Kirby said, the top speedruns, right? So yeah, in the past I wanted to like get into solos, but that was mostly because Kirby was kind of like my rival when it came to solo chambers. So I was like, I wanted to push myself to learn how to get better at solo chambers while he was getting better at solo chambers too. But the real push for me was when we were trying to go for the sub 15 the first time in Tob. Back when there wasn't too many sub 15s. I learned so much about Nyla Room that I didn't know about, like all the stalls and all this fun jazz and shit. Just doing it. It was fun. It was stressful, and it was a grind. But when I finally got that sub 15 with my uncharged scythe at fucking Berserk, that was actually so sad when I found that my scythe was uncharged. But when we got it, dude, I was like, yes, it's fucking over. I was just like, oh, it was so good. It was so good. But
You got
after
addicted.
that, yeah, after that, I continued to push myself, and here I am now trying to push myself in regards to chambers on top. But yeah, that's how I am where I am now. So, what is everyone's goals right now?
This is, I think, oh my god. Prior to this, I had some, I think these days, my goals aren't, I think my goals are more community based, more than they are progress based. But lately, I've been trying to push for, so I had a decent Inferno time before they did the blowpipe nerf, and then they hit the blowpipe nerf again, and then the Inferno speedrunning community decided to wipe all the names and all the colors. I lost my fucking color, and now I'm a cringe white name running around. So until I get another fast kill, I have to do that again. So lately, I've just been running a lot of Inferno. My times have actually gotten way better than they used to before, but let's just say we don't live very many attempts. So. You know, yeah, I'd like to bang that out real quick. Sorry, totally.
What was the time that you had?
I had 52:20,
Sheesh.
something like that.
That is disgusting,
Yeah.
bro.
Speedy.
Oh my god. Honestly, yesterday I was popping off yesterday. I had back-to-back like 15:35s in the mage, which was like that's like something where 49 minutes is like, oh yeah, I'm pacing if they see that. And I was like, oh shit. And then I died on both of them. So I was like, okay, all right, that's enough for today. I'm good.
Was that with chins or the new bow?
Chins, yeah.
Okay, that is
Or
insane
regular
pace.
setup.
Holy.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I'll keep abusing the tournament worlds while I have them, and then I'll launch it back on the main game and play it more serious there. But yeah, so that's my sort of max F kind of goal for now. But in terms of the things I'm more excited about, I think I'm more excited in like fostering a sort of fun community to like for PVMers, because you guys already know about the tournament that I ran. Like everybody was having a good time there. I want more things like that. Like I'm intending on hosting high-risk chambers, which I've already talked to Sido about, which is sort of the same thing as high-risk TOB, but bigger buy-in because we're all paying with sweets. 1,000 sweet buy-in. Everybody's gonna be, and then person with the most points wins. You can reset the hands, you can portal each other from across the room, you can do whatever you want as long as you get the most points. So I think that's probably the next goal I want to run. But outside of that, my PVM goals are kind of drying up. I might see myself playing hardcore a little bit. In fact, I'm doing Motherload Mine on the side right now. But yeah, those are my goals at least.
For me, anyone's been watching probably knows I've been going for sub 50 Inferno lately, but lots of deaths, not many PBs in a while.
Oh, 100%.
But we're locking in until we get. I'm committing. But I think my PB before the blowpipe nerf was like a 58, and I've already gotten like a 55 a couple times. And I've had runs that were on pace for 52, 53, but I just keep choking at the end. And I had the one run, okay, I'm getting a little off topic, but run a few days ago, I had ferocious gloves the whole run, and it was on pace for
Oh,
a
I remember I saw that. I remember I saw that, yeah.
That was like my fastest pace run, and it was a ferocious gloves. So that is just what. But yeah, after sub 50 Inferno, I'm thinking Sub 30 CM is another goal I have. I mean, I came up with a Kirby skip. I gotta improve my CM time. And then might eventually get into doing some low level Infernos. At least for some sub 50 capes. I don't know if I'll go for. The awkward thing of sub 40 is it's hard. It's something I can't really do on stream. It's too slow and long and focus requiring. But I think I'll definitely do some like 40 combat capes on stream. I think that'd be fun. At least one. I want to get like at least one sub 50 cape on stream. And other than that, obviously I have goals of making guides for combat achievements, helping people get their Grandmaster tasks done and their masters. And what else do we got? I always have like 2 main goals on the run, and I keep bouncing between. But yeah, we got a lot right now, basically. And I also have a hard crush to get back to. It's like almost Inferno ready for like a mid-level Inferno.
Oh
But
shit! I didn't even.
that was like
realize
half a
that.
year ago. I kind of forgot about that
Og?
thing. But yeah, lots of goals.
Nice. My goals currently are short term. I want to complete the CA diary. I need like 20 Grandmaster tests. And I also want to get a sub 21 5 CMPB at some point. Long term, I want to complete the Uplift diary, Solo Top, Inferno, everything. I also want to get the 2K cape for CMs, so I complete my Chambers log. And after that, I'll probably start paneling and still like CM. But yeah, that's like further in the future. Yeah.
Sub 21 5s. Like, is that like a how many teams do you think have that?
4?
4 or 5.
4 or 5. It's like 20 people have it. Because like it's like the same team, but like with a couple people swapped out sometimes.
Yeah, I think the main 2 teams is like the 4D crew. Actually, it's like 4D crew, Chi and Sev, and Deo. Those are like the main groups of people. Yeah.
Yeah, because I see a lot of people getting kind of like bricked at like 21 something, and then I'm like, because when I first heard, I think someone posted it on Twitter. It was like 2048 or something, and I was like, oh damn, like that's crap. Like I don't see that a lot. So I knew it was a pretty good goal.
Yeah. So my main goals right now is, as Toy said, I want to eventually get the sub 21. This is a huge goal of mine. I want to get that shit done. We'll get it soon. Number 2 is I want to slowly but surely complete all the Oblivion achievement diary tasks. I recently finished with Gauntlet. That shit was fucking hell, bro. Fuck the boss, dude. It's like you take your fist and you just fucking punch it center block, bro. I fucking hate it. Gauntlet can suck my cock, bro.
Also beat my time by 1 tick.
Yeah.
I CBA, dude. Yeah, I actually beat it by 1 tick.
You wanna, the worst part about that diary, like when I completed the corrupted one, was that one time, right, 10 HP, all I need to do is like proc 1 redemption, I die. 12 HP, try to proc a redemption on nuclear boss, die. And on that run, I had fucking 2 HP. And I'm like, alright, please, I was praying to God, dude. And it fucking procs redemption on a 0 on the major. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit doing? I mean, I'm glad I got it, but like, fuck the boss. But other than that, I want to get out more CM resources too. Like, for a long time, I've been saying I need to get the Ice Demon video out. It's still in the works. Like, I gotta get the script out. I gotta like post stuff from my VODs and put stuff together. Because I think there's some really neat stuff I could include in that video now, but I didn't include in the old one. Like, for example, double swading, right? Like, did you know you can double brew or double swade on like the Ice Demon tree or at the Mutt tree and not lose your chop cycle? You can do that like, so it'd be like 2 and then 1 and then 2 and then it like alternates over and over again. It's like a neat little trick you can do if you want to get your HP up when you're like really low. But
and the overload sipping.
Yeah, like that's the main thing I want to get out. Like more CM stuff, dude. Like we need more CM guides. So I'll get them out. But anyway, we spoke a little bit about Grandmasters and people wanting to go for completing their tasks, mainly Toy, right? So my question is, what do you guys think about the current rendition of the CA rewards? Are they good? Are they bad? Like, what do you think?
Say it's. I feel it's. Generally, my opinion on combat achievements is that I like them because a lot of the previous sort of challenges they've tried to implement within RuneScape are this is longer, this hits harder, this has more defense. It's like I don't think that's not a way to make a challenge interactive. So I think combat achievements, I was a pretty big fan because, like Melee Inferno. That's an interesting challenge, right? Oh, don't or do this with what was it? Kill everything with a different style. Oh, kill everything with this or that. They're implementing challenges that are at the very least outside the box. They're trying to think about it, and I like that. But it sucks to me because the rewards are so niche that nobody's motivated to do it, right? I think that RuneScape in large part is a sandbox game, and you have fun in sandbox games by doing creative things that you wouldn't normally do. But when there's no motivation or incentive to get people to do any of it, because 99% of the players are going to sit here and they're like, what do I have to do? Or, okay, you want to make me do Melee Inferno. That sounds hard. I'm not going to do it. Because what do I get from it? 3 Inferno tasks? That's the only thing that anyone cares about, right? I mean, you could argue if maybe that with next coming up very soon, the KC thing might be a little bit more interesting because it does have like a lowered KC and increased chance for an ecumenical key. But overall, it doesn't seem like it's going to be. The rewards seem vastly underwhelming for anyone who's not a Inferno speedrunner. It's just kind of sad. Yeah, but his gets it in chat. It's literally just ooh, reset more, lovely.
High defense equals hard.
Yeah. It's only like currently it's only like cosmetics and Inferno helm or Inferno test.
Yeah.
So like yeah.
I
But
think
also
on
like
Twitter.
they're also like scared of being like best in slots, locked behind like difficult tests because not everybody's gonna get them or like able to get them.
Yeah, like I think my hot take on it is I don't think they like you remember how they pitched a hilt, right? And people were like, no, we don't want this hilt to come. I think it's fine to introduce like a hilt or some like best in stat shit through like bosses, right? I don't think it should be included with these tasks because now it's like, oh, you're forced to have to do all this shit to get like this awesome ass hill, right? I think if the rewards that they've got are weak as shit, right? But at the same time, I think they could go the extra mile with introducing rewards that aren't necessarily like game breaking, but like really cute. Oh well, like off the top of my head, one they could add more resets to the mage cape, which would be really good for speedrunners that use cape swaps in Tob or just even chambers. Because in CM meta nowadays they use like mage cape for thralls.
Mm-hmm.
Now another one that I had an idea for would be you get to choose one task per week, any task at the cost of Slayer points, right? Maybe you could introduce this in Masters and make it where you have to pay like 500 Slayer points, right? And I'm not saying, oh, it's a one-time unlock. So it's 500 every time you want to get that one task per week. And then, like, for Grandmaster, you could probably push it, like, down to, like, 300 or something, which would be really good for people who just want to be like, oh, yeah, I got a free task. I can just go get my Zuck task, bang that out, and then, oh, I guess I'll just do tutorial after I do my 3 tasks. But people might argue, oh, that shit might be OP if you get shamans, because shamans is a fucking that shit takes so long to get through a shaman task. But yeah, those are like 2 ideas I have to buff the rewards a bit, but that's just my take on it.
Honestly, I kind of like that because, like, at the very least, like personally, I don't think anything where it's like, oh, your end game and then you get to pick your task. Like, I don't consider any of that OP just because it's like anyone who's actually end game will realize how often are you slaying? Like a whole week. Like most of the time you're doing it just so you can get that task. It's perfectly QOL, and the thing about that is the way it is right now is it's only benefiting one group. It's only benefiting people who run Inferno. At least if you did this, it would benefit people who have maybe someone's pet hunting, right? Maybe I want to do Cerberus. Now you actually have a benefit to doing Grandmaster task, right? Like, or Calphite Princess or anything or any of these other bosses, Gargoyle boss, like anything can it still takes that Slayer approach, but it broadens the appeal. And the way it is right now, it's like her Inferno runners get it. That's it. Right?
Yeah.
Like what? Like how many people actually speedrun Inferno? So
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything that's been said. It'd be nice if rewards gave similar buffs to things other than just Inferno, and more so than what we have now. I think the idea of Slayer tasking could be good. I do also think for the combat champions themselves could have a bit more. I do like them. I feel like they could have had a bit more unique tasks. Like they did have some, but I feel like there's more they could have done with like unique tasks, like killing stuff on the same tick or weird stuff like that. Like they did have some, but I kind of wish there was more, and a bit less of the KC stuff and all that.
Oh, you
But-
gave him flashbacks, dude.
Bro, I had flat.
Temperos.
No, not even Temporos, bro. The fucking DK's task, dude. Alright, the worst part was when the one where you had to kill him the same tick. I fucking dragged the melee, and it fucking died a tick later. I was like, are you fucking
it's
serious,
doomed.
bro? I was
Dude,
like,
you're the only one that struggled
that
this
is-
hard with the DK stats.
So don't worry, I'm gonna make a guide in like a week or two for that one, and you can use it.
Oh, I just tried in the melee and
Oh
just
my
close
God.
back the range, chilling.
That's the way to do
I'm
it.
a fool, dude. I'm a fucking fool. Oh well.
But yeah, wish I like added something to like you could pick your tasks for free with Grandmaster, and with Master probably like 100 points per week. I don't think that BOP at all. Like Hemmiez said, you don't really stay in end game.
Yeah.
And like even with shamans, like sure they last a lot, but like you can turtle skip for like 2 hours and you just have the same result. Like what?
Yeah.
True.
Another thing they could do is re-pull the hilt having crush accuracy, because hammers hitting is pretty big in some content.
I mean, that's true, but like I said, I'm thinking like those kind of big rewards should be something that comes out of like a boss.
Yeah,
Not, like,
it's also
Long
more
grind
niche
like
in a
that.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Slayer one is like for everyone.
Oh yeah. I
I
think
can
that's
add like
a
another
big
block
deal,
or something. Add another block for Retier, who knows?
Who knows?
I think Jagex is largely kind of they've been centering so many. They keep talking about how we never have any rewards because like I think they always try and introduce stuff geared towards like power creep, and I don't have particularly any large concerns about power creep. Like yeah, it's gonna get stronger, but it is what it is. People need incentive, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like they're only ever targeting towards like, oh, I can't. What do we introduce with this new content? If it's the only thing it's gonna do is it's gonna be stronger, and it's like, well, no, because I think the whole idea of QOL, like people will pay for that. Like that's really good. Like there's no reason there's no reason a boss can't drop something that's like QOL based. And I think the perfect sort of example of that was like divines. I thought divines were a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a reward that it doesn't even really make you any stronger, but now you don't have to worry. Now you don't have to take like 3 super combats in just so you can. Oh, I'm hitting 117. I gotta go pot again, right? Like it's just nice, and people will pay for all of that, right? It's a really good reward, but I feel like they've never been trying to. They don't try to aim towards that anymore. They just see, oh, well, it's got to be more accurate or stronger somewhere else. It's like it's perfectly fine to have a reward every now and then that's just like centered towards something that isn't always, more health, more defense, more damage.
Yeah. So, I think since we're talking about rewards, I think this would be a good question to ask now. So, what is everyone's thoughts on the current renditions of the rewards from both Next and Raids 3? Are you guys happy? Are you guys mad? Are you disappointed? What should be changed? What should be kept? How it'll affect metas, etc., etc. Can look at it like one by one, but yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on the rewards so far?
I feel like I really like the new bow. I've been using it in the Infernal and Beta world. It's really good, and I feel like it's not overpowered because it's very strong when in like niche things like Infernal speedrunning, but it is very fun to use for stuff it's good at. So especially if we get caught in the future, that gives it more use. So really like the bow for VAMs. Obviously, finally get an upgrade for range gloves because we've just been using barrel gloves forever. So
Oh,
that's
yeah.
nice to have that as well. No more just bringing the hybrid gloves when you already have Tormented and Pharaohs in your inventory anyways. And yeah, I think those are really good. I have a ring. I'm excited for a ring as well. The ring of special attack. That's gonna have some huge changes to what you can do with especially for speed runs. Certain like extra special attacks you can get. See that being really huge, but just in general, But obviously, it's a trade-off of DPS in some situations. So, if you're maging, it's a good ring to wear. If you're using melee, it's a bit of probably too much to sacrifice. So it's kind of balanced. Um, I think the Virtus is underwhelming because you have Smoke Barrage. It can reduce healing, but PKers are gonna drink a Samphew, and bosses are immune to poison. So what's the point? And like
That is true.
Bridge.
when do we ever use it? And then the other ones, I guess, Shadow One could be okay. Maybe in like an Outlast PvP fight to drain their stats. I don't know if I'll see much use in PvM other than like niche attempts at bosses with mage only. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I forget. Oh, Blood One would be really good for people going for a first Inferno kit. But I guess if they're willing to bring the full set, people usually prefer more inventory space, like bring one ancestral piece. Bring a full freeway ancestral piece is less restores, but you can just milk supplies. But being able to blood barrage to like 120 every wave, that is massive for first capers.
I think
If
it's
you're
gonna
willing.
be really good for anyone that's going for like the 50 HP task because
Oh,
I know
that too.
one approach for it was you'd pre-brew, but now it's like so you can just like heal up right before every wave and then just put on some tank gear to start the wave and then blam, it makes it so
Yeah.
much easier.
Oh yeah. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's huge for that task.
Yeah.
Oh,
Duty
what's the
Duty in
last?
chat. Holy. Put the ring on an alt and then spec transfer. I was like,
Oh,
kind of, yeah, this is pretty,
Yeah.
big
pretty
brain.
freaking correct. Sorry, what were you going to say, Kirby?
The other thing
Wait,
was increased accuracy in frozen targets.
Oh yeah, that one. That one's a bit weird because like, if they're already frozen, you want a blood barrage. So I don't know.
But I think, I will say, like, the Zarite bow, I think to anyone who played pre-OC, the whole idea of next, oh, Zarite bow, Virtus is coming back. Like everybody's expecting, like, holy shit, it's the nostalgia factor. It's like, wow,
Oh yeah.
I remember it being so cracked. And then when they see how it's like now, it's like exactly like Kirby said, it's just kind of underwhelming. I mean, the Zarite bow, I'm not gonna lie, it sounds so fun. Like I think like just I was watching someone completely destroy three mystics at once. He had like 36, 36, 26 or something. He's just shooting every three ticks and it's beautiful. And in that case, I think, oh, like this is one of those fun weapons that pre-OC, like you'd catch a guy in full Torva clawing out like cows just to flex on kids. Like that's what I think this Heart bow might be like. But in terms of practicality, like now that, because no offense, but the previous, like the RS community when we were all 11 was like, we were concerned about like flexing on kids and having fun, right? Nowadays, I think the community is so much more efficiency based because everyone's just like 20 now and we're all
Yeah.
sad and bored.
Mm,
But
we're old.
it's like, yeah,
Booming,
so
baby.
I think its uses like maybe back then would have been really good, but here, like the amount of places you can kind of use it for efficiently, it's not really that cracked. Now, that being said, perhaps they have, because Raids 3 is coming out, maybe they're catering towards Raids 3, and maybe there's some rooms in Raids 3 where Virtus and fucking Zarite Bow is going to be really cracked, right? Maybe they're planning it out so that it'll be really good at Raids 3 and then it'll be valuable. We have no clue, but I don't know if that's really a cracked idea because sometimes I don't know. It planning it for something that far ahead might not be. Sometimes they think of things that and then it's like, oh, it didn't turn out that way because the meta ends up being something else. So I don't know if that's really the smartest idea, but overall it does look pretty. I don't know. I'd appreciate it if something's had a buff. Is I guess all I'd say.
Yeah, I think have. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, how do you guys feel about the Missouri armor, as I dubbed it,
Oh no.
the misery
Oh.
armor? Misery.
I feel like it's way like the fact it has to be 40 HP. It's so punishing for speed runs. It's so punishing just for regular play. Like it's so rough. Like you can't even because even for speed runs now you can't tank venges. You gotta stay 40 HP. I feel like it's just they either need to make it stronger to make up for the punishment, but then it's probably gonna be too strong. So I feel like they need to adjust the effect to be not so horrible. Like I had an idea post on Twitter about Like maybe like this is like to get the ideas rolling. But maybe instead of lowering your HP to 40, the effect could always take effect. But when you're at full health, you take double damage, and that scales down to regular damage at like 50 health. So if you're full health, you can get just demolished really quickly if you mess up. But you can still take venges, you can still do speedy things, you can like have high HP, like you're not just having your HP drained and losing all this HP. And yeah, I feel like that'd be a lot more interesting than this.
That's an interesting idea.
This is
The only thing is you have to like
interesting.
tweak it a little bit because like you can instant die the head face on.
Yeah, it can hit you 100, bro. 100 damage. You can get one shot.
Yeah, it can tweak for numbers, it doesn't have to be double, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the idea, something like that. Cause then imagine Inferno with that. You're getting like Rangers hit 80s, you gotta play good.
That
I
actually
should
be
like
a good
that.
idea. Yeah, I think that might be much better. Like maybe you could do something like maybe not double, but like 25, 50%. I don't know. But
Yeah,
double
50%
sounds
could be more reasonable.
50. Yeah, like 100% just seems spooky.
Yeah, but like currently it's like even Zora can kill you.
Oh, fuck.
Zoro
Dude,
will like
literally
80
hit double
your ass,
80s
bro.
on you.
Yeah.
Can't take eat double 80. But yeah, so maybe like 50% more, just to get the idea rolling. You know, you make the idea too harsh, and then you scale it back.
I think that's actually a much better approach for it. Now that I think about
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
Does the current effect, like, does it scale kind of like Darox, or does it only apply when
No.
you're
It's
flat.
under 40?
It's
Yeah,
flat,
it's flat.
pretty much. Yeah.
You just get the stats. Once your HP is 40 or below, the stats will be added to equipment.
I think right now, in terms of accuracy, it is equal to Armadillo with like lower defense. And then once it drops down, then you get like increased. I think it's like plus 17 if you're just doing top and bottom with some like range strength. So right now, like you could use it at, let's say, Vespula efficiently. You could use it efficiently at Vespula right now. And even like head phase, you could use it efficiently if you do like the head jam strat. But I don't know.
Maybe Vasa solo, like low skills.
Oh, solo Vasa, you
Ooh.
could use it, yeah. But like in Team Vasa, I think if everyone's full HP, it only
No,
brings you to like
yeah.
40, like 40 plus. It's like slightly above 40. I can't think of the number off the top of my head. I think like 48.
It's 73 Saphir 1, 18 should be 45.
45. Oh, okay, 45. So
Oh, I just imagine the Venge damage of Vasa though. If everyone's 118 and we're taking like 50% or double damage, because normally you take like a 50 Venge from Vasa. Right now, everyone's gonna take 100 Venge damage. Fucking destroy Vasa.
bro, people are gonna die, dude.
Oh.
Holy fuck, that. Oh my god, that'd be insane.
I think its applications in chambers are still kind of like saying it's good at chambers or saying it's good at like one room. It's kind of misleading and kind of sucks though, just because it's like, well, most people, I guess not everyone's just running CMs these days, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, because you're gonna take it in and it's like it's gonna be good at Vasa, but then it's like you're getting fucking railed on, I don't know. Where else would you use it? Like fucking, I guess the head phase is alright, but if you'd use it on like Muta, it's like, oh fuck. Right? And it's like, oh man, because then it has to be good for all the rooms, and then it's like shit. So I don't know. Same thing there. I wish it was a little. Currently, it's a little weird. I'm not
Like-
the biggest fan.
The problem is people have been stuck with Arma and Bandos for like years. Like people want to see something better, and like right now, Misery Armor is really niche, even like worse than Arma sometimes.
Yeah.
And like Virtus is also more like PvP armor and like some top uses, but in general it's like meh.
Yeah, we played around with Virtus a bit in the beta worlds. We were like, oh, maybe we could have a new debuff role for like CM5s, right? And we found out when you drain the magic level of the melee Vanguard, it stays low when it digs. The only thing that's resetting is the defense. So in that sense, it's good. You could even use it on the own melee hand to drop its stats to 50%, you know? So that's increased magic accuracy, right? But it's like you're sacrificing a whole spellbook for it. And in like, at least in the CM's meta, right? Like, we've got Venge, Thralls. That is the meta now. It's like everyone wants to try to bring Venge and Thralls. So that's like a huge trade-off if you're camping that spellbook for most of it. And even then, if you're not camping in, you're like Mage Cape Swap. That's a lot of Cape Swaps, a lot of runes you gotta bring in. It's like, I don't think it's worth it.
No,
Yeah.
it's just worse than Kipping Troll and Venge.
Yeah, I think that ring, though, holy fuck, that ring is disgusting. Like, when we were trying it at top, bro, I was player 3, like, and we were doing Hado. I got the double spec as player 3 when I was coming back. I was like, holy fuck, bro. That is insane. And then for chambers, right? I think for the ink users, okay, so I haven't played around with it too much yet, but my idea is you replace one ring on the ink users, so you could do Brimstone Camp, right? Because at Ulm, I'm thinking the defense of the melee hand's going to be so low with those extra specs that you could camp on Crush, get your 48 max hit back, and you just camp the spec ring when you're maging. So you'll have so many extra specs to use at Ulm, where if you miss, you just double spec again. You don't have to worry about it. So I think it'd be really good for Ulm, really good for Ice Demon, and it has some really good applications in top. I'm just wondering, like, let's say you miss a spec at Soaked. Is it worth camping it over your Berserker ring when you're using Scythe? Like, if the defense is, like, 200 still, like, is it worth you just dump your specs and then everyone just camps it? I don't know.
I'd say no right now.
Yeah, I don't know because I haven't done the calcs yet, but who knows? I think that ring is I think the ring is really good. It's just the bow is also pretty good too. Like that bow. I think if that bow comes in the way it is right now, like I was hearing people saying, you know how sub 15 the major and Inverto is cracked, right?
Yeah.
Early. That's what I heard. So many people with that bow were getting like sub 15 splits. Like so many people. So I think if that bow comes out, you already know where I'm going. I'm going straight into Inferno. I'm using that fucking bow. The second I grab it, dude, holy fuck. But other than that, I just feel like there's so much that they can do with the words. And even for Virtus, they could replace it with Torva. But I don't know. I just feel like Virtus, I want it to be like a strong magic set and not like this PvP niche set. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like the rewards are just really underwhelming right now.
What people really want to see is instead of Virtus, bring Torva.
Yeah.
And then
make it,
give it like more strength than Bandos or slash accuracy. Like just make it better than Bandos.
I could
what else? Does Next have any other drops that are coming out, or is most of it just raids 3 from the beta?
The potions, like the magic potions.
Oh, there's also a ward.
Oh, dude, I'm not.
Oh, bro, the potions like
magic potion.
It's so weird. Like I don't think there's any use. Please give the overloads.
Random.
Okay, so overloads is a hella controversial topic. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love for overloads to come into the game, like even if it's like 118 stats all across. But my God, would it change the whole span of PvM? So, I guess my question is: do you guys think overloads should come from Next and or raids 3, or should overloads not come from it? Because it's a strong fucking reward if it comes into the game. Like the whole meta, just boom.
I'd say yes. Give me.
Give me.
It's a mad power creep.
Right now, I think I'm just. If overloads were to be released, I want them to be capped to some. I don't want them to be usable for like, sort of like low level, mid level players. You know what I mean? Because I feel like some pieces of content, such like Bandos, Armadillo, like imagine you could just take a full inventory of brews to Bandos, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these days Bandos is so easily camped by like using range strats and stuff. It's like all the God Wars bosses are kind of like that. But in terms of like that, most of the people you see getting like, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 plus kill trips, it's like those guys are already like maxed and stuff. Like they're already fine. It's like they're gonna get that whether or not they have an overload or whether they don't have an overload. I don't really care if they have overloads, right? But I don't want to see like the new guy who's like just come back into the game because a mobile came out and he's like just trying to get some old nostalgia, and then he can just. I want him to actually have an experience that's kind of old school. I don't want him to go in and fight Bandos with overloads and 16 brews, right? Yeah, like if they're untradeable, like I'm down with that because then you got to go kill Next before you do it. So you're probably going to be maxed already. Like you're going to be high end PvM. I just don't want people like I don't want that new guy who comes back into the game to be running around with overloads and he's just like, I can go solo corp with 16 brews. I can go kill Armadillo and have like 0 range potions on me, or like Bandos with like 70 brews or whatever. Because just having brews as food while you can stay potted the entire time, it's like all of our current PvM that is like med level tier is not centered towards that. So if you let people use overloads for that, that becomes piss easy. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm down with it. I'm down with it. Like the untradeable thing is a good idea.
Yeah, I think either like the scroll that you read and then you can make overloads is good, and also like encourage people to actually trade and pray or not pray herb lore again. But then again, you could also make it an untradeable reward too. Like you just have to grind down next for it. That also reminded me there was something else I wanted to mention. So you guys know how like when this new one comes out, right? It's gonna kind of make harm pretty useless, right? Outside of maybe surging ice demon. I thought of two interesting things that might be good to, for one, help out Virtus a bit if they really want to keep Virtus in, right? As well as even help out the harm. So what if they added like new mage spells, like a spell for the ancient spellbook, maybe from next, right? Like, get a scroll, blame, you get a new spell that's like it's really good, especially if it has like use Virtus has like an added effect to it. Maybe not a barrage spell, but like something for single target damage that kind of brings it in line with
Storm of Armadyl.
Storm of Zarros, baby, or standard spellbook too. Something that's like really strong and either keep like makes it in line with wand or like a little bit under the wand, but it's just something to work with the harm, so it's not completely useless, right? So, do you guys think like maybe some new spells would be like a good reward from maybe next or maybe the new raid?
Probably the raid, because the raid is supposed to be more magic based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be opposed.
Yeah, it could be
Not
interesting.
super opposed either, yeah.
Yeah, because like it would be something that'd be locked to your spell book. So if you're going to like keep using it, then you gotta stay on that spell book. And don't get me wrong, the ancient spell book is really strong for some things, right? Like barrage. Barrage is really strong, especially in top. But I don't know. Like that's it. Like I feel like that's it for the spell book. It's just like blood barrage, ice barrage, and that's basically it. So I think maybe a new spell to the ancient spellbook would be kind of nice, and maybe with Virtus it'd be even stronger. But that's just my my 2 cents.
I think the harm already came out, and it's already so like the impression of the harm staff is already so niche. So
Yeah.
see, the fact that because personally I never really looked into the applications of a lot of the rewards yet. I mean, so I didn't know that the thing was gonna just make harm like pointless. But hearing that, I mean, I don't really know if there's anything we can do about it because I'd rather the harm be useless than have the raids 3 item be useless. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of depressing because realistically, harm's good for surging ice demon. It's good for Zulrah.
Nightmare. That's about it.
Nightmare.
Yeah, nightmare, nightmare, and PKing, right? Like it's already like people don't want to go to don't want to fucking do nightmare, dude. And now the harm is 600 mil. That shit used to be like 1.5 bill or something. Like I don't know. If it gets any more useless, it's gonna be like it's like fuck. There's not much to say about it.
Unlucky.
Good for splashing.
Splash
So
stick.
was when used staff better than harm? I forgot the DPS calcs. Was it better?
Not. I have to
Wait,
like,
but
look at it
yes.
again, but I think it is better.
Better than what I missed it.
I like looked into this once and I forgot all that I found when I did the math.
But like, what were they comparing?
Oh, just like like for like say nightmare. Like is
Harm.
I was trying to remember which if it's actually better. I thought the harm was still a bit better. I can't remember.
Harm is better, yeah.
Oh, new one can do thralls and venge also. Oh, okay, that's huge then.
Oh, you meant harm versus trolls is saying. If you're doing Radiant Nightmare, then definitely trolls because the fight is much longer.
Yeah. Oh, but apparently like the new wand can do thralls and venge as well. So if a new wand
Yeah,
is
'cause it's
comparable to
powered.
harm, then once you add in like thralls and spec and all that stuff, that's huge actually. Okay.
Is there?
So yeah, that's way better. That makes the thralls. That makes the harm like dead content. What the hell?
Yeah.
Another
Harm?
Another thing that makes harm less useful is the new ward, because the ward is gonna buff Sang and the wand.
Yeah.
Oh, true. No tome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
It's locked behind
no.
the fucking elemental book you get from Winter
Panic
Top,
sell
bro.
harm. Panic sell
Shut the
harm.
fuck.
Please, I bought mine for 1.1.
I bought mine for
Fucking
1.2.
600.
I think I bought mine for
God.
like
Rip.
1.8 7 or something.
Yeah, we're just competing who lost the most money.
Bro,
That's fucking
you want to know
funny.
how much I lost on Justy, bro? I lost like fucking 700 mil on Justy or some shit.
Yo, I lost out on
Why
the
the
armor
fuck
of
did you
Ink.
buy Justy?
Cause okay, so at the time we thought that tank meta was like really good, and then I got salty when I found it wasn't. So I was still bringing Justy for like who knows how many raids, even though I got fucking turbo memed on. But I was so down bad when I lost so much money on Justy, dude. I was like, I was defeated. Oh well. That's what happens when you rush buy stuff near the week, like the first month or two of release, bro. Unlucky, but it is what it is. So, speaking of thralls, what is your guys' opinions on the fact that thralls have kind of reinvented the speed metas, right? Because, like, in Tob, in Chambers, thralls are everywhere. They're everywhere, dude. You got Danny Phantom left and right, man.
Little Jimmy on the side hitting bloat for me. Yeah, someone in chat is my friend, and he has very strongly influenced my opinion because he rants to me every other week about Mickey Mouse. Ooh, oh, so shit. So do keep in mind my opinion is a little biased because I hear nonstop about it, but I will agree that I once saw a clip from where someone was saying that the job of a game developer is essentially to make the most fun way to play the game the most efficient. If the best way to play the game is the most fun, then everybody wins, right? And in his opinion, and technically mine now as well, thralls just aren't really doing that because it's not particularly interactive. What's it do? You click a button and then it ignores defense and you just get free damage. But in terms of like, I don't know, doing other things, like you had to, for example, the duo TOB meta is, it used to be you had to like perfect your switches and like try and time things well, and you had to what, do the, some people could two tick into blowpipe, right? They could do the two tick full switch, piety and everything to start scything back on Verzik again. And that made
Yeah.
that really, it's like, okay, it was pretty intensive. And now it's just go and summon your thrall and scythe out some crabs. So it's like in terms of the whole ignoring defense thing, I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, this is terrible, because I don't have any strong opinions against it outside of there's some minor faults in that. Okay, it uses some prayer, so now you have to flick more, and that's not the most fun. But I'm not super opposed to that. I just think that it's not very interactive for how much damage it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, some major upgrade, and all it really is just like press a button every minute. It's like, it's all right, I guess. I'm not that big a fan.
Yeah, I guess
Fair.
for me, I can kind of see the points Hemmiez is making. I guess it's like there's a couple uses of thralls I do like with you can use it for overkill manipulation. Like I found like a two tick time save for a Sport World record using thralls by kind of manipulating when they spawn. So I do like that there are some cool uses you can do with the thralls for optimization speed runs, but yeah, definitely like Hemi says, majority of use I guess is you just kind of summon it, nothing too crazy. But I don't know, I guess I'm kind of indifferent overall towards thralls. I don't mind them. But I do like the niche uses at least for like you can manipulate for depth speed, the overkill to speed up depths and speed run strats. That part I do like about them.
If it could if you could like find a way to like target what it hit, that would have been a little cooler too. Because like I remember when they were first talking about necromancy, they're like, "Oh, you're gonna be able to summon your own thing," and people were like, "Oh my god, I get to summon a dragon to go fight for me," and everyone was like, "Oh my god, holy!" And some people didn't like that, and fair enough. But people were like, "What the hell?" And then now it's like, no, you summon a ghost that hits like threes and stuff, but at the very least, like now you'll like summon a thrall and you'll realize half the time it's like walking around the room. It's in the other side of the football field, like just
Yep.
staring at a wall. It's like, what's going
Bro.
on, man? Like it would be really, really cool. Like one of the things that I thought of that Kirby reminded me of was if you could just choose what it targets. If something has 3 health left. Let the thrall kill it, but it's only gonna hit what you hit. So now I have to waste ticks to try and hit this 3 health crab or something. Or well, I guess you just let it go through, but you get the point. Like I'd love for it to be able to finish things with low health, or to just pick. You could target it basically, but you can't really do that. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think if there was a way to either target or have like a toggle where you can pick the AI of your thrall. If it, does it like switch target every time you switch target, or does it like, once you attack something, will it stay on it for a few hits before switching off? Or if it sees something is low health, will it keep attacking it? Even having like options to give it like different AIs could be helpful. But I feel like it probably would be more interesting if you could mid-game pick targets for a thrall. I think it would be a bit more interesting. But just some ideas.
Yeah, pretty indifferent myself also. Like they're good, but they're not really interactive, and they're also annoying to use because you need to like take 5 billion runes.
That's only if you're doing like spell book swap outs, but even then, it's like, even when you're just doing like duo top or trio top and you're trying to go for a good time, it's like, oh yeah, hold up, let me drop these items, trade me, I got all these runes for you, homie, trade me. It's just like,
Yeah.
It sucks
a little
that
inconvenient. It's just like, come on.
Yeah.
But then again, it's like, okay, if you're going for like the Jagex CA times, like, oh, it's fucking free shit. You don't have to worry about that. But if you're going for like some crazy times or world records, it's just you're forced to play like that, where you have to bring in like a billy runes and bring like mage capes and shit. It's just like, I don't know, like part
inconvenient
of me,
and not very interactive and not very fun. It's kind of like there.
Like I'm like like I like it, but at the same time, it's like it's just really annoying to use because like you see me all the time when I'm doing like prep or just some of the other like lunar spellbook rolls. I always try to bring in thralls when I'm doing CM5s, right? But even then, it's just I can kind of see how they're annoying, especially in top. So yeah, that's what makes it indifferent for me. But yeah.
I will say Death Charge at least is like, I do like how the introduction of the Arceus spellbook was very, it's not just like this hits stronger, this does this or whatever. Like I've always been a big fan of spellbooks like the Lunar one where they have like these really weird fucking spells that you just, it makes you think outside the box. Like I remember when Sido came, I was 1+2ing for the combat achievement task, and Sido's running around heal othering me in full Justiciar. And I was like, wait a second. But it's like, it's those little uses, and he's like spec transferring me. It's like spells like that I really think are, well, I'd love for more of them to be in the game, and I think the Arceus spellbook is trying to is trying to move in that sort of direction. So I'd like to see if they had. I'd like for them to make bosses that actually made them viable. Like the amount of times where I actually bother heal othering someone in the middle of I don't know, in the middle of any sort of PvM is very questionable to say the least. But like, I don't know. At one point they were even discussing like, oh, like heal other could totally. One time they were back when they were first discussing raids 2. They were talking about a boss where maybe you have to. It's like a tank test and it like targets a player and that one person has to tank. It's like heal other would be so good for that. Or like, I don't know, some of these spells, like I think that in going in that sort of direction, I don't know, it just feels more like a raid rather than just hit it. Use your brain a little bit. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I guess the next question I'll ask will be kind of in regards to this year, in regards to like PvM content we got, but how do we feel about all the PvM stuff we got this year? So off the top of my head, we've got Fosani's, Hard Mode Top, and I guess the introduction of the CA test. Like how did we feel about how Jagex did in regards to like PvM this year?
So really everything, holy.
I think so, right?
I think so as well. That's kind of.
I mean, wasn't it also the? When was Frost? Was it Frost last year or this year? But even then, I wouldn't count that. Like
this year, the spellbook rework was this year. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
yeah.
This year, so I guess it could also include the introduction of brawls to metas, but
I forgot Temporis.
No,
Stop.
stop,
No.
stop, bro. Get out.
I
Oh
think
my
it changed the
God.
meta of all PvM at boss.
And the fact that they told all the Twitch streamers that they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, hey, you know what you should probably do with your time? Spend an hour fishing and then go kill Temperos. Like, oh yeah, they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to have these big streamers play, and half the time that they were streaming, they were fishing shrimp. Fucking lovely.
Bro.
That tilted me so hard when it was like one of the J mods who like wrote it up as like, here's an interesting thing for you to do. Go kill Temperos. Off. Like what the
content.
hell? I've never seen someone spit away money like that. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, we should have been
But-
prospecting ores. That's what gets the viewers in.
I mean, that's why I got you into the game. So who knows, man? But, I don't know.
But yeah, overall, we definitely need more content.
Yeah.
Like we already talked about the CA tests. They're pretty nice, most of them, and like the rewards are underwhelming. So anything.
Yeah.
For Sunny's Nightmare is pretty nice because it's just better rates, and you also have the sleep tablet now or the sleep teleport.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that shit is so nice.
I felt like this is what Nightmare should have been on release, dude. Like I felt like they botched Nightmare on release.
That's the problem, because like Fasani, I think Fasani was good because it's a correction, but the problem is it's a correction. To correct something, there must have been a mistake. So, like, I like the fact that Fasani is like, okay, it's actually interactive now. The drop rates aren't 1 in 1,000 like Nightmare was on release, and oh, it's fast. You have a teleport. It's cool. But the fact that they dropped it like a year or whatever after regular Nightmare came out, and regular Nightmare is just such a shit fest. It's like, come on, man. It would have been good if Nightmare just wasn't a thing, but it's a correction, so I don't know. At the very least, they fixed it better late than never, right? So
yeah. I really like Fasanis.
Yeah.
I love it.
The only sad thing about Fasanis is that like you can't do it with a team. That's the only thing.
Oh yeah.
What'd be cool if it was like a team variant?
oh my
I
god,
would
that
love
would
a
be.
team variant.
Imagine like on release if Fasani wasn't a team thing and the multiple hands started popping up and there was like 5 of you.
Oh man.
That would be hilarious. Everybody's
Oh.
panicking. What the fuck is going on?
Bro,
Like you're watching your teammates go down.
I remember Nightmare on release. You remember when the surge was like fucking instantaneous and fucking people just getting mowed down, dude? Holy fuck. I know how bad it was, but the same, it was just fucking funny until you were the one getting ran down, dude.
Do you remember the clip? Holy
Yeah,
shit.
fucking,
always gonna
be ran
Kirby
down,
and
dude.
Shane got ran down, dude. Holy fuck.
Dude, if it spawned on you, you physically could not react in time.
Yeah, it was over, bro.
Yeah.
Always spawn on me. I was mad tilted, bro.
You
I
got
did a
Camp
couple
120.
times.
Yeah. What about hard mode top, bro?
I mean, it was good.
I like the rewards, but I hate doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a pretty accurate summation. It's the kind of mechanics that they've implemented in hard mode Tob they're not difficult to grasp, but they are annoying.
Mhm.
Because like, for example, it is not hard to stay away from a red crab on P2, right? But if you don't do it, you take 20 extra damage.
Yeah, it's
What?
kind of a random mechanic.
That's not
Why?
hard to do, but because they blow up, right?
No, but like, why did they have to, like, I'm just like, why did they do it?
Yeah, it's like I get that it's a mechanic, but it's not difficult, it's not interactive, it doesn't spur any thought. It's just there to be annoying. It just I take 20 damage for no reason. What? And the P1, I thought, because easily the best things from hard mode TOB, P1 on Verzik could have been good. P3 on Verzik yellows, and Soda Zegmaze. Soda Zegmaze was cool.
Yeah.
If you're not using socket, but we can talk about those. So the Soda Zegmaze was cool, but P1 I thought was so stupid because the first run my team did, we went in and we did it the way we thought it was because nobody was looking at the other pillars, right? So I was actually dodging these boulders and I was like, this is pretty cool. I like this. And then I realized none of the other fucking pillars have boulders coming down. This is just regular P1.
I mean,
What?
I will say one good thing came out of it, and it was when we were running with Manfi, And like the one in like a billion chance one, like the one where it's like, you know where everyone stacks in the middle to drop the staff, right? The fucking boulder shows up there. He gets hit by that, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like I was just like shocked. And the next thing that happens, he gets 1 HP, screams like a maniac, and I'm just like, I can't breathe. I was like crying tears, bro, when he like got 1 HP because he let out like this weird ass scream, and I was just. Oh, God,
if you got a clip, you should try and drop it in chat for the homies to watch.
Do you have a clip somewhere?
I don't have an easy clip to find right now, but
yeah, maybe
I could play the audio of it really quick.
You can put it in the, if anything, put it in the link of the description when you upload.
Let me just I'll play the audio of it really quick. Let me find the video. But yeah, you guys can go as I'm trying to find this audio.
Yeah. But the P3 yellows was nice, but yeah, someone said P4 Verzik. Yeah, why does it just randomly heal 1,000 health, right? Like,
yeah,
it just makes it unnecessarily long. Like, what I would have understood was if you could skip it. If you skip it, that requires coordination, right? You can all chally at the same time. Boom, dead. That's cool. And then like, oh yeah, like you need to be coordinated or whatever you want to say. But it just heals 1,000 for no reason. It's like, why didn't you just add the health from the start, right? Like, it's like they tried to have a surprise, but everyone already knows the surprise after 2 hours.
Also, I think it was kind of bugged on release. Like it would do it multiple times with heal. I'm pretty sure. Because I remember it definitely did. I swear, didn't it do it like multiple times?
I think what happened is in lower skills it would still like heal 5 a skill. I think is what happened. So in like 4s it would still like heal 1k, I think, instead of like 800.
I guess when on day of release, it was sometimes healed twice. Maybe I'm just imagining that. Or maybe just people just took a lot of NATOs, who knows?
I don't think that happened. But I think the idea is that they want to extend the tornado phase, but then just have them proc earlier. Or like give more health at the start, you know? Like, why though?
Like, I feel like it was pretty cool, some of the ideas they had. But at the same time, it's just like, I don't know. It's just the replayability of it, right? At least you see CM5 is like a whole community designated. Like we're small. Like we're a fucking small group of people, but we got some people that go hard at speedrunning CM5 and trying to show people the ropes, right? Because it's fun to replay. Even if it's the whole, 50% more damage, HP and defense shit, like that's not very entertaining. But at the same time, like I still think it's replayable. Even though I've got like a Billy kits and like 3 dusts, right? But hard mode top, I feel like the only reason I'd want to go back is if all my homies are down bad for the Tust Draco. But
yourself as well.
Yeah, myself. Well, I'm not down bad like him, bro. He went through Weedo Raids hell, dude. He went into Weedo Raids hell and has been sending it with the boys, just crying and suffering. He's like, "Get me out of here, Madge." But yeah, I just feel like the replayability of hard mode top is just not there, and I don't know if it's like maybe they should buff the GP per hour, but then it's like, well, they're gonna drop the prices of all the items if they do that, right? Then again, like the content is really hard, so should they do that? Or maybe they should tweak the mechanics where if you fuck up on something, you don't instantly die. Like the fucking green ball shit. Like, what the fuck? Make it do like 100 damage or something. Don't make it fucking one bang my asshole. Like, what the fuck? It's just, like I said, it's like kind of annoying. But, yeah.
Me, like little shit like the fucking acid pools on P2. It's like
that is the most annoying.
Yeah, it's not hard to use a new tile every time. It is not difficult by any means, but I go and I look at chat or someone's giving me a call or I'm texting someone and then I look away for a second and then, oh, sorry, you lost 12 HP and you're poisoned for the next 5 minutes. What?
Like, why are they making Verzik into a cum zone? Like, what the fuck?
Really?
Like,
Shaman's all over again.
Yeah, like legit, like Shaman's is a cum zone, Maiden is a cum zone, now Verzik's a cum zone. Like, okay, this may be a personal problem, but it's just like I can't get away from cum, bro. It's like what's the word I'm thinking?
Like a you problem.
Maybe it is. Who knows, dude? Maybe this is why I have the gay tag, so like 100% of people look up gay find my stream because all the time to talk about cum and cock.
But yeah, I don't know. Overall, hard mode TOB definitely one of the more lackluster updates for this
it's kind of
year.
The opposite of CM. Like CM is boring implementation but fun to replay, mainly because of scouting. And then hard mode top is more creative implementation,
Mhm.
but like playing is more annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rewards though, I will take the cosmetics. Cosmetics look
The
I like
fucking.
the
cosmetics
cosmetic.
will pog, bro.
I still gotta get my dust to my Sanguini kit.
Oh boy, all the boys grinding hard, man.
Yeah, I'm getting back into the grind recently, and let's just say it's been interesting to say the least. Hand job, but
Right.
As you do.
so I think the last question I'll ask before we take like a small break just to read chat, get water, do whatever. So this is gonna be a long one, I think, and this is just we played for a while, right? We played for like a couple years. We've kind of seen how metas have changed. Like, what are your thoughts on just like from start to finish for like Top Chambers or stuff like how things have changed so much? How our like understanding of the content is now. Like if you look back at some of the old speedrunning VODs of like 12 minutes or like 11 minutes for Chambers, you're just like, what the fuck are they doing? And okay, I understand that at the time there were like items that weren't there, and now there's new items, so things are much faster and stats have been changed. But like even then, like we've learned so much about like overkill and not losing ticks and brewing on 120s and just all these things. Like, what is your guys' thoughts on just how metas have changed so much over the years for everything? Like Inferno, God Wars, Chambers, Top, everything.
I think for Tob, it's definitely I kind of like how developed we've all gotten to it, because I still remember when, well, I don't remember what the video was. It was like Pretz's 1320 world record TOB.
I think it
And I
was
think
1506 or something, like the first one.
Or oh yeah, maybe it was that one. And I remember that was such a popular video. Everyone was like, "Oh my god, this is cracked." But really, it looks a lot of it seems to come down to just like, at least from looking at it these days, it looks kind of like, oh, like it's just casual people trying to be pretty fast. You know, we go, we hit the things and stuff, but we're not doing anything. We're not crunching numbers. We're not doing this and that. You know, whereas now I think like, God, you speak to, because God, that was years ago. The waves couldn't have been that crazy, but now like everyone on the side of the street who virtually knows anything about speedrunning in Tob will talk about like, do you have 248 waves? You have 250 and fours? Oh,
Nyla Wave Andes.
yeah. I don't like that it's become, well, it's gained the impression of sort of elitism, but I don't know. The people that I've talked to seem pretty cool about it, but from the general impression I'm getting from what other people are saying is that it's just like, oh, you gotta be, every, oh, you if you don't have this waves, you're shit. It's all waves, it's all waves. But what I do like is the fact that people are actually like getting so in depth that they're like, okay, they know everything there is to know, right? Like they know everything from like every little pillar that every little Nilo goes to. They know that some waves are double stalls and some waves are single stalls. They know that this and that. They know that you should pull up to this to shoot it, if or else you're gonna lose a tick, and then you can gain that tick back from being on the right cycle or something, and you can overkill it so it dies a tick faster. Or don't kill, let it get to the pillar first before you mage it. That way it doesn't die and have drag, right? And then have an extra tick, which can in turn cause you to lose an extra cycle. Don't walk under the boss like in one of the fives wrecks where someone steps under the boss and moves the boss and they lose a cycle, so it goes from 336 to 338. It's like, right? There's all this stuff that I do like, that we're all crunching the numbers and everyone knows so much about it, but oh my god, like anyone who read anything with like the speedrun Discord convo, like people were just piping up nonstop. I was like, what the fuck? Like, guys, this is a fucking it's fucking Nilo waves. Like, why the fuck are we running around like, you're so shit? I fucking made you. I made you. It's like, grow up, man. Like,
Some
really?
people are very interesting in that regard, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
But like
Especially
for
like them, yeah.
but like for top specifically, Nilo's like the most in depth room. Like the rest is just kind of hit it in a way, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
maybe except Maiden, because like you can do different phase metas or spec metas, but like Nilo's really like the most in depth for top specifically. I'd say. Then people like get egos and like I do that better and I got this time. Like, well,
I do like how there are some small things. Like I remember, God, good couple months ago, I saw like how like a good fives team was efficiently popping the crabs, and like for every spawn they had all the tiles marked, right? So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they had the perfect step order, and you just watched all 5 of them execute it perfectly, and they all took like 0 damage and missed 0 ticks, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. Like I really like
Yeah.
that.
yeah.
I've never seen that.
I think I've seen it. I've seen some VODs from it. It's like shading them, right?
Yeah, yeah. So it was good, but
Yeah.
definitely the ego thing definitely gets really weird. It's like, oh shit, like I'm fucking better at soda zig than you. It's like it's 5 soda zig. Run the maze.
People already say that.
Well, no, but like but I mean it in the sense that you're right. Like
Yeah.
most of the bosses hit the fucking boss. Don't lose some
Yeah.
ticks.
Like, look at me, I got Zarpus Rag, Lamau, I'm so good at Zarpus. Like, what? It's
Yeah,
just hit low.
Big arms, baby.
Look at my bloat DPS.
It's like a copy paste as well. Like, everybody's like talking about Nilo ways, she blows his shit. To down bloat. Peanut bloat.
Bloat is my only uwu.
Yeah, I think people overall have become more aware of like tick loss, like overkill, dragging NPCs, cycles like Nilo cycles, or like what spawns where. Just people have evolved to like remember more and like know more overall
Yeah.
and apply that.
I think in Tav is probably like the least appealing application of it. Once we start branching out into like the other stuff, like for chambers, I remember for so long, like when you guys first introduced like the 46-second crabs, I was like, oh, that's fucking, because I was like, how do you get faster than popping the thing? And it's like, oh, you splash on it intentionally by wearing full Inquisitor and having 100% splash rate, because when you splash, the crab insta walks to you. And I was like, what the fuck?
It's like you have to wait
You're
a tick
fucking
at the door just so it
Yeah.
doesn't insta spawn the orb and the crabs don't move.
Yeah, the orb
And then the
cycle.
splash.
Yeah, like it's fucking like it's good. The people are the knowledge is like fucking cracked, and
Yeah.
it's being innovative too, recognizing that, oh shit, you need to be minus 65, and when you splash on a crab, it just insta aggro. So it's like you bounce it to the melee, and I was like, oh fuck, like these guys are eating. I like this, like, you know. So I like how the applications and everywhere else are like really cool.
Yeah.
Because even in just basic solo CMs, you're gonna see people are pulling up to your fucking scavs to make sure you don't get drag kills.
Mhm.
It doesn't take 16 ticks to pick up your thing, right?
And then you make sure you stand in a certain spot too to like make sure the scavs stay like spawn right next to you, right near a spot where like when you're done your shit, you can just head straight to Ice Demon.
Yeah,
Like-
it's all this little stuff that, like, for the most part, it's really good. And now that I think me and Kirby are probably seeing this a lot because we're both running Inferno right now, but
Yeah.
the fucking drag kill, overkill, anything left and right. Oh God, it's so applicable because you know, death animations as well, because you're just like,
Yeah.
you just every single tick you lose is basically a second off your time. So everything you're trying to do in the Inferno is just maximize every little thing, kill it in the right order, hit them, chin them together, make sure that I don't drag this, overkill this with the scythe, do whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to mention the death animation one as well, where like you have to prioritize, like King the Melee, for example, because it has like a really long death animation compared to
Oh,
like
Kirby.
blobs or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kirby told me a thing that I didn't even know until like fucking 2 days ago or something, where it's like one of the blobs has a 1 tick longer death animation than the other two.
Oh
I
yeah.
was like,
The melee
Really?
blob.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
did
dies
not
one
know
Like
tick
that.
slower.
the bloblets?
yeah. If
I don't
you
know why,
look at
but
it,
Jagex hates melee blobs. They may have a 1 tick longer death animation
Is
than
that
the other two.
is that because it drag or is it like even if it's
No.
still?
No, just by default, just dies 1 tick slower. It makes no sense.
yeah,
Whoa.
the HP bar stays up for 1 extra tick, and I was like, what the fuck, really? Like this is, oh my God.
Also, another random thing: if you kill a big blob on the tick after it looks at your prayer, it will get death animation speed up. It makes no sense.
Wait,
Wait, what? Whoa, repeat that. What?
Like if you're killing below, like the tick where HP goes to 0, is the tick like its second tick in a 6 tick cycle. Like like tick 1, it looks at you, it checks what your prayer is, memorizes it, so it can do the opposite later. But tick after, if its HP goes to 0, it will die 1 tick faster. Like its animation will be sped up by 1. Like it'll get overkill death speed up for some reason.
Interesting.
Jad seems to do the same thing. If you kill Jad, but tick after it checks your prayer, then it will die 1 tick faster, which is weird.
Fucking cracked. But yeah.
That, wow. Shit like that, you don't even think about that. It's just like, I've been applying just the basic concepts of like overkill and moving NPCs, but shit like that is just like, why? What the fuck?
I don't. It's weird. It's gonna be something to do with like when it's doing its prayer checking and attack deciding, it's adding something to the queue or something. I don't know. And then it's getting like overkill because something else on the queue that speeds it up. But
Wow.
same for like I don't know. I never fully figured this out. But Hydra gets random death animation as well when you kill it. It probably has to do with like a specific tick you killed on and its like attack pattern. But I never looked too much into it. But it would randomly get it when I was doing my guide, and I didn't really bother fully researching why. But it's probably like a specific tick where it's adding something onto its queue. Who knows?
But overall, I think that's it's really cool that we're fully like breaking down and dissecting what's going on behind the scenes. Because
Yeah.
before, when we were all kids, it's just like kill the thing. I hit bigger number than you. Woo! And then we're all happy, right?
Yeah.
But now it's like you can kind of. I'm not gonna call it like a fucking esport or anything, obviously, especially with how much like it is just hit bigger number. But a lot of it is like, oh, you can do so much to actually maximize your results in esport.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't take that seriously. I just wanted
That
an
memo
example.
after.
Yeah. Wow. God.
What about God Wars? Like you've seen like how back then in the days of like solo God Wars or team God Wars was just everything was really simple, but now we've got like all these fucking 8-0 methods and like it's just what the fuck. Or like
Yeah.
back when people were going for like 100 kill bandos trips where they were doing shit like they were doing that melee range mage flick and stepping under and tick eating where Peaches was a range attack. Like what is your guys' thoughts on just the fact that God Wars is expanded just as much as like the other stuff? Like maybe we figured it all out right now, but like right even then, like how do you guys feel?
Well, I always thought it was like really cool the method back then with the melee and the stepping under prayer flanking. I thought it always like looked really cool, but it's crazy how now that we have a 4-tick range weapon, we just have like all these different methods that just demolish the boss. And it's like it's easier and you just get so many kills. But it's just like I think even if a 5-tick weapon it works, doesn't it? Wait, because you can T-bow Zammy.
Yeah, there's
So it's just like
T-Bow 1 for Zammy, there's Bofa 1 for Zammy as well. I think that one's like, is it 9-0? I'm not...
9-0, yeah. And 7-0 is like a simpler version.
yeah.
Okay.
And it's just like all these techniques that they were there. You could have done it with like a crossbow, but no one really thought of before.
Yeah.
But to be fair to the Zammy one, it's a bit more complicated because I think the one of the methods for Zammy involves flinch mechanics, where I didn't actually know this until I did Zammy, but monsters they can get flinched despite like I always thought the only way to flinch a monster was like wait for its HP bar to disappear, right? Then hit it. But you can keep attacking the monster and it will flinch again as long as it doesn't get a chance to attack you. Like it still has a flinch timer if it's going, even if you're constantly hitting it and keeping its HP bar up. I never knew that
Is
until
that-
Zammy.
I was gonna ask, is that like kind of in line with the, you know how like aggro swaps? Is that why?
I'm not sure. Like maybe aggro swap is related to this, but it's just a timer. It's like normally when you flinch a monster, or like when you do normal flinching, it's like okay, it gets flinched for like let's say Kalpa or like Zammy. Zammy gets flinched for 3 ticks, and then after the flinch wears off, you need 8 ticks to be out of combat. And I guess it's similar if a boss attacks you or something, or like I think 8 ticks is like the count to go out of combat, but then like it adds the time of like if a boss like attacks you, then you have to wait for the attack to cool down,
Yeah.
and then add the 8 ticks. It's something weird like that, but yeah, it's just like 8 ticks plus whatever it's a flinch cooldown of a monster attacking cooldown. It's something weird like that. So it's just a mechanic I never knew about until Zammy. I didn't realize flinching worked like this. So you can actually flinch a monster without stopping your DPS, which is crazy. So
I think I only discovered that because of GE Challenge. He was talking about how that's the mechanic used in the Venenata safe spot with the crossbow. And I was
yeah,
like,
Ooh,
oh, like really? Like I just thought it
that
was a
wow.
fucking shit coding
dude,
with
I just thought it was fucking
GE.
magic when I was doing the fucking. I'm like, I don't know. I do the video says I attack with a free tick weapon. The boss, the spaghetti and the linguine combines, and it just works. I don't know.
Yeah. And I was like, oh shit. Then he wrote a little post explaining it, and I was like, oh fuck. Like it's really cool that I don't know,
Yeah, but
someone discovered it and could express it to someone else verbally. I was like, oh,
what was Vanessa's attack speed again?
I
Um,
you got I
Portraits?
don't know any.
I
Vortex.
don't know
I
exactly.
haven't done Venenatis in years.
I would think, cause I'm just doing the math in my head. If it's 8 plus however many, pretty sure it's 4.
I'm pretty sure it's 4.
Okay, I don't understand how it works then, cause I would have thought that the flinch delay would be like an 8 tick, like it's 8 ticks plus the flinch delay. But if it's 4, that's a 2 tick flinch delay. That's 10 ticks to get. Yeah, I don't understand. Fuck it.
Maybe that's like a special melee check. I don't know.
Oh, maybe something weird like that.
I don't know. I'm not up to date on those mechanics. I'll admire it from afar, but you guys can keep it to yourselves, boys. I'm good. Just give me the applications. Oh, Kirby told me the melee blob dies 1 tick slower. I got you. I'm killing the
Yeah.
melee blob first from now on.
Oh yeah.
I don't
Dude, I
even
think
know
always
why.
dies
Just do
last.
it.
Whenever I like chin stuff,
Oh,
it just always
100%.
lives. I hate it.
It's so cringe. It's like, but it is what it is. I don't know.
It is what
Or
it
like you'll
is.
get a nice chin clump with the melee and the mini blobs, and then oh, don't even not even the melee blob. It's the melee that lives. It's
Yeah.
I don't know. Are we taking a break after that?
Yeah, we could take a quick 5 to 10 minute break so we can actually re-chat. Guys need to go get something or do anything IRL, like use that as your opportunity to do so. But we can actually take this moment to read some of the stuff that chat is saying. So
Big Dio in chat.
yeah, we got Big D0
Oh
in
shit.
chat right now,
Gamer.
homie. The CM master himself. Shout out to him, dude.
Tell him the fucking game mechanic master too.
Should
Green ball is calced from the player's turn rather than the NPC, which makes it harder to ticky. Like
yeah.
it's going over my head, boys.
Should hard modes in the future keep releasing dog shit cosmetics, or would you prefer to see them actually drop you uniques BIS niche item? Huh, that's actually a good take. If whether or not like we should just keep getting cosmetics from hard modes, or if we should get some other rewards from it. What do you guys think?
I think I'm perfectly down. Like I don't know. I think I'm down to receive like a best in slot item from it, but some people might think it's a little unfitting because I don't know. In its sense, it is just tacked on to another piece of content. So unless the two pieces of content or unless the two rewards are related, it doesn't really make sense to be like, I don't know what. TOB gives you Scythe, and then TOB hard mode gives you fucking like I don't know a Scythe bow, like best range weapon. Instead, it drops like a twisted bow. It's like what? It doesn't really make sense, right?
Yeah.
They're related because so in that sense, it might be a little hard for them to try and release rewards that are what would you say like best in slot without being its own thing. But I think more than that, the thing we were discussing earlier, where it's just like it drops like a consumable or a QOL thing. I think that's a lot easier path to kind of go down.
Yeah.
Like the tablet teleport.
Yeah, like the sleep tablet.
Yeah,
Oh,
I like
yeah.
that one. I wouldn't bring like new gear. I'd rather see new bosses then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Like that kind of reminds me, right? So I think I don't know if it came out yet, but they presented like the Tizkalzuk of RS3, and I think
Yeah.
you get like the BIS capes for doing like the entry level for it, I think, but like to
Yeah, something like
combine
that.
all three of them, you need to do the hard mode, and like the difference between easy mode and hard mode is like easy mode has checkpoints, right? So it's like Inferno with checkpoints. However, the hard mode, no checkpoints are allowed. And to get hard mode, you have to do easy mode without any checkpoints. So maybe they could do something like that where like the initial challenge is like somewhat like easy for people to get into, and then the harder shit, maybe it's like much better rewards. And that would be like the standard. Like, for an example, let's look at Gauntlet, right? You see like a normal Gauntlet and then Corrupted Gauntlet, right? I think that was kind of good, where it's you could still get the shot at the big items if you really want to make the money. You gotta learn Corrupted, or the chance to get that.
How do you feel about entry mode top in that sense then?
I feel like in that sense, entry mode top is fucking turbo easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
They could have done something like have the top we've got now, like make that maybe like slightly easier, or they could have for the hard mode top like bring it up, have that on release too, but not like turbo hard, right? Just make some stuff a little bit more punishing, but not like giga turbo AIDS.
They could have made entry mode like the same as normal, except like all the sets health. So like, you know.
Yeah, maybe adjust the damage values or something a little bit, or maybe have the whole idea of, oh, so you can wipe in this room, but you're not out of the raid until you're dead 3 times, right?
Yeah. You can like still practice like Zarpus and P2, but like otherwise it's not like you don't really do entry mode at all.
Yeah.
For any reason.
Entry mode's like tutorial mode. It's just like a tutorial for Tob.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not really like something to actually do repeatedly.
The biggest problem with it is because they're running around and they're saying, oh, like entry mode is supposed to teach you like the mechanics to do it. But the problem is it's so easy that you can skip the mechanics.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to, like, what's Maiden supposed to do? I'm supposed to learn how to do Maiden in a real one, right? Well, in a real one, I have to freeze crabs. I have to clump crabs. I have to do this and that, and I have to kill the crabs appropriately without, you know, having, like, I have to kill clump without north 1, 2, and south 1 going in and healing, right? Or else she's going to start hitting really hard. Guess what? I can let every crab go through in Maiden, and she's still going to be hitting 2s.
Yeah.
Like, you can skip all the mechanics.
You don't even need to freeze them. You can just fucking punch them to death.
Yeah, like 15 HP, like what?
Fucking windbang them.
Entry mode, in my opinion, is just like, it's way too easy. People come in and they ask, can you come carry me through an entry mode for the diary? Carry you? You can go in and just hit it with a rune longsword. You'll be done. Like, it's, I don't know, like, I can get, like, you just have a three sentences. Don't hit the crab that's not the right color. Verzik, you might have some trouble, but that's about it because of the timing. Okay, that's a little helpful. But every other room, it's like, don't step off the maze. Don't click the crab that's green if you're not wearing a range weapon, right? It's like, it doesn't teach you anything about the mechanics for the most part. So, and it's just much too easy.
Another problem is that it came like 2 years after top release.
Yeah.
It's also a very good point.
They tried to bring it in early and people were like, no, do not bring it in. I will fucking punch your dick off if you bring this in. No, do not do it.
Too little too late.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I can see the appeal of when a new content comes out, it's hard, only some people can complete it. So maybe adding tutorial mode on release might be a bit much. I don't know.
It kind of takes away from the surprise, you know? Because remember on like release when they finally got through P2 and then they fucking turned into a giant spec? People were freaking out, dude.
The sanity crew.
Yeah, people freaked
Yes, we got
out.
it. What? What is that? No, what is
It's surprises like that. It's just like, it's fantastic to have.
I remember that team was the second it went to P3, people were like, what do we do? What do we do?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, just keep fucking hitting it. What do you think? It's like, But on the topic of the fucking hard mode things, I'm curious, what do you guys think is the next piece of hard mode content that they're gonna release? Because I think we all know they're gonna fucking milk it again, which I guess it's not always a bad thing, but I don't know.
They did mention like Inferno a while back, so I feel like that might be the one we'll see.
Inferno hard mode, where you know what make for me Inferno hard mode like more interesting if the raves are more like randomized, like the randomized, so you don't know what to expect next wave, dude. That would be pretty cool.
I feel like
standard
I've had a
waves.
couple ideas I always mention on stream. One, I think they should do like, imagine like a Galvic style fireball throughout the waves. So you have to be ready to run away from your pillar to Narnia just whenever. So if you're not comfortable setting up some flicks, you're gonna have a tough time.
Maybe you have like a Jad in your waves, and if you hide behind a pillar for too long, then the Jad does that. Ooh. That
Just
could
like
be
a Jad
interesting.
shows up, but just you have to.
Yeah. Either that or he fucking one bangs your pillar if you fucking stay there for too long. That's another thing they could do. Jad
Could
in
be
your
an
wave.
like if NPCs sit behind a pillar for too long, we start to nibble at your pillar.
Yeah. Just
Ooh.
watch
What
the
do you think it
ranger
would
just
give you though?
boxing punch the
Yeah.
fucking thing, dude.
Like, what kind of a reward would hard mode Inferno give? We're just thinking like, because someone in chat mentioned more best in slot capes.
Could be.
Like, I don't know what it'd give.
It could give higher pet chance. Could give transmogs of some sort for either of a cape. I think I like a cape transmog more than a pet transmog because we already have a pet transmog.
I remember there was a Din's Bulwark transmog where you turn your fucking Din's Bulwark into the
yeah.
into the
No,
shield.
that looked cool, but
Yeah.
nobody uses the dins, so
Yeah.
it's like
Yo,
a
I had the
thin
idea
nose.
that if
Yeah.
they do that, they should make it that you have to tank a hit of Fadins from Zuck to charge it and
That's
then
my
finish
that's
the
my
kill.
specialty, bro. That is my
And they
specialty.
can maybe make it like, okay, if you tank one hit of Fadins will charge up and it won't kill you. It'll do some damage, do like 50 damage or 70, but it won't kill you. But that's all you get. And then you gotta complete the kill. And if you fail, I guess your Dins just cracks from the heat. So better not choke if you're an Iron Man who have only one Dins.
I like the idea of like an Inferno Mace Cape or Inferno Assembler in a way.
Yeah.
Could
Wait,
be cool.
what if those were transmogs? So it wouldn't like be like better capes, but you could turn your range assembler or your Major Arena 2 cape into like Inferno-esque capes, where it's like different colors, kind of similar to the style.
Probably. I wonder how they'd make it look to blend in with like current or proposed like upcoming meta setups, because
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, everybody always cares about the fashion, right? Like, that's why nobody wears the fucking Vorkath Slayer helmet, because it's cringe and it looks like shit. So,
Back then.
everybody, I swear, it's not even a hot take. New Vorkath Slayer helmet looks like dog shit. It changed my mind. One in chat, it's fucking.
I
looks like
know
dog shit.
one of my friends is like huge in the fashion skip. He got fucking turbo tilted because they shifted the color, so it like kind of doesn't fit his fashion scape anymore. Like the helmet was really
Yeah,
unfortunate.
it's just not cool. So, I mean, it would kind of suck if they dropped new best in slot like Zuck Assembler, but it doesn't, because I don't know, the color scheme black with the brightness from Armadillo.
Yeah.
Maybe it works with Pernix and Torva or Virtus.
Who knows, dude?
I mean, you could just like make the end of the cape like glitter in a way, like just flicker lights.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be like too big, but still like noticeable.
Kind of like the pre-OC like comp cape, the thing with the little glow.
Yeah,
at the end.
it's sort of like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it could
Yeah.
be all right.
Infernal Halo would be tight. That's what someone in chat said. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, halos are definitely fashion scape.
Is there anything else we want to note in regards to like a reward for hard mode? Because there is one question that someone did ask in chat that we can go into, and then after that we can go back to our normal questions. And that question was from a Blade, and he was wondering like, what's our take on the death mechanics right now?
They should be more punishing, I think. Like you die, like Zora Vorkath 60k, like what?
I thought we were talking about low RAM, but yeah, 100%.
Oh, you mean?
Don't worry, we'll talk about something like that soon. Spoilers.
Wait, so did he mean like death, like NPCs dying, or like death?
You
like,
dying? Like I died.
Oh,
I
okay,
lost
good.
my money, bro.
Okay.
No, they should make it way more punishing. Like,
100%.
like when you were playing as a kid and you died at barrels, and like the fucking vultures got your gear. That was like
Motherfucker, loot
The
my
vultures,
shit.
bro.
Luring the DKs on your ass so I could take your Guthin spear and sell it for 10 mil? Yes, sir.
Bro,
I wish I was that guy.
I remember like when I was a kid and I would do barrows, I would like always like my pay would drop at Derox. I'm like, oh fuck, and I would panic too hard to get my melee per on. I'd get like 2 banged, and I'd start crying because I'm like, no, I'm gonna lose my precious barracks tip, bro. It's all my fucking money. And then someone comes over and blesses my grave, and I'm like, thank you, God, thank you so much, dude. But then again, like at the time, like you can vulture people's gear, so it's probably why people were blessing graves.
Like nowadays, they should really just make it more damaging. Like make it, you have to like pay more, in my opinion. Because currently it's like 100k or 50k. Like what?
Yeah.
I think it depends if you get back in time, it's not too pricey. But if you're late, it can cost you a lot. Like if you actually go to Death's Coffer, it costs you a lot to get your shit back.
Yeah.
I did that once because I was boosting Corp with way above and my healer account died. And then I was like, I'm not fucking going. That fucking dickhead's gonna beat my ass. I'm trying to get my shit. So I went in, and I didn't die with too many items, so it was like, wasn't too expensive. It was like 200 or 300k or something. But imagine if I had like a shitload of items. That would have been expensive.
Like 1% of what it's worth or something, or 10%. Like how much did it charge you in Death's Coffer? I can't remember.
I don't. Isn't it like 1% of its like actual value or some shit? I don't remember.
It was like that'd be like something like that. But that's still if you lose like 1 bill, that's 10 mil.
Yeah. Goodbye, Thunder.
But you have 50 minutes to get it, like normally.
Yeah, I just did it for convenience. I'm just like, I really don't want to go in like in the middle, just pick up all my shit. I'd rather just get it all right then and there, you know.
Like I like that you don't lose your gear anymore. Like the fucking vultures sneak it away. but like deaths are like, they're annoying. They're like an inconvenience, but like you're not like, okay, I'll just go again, right?
Yeah.
It should be more punishing.
Just make it like a Deadman mode. You drop a key, you lose some stats, be good.
Yeah.
But it'll also be healthier for the economy if you like paid more for deaths, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. Especially like with all the fucking shit that's dropping so much money.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when they first dropped revs and it just dropped 100 dragon plate squirts. I was like,
what the?
And like the 7 magic seeds or some shit.
Yeah, and the thing was like they rushed it too. Like nobody was expecting revs to come out that week. It was like they didn't even pull the rewards. It was just like, okay, well maybe they'll run some new rewards. Like nope, revs are out this week, boys, and it drops 100 dragon plate skirts. I was like, okay, all right, that's great for the economy.
They could combine death costs with GE proposed GE tax to buy items with tax money to remove those items from game.
Yeah, they proposed like a thing where they'd add a GE tax, and once the GE tax takes enough money out of a game, it uses that money to buy out items from a GE and remove them as an item sink.
Yeah, that's what I proposed to Arcane like a while back.
I am curious how the prioritization of items would work.
Yeah,
like
I would think it's like if you trade hilts, like a Avernic hilt, then it's a tax that goes towards buying and like removing an Avernic hilt.
Oh yeah.
That's what I would think would make the most sense, so that you don't have like, oh, somebody bought a 3rd age longsword, let's remove 100,000 runeplate legs.
Yeah. In that case, I think a lot of the wealth though, because should probably be. I mean, you could argue because a lot of the money will be spent on stuff like. Well, yeah, like someone's gonna buy like a 3rd age longsword or something, right? It's like, do we really want to erase like? Eventually, we're gonna reach a point where it's like, okay, we're gonna take out a 3rd age longsword, or do we take out like? I don't know what's really better, right? 3rd age longsword or a 3rd age longsword worth of like Bandos chestplates or something. Because there's not that many 3rd age longswords in the game anyway, right? It's not that big of a deal.
You could make it so it's like every 100 trade is like disappears in a way. Like you sell it, but like nobody gets it. The game just deletes it, and you still get the money. And then with taxes, like the money will still be like equal, like not lost. It's just the item gets deleted. And then if you do like 1 in 100 trades, items that are really rare like don't get deleted as much, but like potions they get deleted a shit ton in a way.
Huh.
Like I had it written out, but like I don't remember the exact details. It was like a GE tax, and on every X trade it would like delete the trade, and you'd still get the money.
I'm not an econ major. I don't particularly deal with this shit, but all I know is they're not doing, or they haven't done the best job with the introducing fucking gold sinks and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think we got a little sidetracked. The thing I wanted to discuss was definitely still related to. I just missed the days when people were scared to bring stuff, right?
Mhm.
I would
Yeah.
go if I went to Bandos pre-EOC all the way back in the day. I went to Bandos. I was like, fuck, I don't want to take my best gear because if I die with it, it's my first time going to Bandos. I'm gonna die with it. I'm gonna lose half my bank.
Yeah.
So I didn't take my best gear. I took like some Torags or whatever, right? It's like, okay, that's cool. But like these days, nobody's scared to go. Nobody's scared to be like, oh, I'm gonna lose some money if I have my shit, right? Like you'll catch guys in fucking full bandos everywhere they go. I
Yeah. I
kind of
guess
miss being restricted a little.
I miss those days as well, but big problem was like the DDoSing that we had. Like I feel like
Yeah.
the old days of like people dying and like people being able to take your shit and like the risk. I like that, but the DDoS is just making it impossible to bring it back. That's the problem.
Yeah. And also like being actual like good gear nowadays.
It's
Yeah.
fair enough.
Maybe,
I mean, it also doesn't help that every world with more than 800 people is virtually unplayable for
Yeah.
anything
Lag
like
X.
mildly
lag X,
efficient.
baby.
Yeah. I swear it wasn't like that before.
It wasn't. It was not. And that will be something we'll be talking about very soon. Should we move on to the next set of questions now?
I wanted to like touch on one more thing with the economy thing. How do you
Okay.
feel about like the dual arena being removed soon? Because it
I'm
is a
for it.
pretty big thing in the economy.
I feel like the duel arena is always lose-lose. Either people lose their bank and quit, or they win and get bored of a game and then keep staking, lose their money and quit.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it is a little sad that we're losing one more gold sink and a pretty big one
Yeah.
at that. But
Hmm.
overall, I think for the game enjoyment, like for the overall player base, I think people just it's a step in the right direction. Because sure, we lose a gold sink, but fuck me, like I've
That's
yeah, the amount of people that I know that have gone to the duel arena and come out and been like, oh yeah, this is so good. Oh, someone was staking 100 mil, one of my friends the other day, and he was literally saying, dude, I have to sit here for 20 minutes because everyone here is just a fucking scammer. He's getting annoyed to lose his money, which is gonna make him more annoyed. Like it's not
yeah.
even fun to go there. You just have to deal with scammers for 20 minutes and then you lose your money.
I'm,
Oh, fucking lovely.
I'm really happy they're planning to remove it. This
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
scam all.
And
It is
plus,
like
like, oh, sorry, you go
it,
first.
it is iconic, but like it has to go. It's just staking addicts and fucking scammers. It's really bad.
To the dead streamers. But yeah, another thing I was gonna add though, if we are losing a gold sink, but also I think like Voodoo Arena is a source of a lot of uh like real world trade, like people buying gold, staking and stuff. So if there's less real world trading going on, that could be less gold coming into the game because gold farmers aren't getting as much business. So that could potentially take like less demand means there's less gold farmers, just
Yeah,
supply and
less
demand.
incentive.
So I feel like that could counterbalance the loss of a gold sink a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Overall, pog, get the fuck out of here, duel arena.
Yeah, for sure.
Get out,
Yeah.
bitch. Is all
I
gotta
wonder
say.
what they're gonna do because they might still like want to keep it for like dueling, for like actual dueling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
think
I don't know.
They mentioned a
definitely still
rework
keep.
for it.
Were we gonna set the limit to like 10 mil stakes or something? Or
Yeah.
That's only
Or-
like a hotfix for
It's
the next month, I think.
Oh,
temporary
okay.
solution for until they apparently add something new to Duel Arena, like something tournament related? Question mark.
Yeah, like a tournament bracket and a winner.
Yeah.
That could be interesting.
Could
I
be.
think it's better than just 50-50 gamble casino.
They gotta be careful though, because if they make it like too much, then we're back to square one with all the. Well, Duel Arena is kind of like a place where a lot of our DVT is sadly like comes in, comes out. Like people get their banks claimed, they buy more gold, like shit like that. It's fortunate, but yeah,
Yeah.
don't want that to be a problem again.
It is what it is.
Okay, so it's gonna be pre-set up dueling and make it a PvP thing, 1v1 3v3. I thought that could be interesting,
Yeah.
but as long as it's implemented correctly and doesn't allow abuse to still people find a way to do actual gamble stakes.
Rigged, bro. Actually rigged. Alright. So, now we're ready for part 2, boys.
I'm ready for JoJo Part 2. Let's go.
Alright, buddy. So the topics here are going to be a little bit more closer to the controversial topics. But let us begin. We'll start with this one, which is, what is your opinion on the OSRS speedrunning strats being hidden from other people? Like, people doing their best to hide their strats.
For me personally, like, you know me, like, when I come up with a strat, I share it. Like, I made the Kirby skip a guide. Imagine if I hid that thing. So, like, personally, I like it just like everyone sharing our stuff a lot more. But I do understand in the case of there are some cases where some speedrunning strats are bugs that may be patched. Like in the case of the Periph Agility course, apparently stuff has been patched in the past relating to both speedruns. So it kind of makes sense hiding it there because if you know the Gmods have a high chance of patching whatever you're doing, you're unlikely to want to share it because you want the speedrun strat to exist. But yeah, I don't know. I've always preferred when people just like share stuff. I've never been too much of a fan of hiding stuff. But obviously, if somebody else tells me a speedrun strat, I'm not gonna share it even if I know it. I'll respect her wishes. But yeah, that's my opinion.
Dude, the shrink me potion for Soda's egg. You just skip the maze when everyone's spamming it.
Wait, real?
Like,
I don't think
yeah.
I've seen that.
No, yeah, it was the thing. If everyone was just, or maybe it wasn't even everyone, if it was just the player who got chosen or something, they
Really?
just spammed the shrink me potion. You just skip the maze.
Interesting.
Never heard of that.
So, yeah, that's why they got rid of it, and I couldn't use it in high risk TOB anymore as a movement
Oh
stall
no.
because you could no longer just skip it. And I was like, fuck. But I think that I mean, I understand why people do it because in a game like RuneScape, like generally I'm all for sharing strats. The only time I'm not down is like Kirby said, if someone else tells me and they're like, "Don't tell anybody," and it's like, okay, yeah, well, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
tell anybody. But generally, I'm a person because I guess it's because I'm not really aiming for records or anything, so I don't want that to be misconstrued. But I don't aim for records generally speaking. So I don't see, oh, like I came up with this one thing that, so I'm gonna hide it to myself and play this good. But I understand how in a game like RuneScape, where there's not too many things you can do to improve and like beat the other people, because you can have a really good record and you can play way better and you can lose it like that because someone hits harder than you.
Mhm.
Yep.
That's just how it is in RuneScape. Most of the time you're going to have way better odds if you're playing better, but someone can genuinely just get more lucky than you. So I kind of understand why people are like, oh, I thought of something and I'm going to keep it to myself because they don't want to see it just disappear to someone who, I don't know, might not be as better a player or might not have thought about it or whatever. But I mean, generally, I'm not a big fan of hiding strats just because, and you can call my opinion biased because, I don't push for those. I don't push to be the best in the world. I just push to be like pretty good.
Yeah, I was sick. I need to find somebody to serve.
And then I don't know, the whole hiding thing is the whole bug abusing. I can understand why. Like some things like the shrink me are definitely fucked up, but in general, like I think this is the only community where, well, people say this is the only community where like everybody's so caught up, like you can't leak it. Like you'll see people upload pictures of their wrecks, and it's like they're showing their combat achievements, and it's like, I mean, it's not that big if they see your inventory, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I personally don't like people like hiding their strats because like people are just like get way too much like ego over like times in a game where it's just like hit harder, right? For the most
Yeah.
part.
Yeah.
And another thing is I care more about like the true world record. Like I want everybody to try their best and see like what what can we as a community get the best time for, right?
Yeah.
That's what I care about. I care about like the true best time, not about this guy has this threat and this guy has a timeline.
Yeah.
Like, well,
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like, like I do go for some records, but it's like I feel like, I've learned so much from other strats people have come up and shared publicly, and then it's like, if everyone just hit their own strats, the records we have will be so much worse. Like I just feel like there's so much progress we make just by people sharing their strats.
yeah,
It's such a shame to hide them.
Yeah. So my take on it is, all right, I'm an okay player, right? However, I always deem like my clicks to not be the best clicks out there. Like there are people with some fucking crazy ass clicks. So I always see myself as someone who can get by with the clicks I've got, but at the same time, like some people's reaction time, some people's clicks are just fucking insane. So I always like to share some of the stuff that I find, unless like this is something someone else find, and like you guys said, like you guys are completely fine with not sharing other people's strats, right? But if it's like something you found, or if someone gives you like the A-OK, you're like, all right, I'll share this. Like that's how I feel with a lot of the stuff that I find. And like I said, like some people could actually make better use out of some of my findings. Like I remember someone remember like the stuff in High-Risk Top, right? I went straight to Deo's DMs about some of the stuff like what was it? The Sang staff, right? I was trying to figure out why the fuck do I stop moving when I uncharge/recharge my Sang. So then I found out a lot of things. Like for one, when you spellbook swap, right? If you're in that spellbook swap state, for whatever reason, you will always stop, right? It's not a matter of did you red X, did you yellow X, right? It's literally you will not move. Number two, I found out that your HP changing and your prayer changing in any ways will make you stop moving. And I was just like, why the fuck is it like that? Like it's just so annoying. But in the midst of all of that, he told me something that blew my fucking mind, right? He made me think about, so you know how, like, you do spellbook swap, right? And how it, like, queues up hits? This man told me about how NPC contact works the same way. He was the reason why I decided to bring NPC contact into the High-Risk Top in the first place. So, without that knowledge, I would not have even bothered to try doing some crazy shit like that. Like, it blew my mind, because then I went, like, how far can I go with this? Like, spellbook swap is short, but you can move with it. Same thing with, actually, I think Geomancy and NPC Contact are in the same boat. Can't move at all. But spellbook swap and Humidify are the two spells that you can move while being, like, in that state where you can queue up hits to extend your Phoenix. It's like, shit like that. It's just like, holy fuck. I would, like, hate to not tell people about it, because it's like, what kind of crazy shit can people come up with, like, the whole Humidify thing? Because I remember, I think it was the Rocco Bomb, like, a couple days after the tourney, he was like, hey, what if you could extend your Phoenix and also hit bloat with Humidify? I'm just like, holy fuck. Then again, I was trying it out, and I think the execution for that shit is omega insane, but if someone figures out some strat with that, that's probably, like, an easy bloat wreck, because imagine 5 people hitting bloat the entire time with that shit, dude. It would be insane. But the execution for it just seems cracked. Like, there has to be some sort of macro for it. Like, macros are bad, right? But as of now, it just seems, like, super inhuman, right? But, yeah, that's my stance on it. Like, I always like sharing stuff because I feel like people could teach me something else or make better use of what I find. Like, you never know. Like, this community is amazing with some of the shit that comes up with. Whether it's, like, they could tell me my setups could be better, or my strats could be better, or, like, teach me something else. Like, there's so much that comes with that kind of stuff. So it's just, I'm not too big when it comes to hiding stuff. But I cannot understand it, because people really want to extend their record. But at the same time, it's just, like, I don't know. I just feel like this community has to come together, just help each other, man.
Wish the speed running thing was closer to it was for like the lowest combat. I feel like it's only speed based that the community is really like this, because like look at Exact's first group Iron Man Inferno, right? Everybody, like all these cracked players just join up together, and everybody's like, we know who is the mechanically best player here. We're gonna feed them the strats. We're gonna feed them this. We're gonna give them our time, and we're gonna see what we as a whole can accomplish. And what do we get? We get a day. It could have been a day 2 Inferno, but it could have been. But we ended up getting like what, day 4, right? Like it's
think so.
cracked, right? Like
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
I don't know, we don't have when it comes to speeds, like people don't have that mentality anymore. It's more like, oh, like fuck, like I just want to be the top. It's not like, oh shit, what can we do? We could have a fucking sub 11 top? Holy fuck. It's like, no, well, I just want to be, I'll take being 1230, but like better than everybody else.
Let me have my ooh, bro.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
I visibly like cringe when people like hold their Nilo vaults and shit like I'm better than you. Like what? Like, there's been like a couple months ago there was like a big improvement on like trio Nilo waves, where it went from like 302 to like 255 I think it is now.
Yeah.
But like there was so much shit going on. Like I got better weight, I got the vaults. Like what we're doing?
What we doing,
It was like,
boys? What we
I made
doing?
the strategies that you fucking use now. So I was like, fuck, dude.
Just remember what Kirby said, bro. Imagine if he didn't tell us anything about the Kirby skip. Just imagine.
Yeah, imagine.
I mean, like, even like in the podcast,
Impossible.
like mentioning the melee blah blah dying slower. Like I like knowing that.
Yeah.
Like being able to
Yeah.
apply that, right?
If that's a one tick time save, whenever you're able to make sure you kill the melee first instead of other blob, that adds up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Who knows? It's, in Inferno, it's like every tick matters. So.
Now we see day 4 Inferno. Oh my god. Community bands together. We can do some crazy shit.
I'll praise
Yeah.
Kirby, baby.
Well, if we're on the topic of controversial things, oh boy, what's the next
You already
one?
know. You already know what's gonna be next. This one's a big one, alright? What's everyone's hot take on third-party clients? How would you feel if they all got completely nuked? Do you think lots of people would quit? Would people's performance drop? AKA over-reliance of clients. That's an example of that. How do people feel about some of the more globally accepted ones, like people using Socket only for specs and specs alone? Or Entity Hider, which has now become like globally accepted as everyone can use this because you have Inferno speedrunners like Addy using it all the time, and JMod seem fine with it.
Oh
guess-
boy.
Oh boy.
I guess for me, I mean, I'm fine with the ones that are, reasonable. Like, it seems like death animations are kind of like accepted, and it's something a lot of speedrunners wish existed in the game. I do wish there was more like, I wish just like the stuff that we have was just all on Runelight, because then there wouldn't be this like weird gray area of what isn't allowed. You just use the official client, be okay. So, but there's some cool stuff people have done with like, well, wait, can you do this with? I know you can look at like I don't know, like Rendy. Wait, did Rendy's video? Did he have to use a third-party client, or was that just like Runelight with like dev options? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it was a third
I-
party.
I don't think I
Oh.
saw
third
that
party.
video.
Like I feel like there are some cool things. Like I like those videos. Those were some cool stuff that he did. That,
Oh, dev
like
mode's
shitting out the
Runelight.
steel claws. Yeah, for Rendy. Like I feel like there's some cool stuff people have done with them, but when it comes to third-party clients that just show you everything and like they count down the Verzik ticks or just like play the game for you. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of those.
That I think like clients have gone too far. Like AoE indicators, like people are bots at Vasa, at fucking shamans. And like there's plugins, quote unquote plugins, that are actually like bot shit. Like on I think OpenRS has like some weird ass shit from what I've seen people use. Like one click agility, like you click anywhere on your screen and you like go to the next obstacle. Like shit like that's like
What?
it's gone too far.
Yeah.
I really want to see the Steam client like take off, but I also want to have see the Steam client have like shit like socket for specs or party specs, and like maybe hiding death animations.
The PR for fucking Steam client gone out the fucking window after the security thing.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
that. Oh my god. Like
Yeah.
nobody. There's so many people I know that like are like, oh yeah, like I'm so down for it, but I'm not touching that shit with a 6-foot pole. You know what I mean? Like that's fucking.
Yeah.
Like you just log in and past your authenticator, you can't do a thing about it. What? No, like I'm not gonna risk that. It's just like so it's really unfortunate about that thing, but I guess my
Yeah.
take on the clients is pretty it's pretty simple because I'm perfectly fine to play without any any of it.
Mhm.
Like, because God, I didn't even play RuneLight until like late 2018, like October 2018 or something. I think RuneLight started being big in like 2016, 2017. I don't know. So it's like, I remember in Chambers, I used to time my overload using the little shitty timer, and on head phase, I wouldn't look at the timer, but you could tell because like it was almost one full rotation of the head every time, and you would shift a little bit, but it would be like by one bow hit or so every
Yeah.
rotation. And I was like, oh, like you can find workarounds for most of the things, but so I genuinely don't believe. Like I don't. So many people are like, I swear down, I'm gonna quit instantly. I'll quit the second rune light becomes unavailable. I'm like, it's gonna be bad. Like especially if you do a bunch of other stuff like farming times. It's so nice with Runelight. It's like it just have it. It's just
Yeah.
there. Oh, I can check the ping of every world. That's also really cracked, right? You can have stat timers in general are just very nice because when it's not overload and it's just you don't have a timer sitting on your screen and stuff. And I know some people like tile markers. Tile markers can be really good, especially if you're using like some shit like fucking solo TOB, like where every tile looks the same. Yeah, use some tile markers, right? But I don't think any of that is so game breaking that whatever percent of the community is saying, I'll quit at the drop of a hat, is like, I'm gonna quit. I swear I'll do it. It's like, I don't know if you're gonna really quit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm perfectly down to play without any client. In fact, I did that for most of the time I was playing this game. So
I mean, I'd be down too. I would say right now the really unfortunate thing is it feels like people want to get like really, really into like deep speed running for top. It's like you're kind of forced to have to play on client because you have shit like fucking Socket Maze that is like a free time skip, right?
yeah,
And then some of the crazy shit for Nilo too. Like it's insane. Like the plugins that have been developed for Nilo. You got shit that's like, oh, this shit right here. You see this fucking little guy? He's gonna turn into a range in a couple of ticks. Did you know that? You gotta kill him first. Like it's insane. Like the plugins that have been developed for top. It just feels like if you want to get into like really, really, really max up top, it's like you're forced to get into it, dude. Otherwise, you're gonna be inefficient. It's just it fucking blows, right? But at least in like Chambers, CM, you don't need it, dude. Like you really don't. Like sure, you got like people with AOE warnings and shit, and it's just turning your brain off at Voss and Shams, and then when that shit's gone, congratulations, you're a chestnut, bro. You're just gonna sit there and die like an idiot. This shit, like, that's why I always view Voss as one of the hardest rooms, because you gotta be like turbo aware of where people are. Even then, there's like some things you can do to kind of like cheat your way at Vasa to kind of not get fucked. Like, for example, there's a lot of spots where you can kind of sit in the back, right? And you won't get hit by a boulder. That shit is pog. But it's just, there's just so many plugins that just makes everything so fucking easy. It sucks. It really sucks. Don't get me wrong, though. Like, I am someone that uses, like, TrueTile. I love using TrueTile. Like, default TrueTile is nice, like the one on your character, but I think they took out the NPC one out of default RuneLight, and I think that was because it was abusable in Tob with like the tomato and bloat.
Yeah, it used to show you like tomatoes. It would show like where it was about to move to.
Yeah.
It was because I guess the animation's like one tick behind or something where it's moving. It's something weird.
Yeah, so I've made sure not to use it in places like that, but I've been using it for Inferno and I've been using it for Chambers. But then again, like if that shit's like, oh, this is bad, like don't ever use it again, then sure, I'll stop using it, like 100%. That and I guess custom swapper for some of the prep stuff in Chambers. But
Yeah, I'd rather see like a equal playing field with like quote unquote base zone light shit for the most part.
yeah.
Yeah.
But if all that shit just gets completely removed, all right, fine. I'm completely fine with that. Like I'm okay with it.
I'd be sad if they like removed the stats indicator and like the tick counter on the report button.
Yeah, none of
Oh
that is, like,
man, the
egregious.
Oh, that's
tick counter on the report button is by far one of the most disgusting things on default RuneLite, in my opinion. It's really good for timing shit in mods, and you can use that shit at Mudtree. Like, hello, this shit's broken, dude. It's actually
Even
disgusting.
like for analysis.
Yeah, it's
really nice.
really good for
Yeah.
analysis.
Dude, for making like guides, it's so nice having that to refer back
Yeah.
to. I'm looking over my VODs.
I used it in my Ice Demon video, and like, if I ever eventually manage to find the time to make a Mutt video, you already know that shit's gonna be there. And be like, alright, look at this shit. Alright, what is it? Is it 2? Alright, add 5 to that. If you ever lose your chop set, congratulations, it's not gonna be 2 and 7. It's gonna be like fucking 3 and 8 at your end number, dude. But yeah, that's my take on it.
I mean, if they were, it's gonna be weird because at this point they're trying to remove like so much stuff, and a lot of it isn't like egregious. It's like, oh, like socket spec, for example, is just like what? Oh, people like it's so funny when people will be like, ooh, you look like you're using a cheat client, and it's like, oh, okay, so what's crazy about me knowing what my friend specs, right? Like, so the amount of times that like, ooh, someone just says, hey, I swear you're cheating, I think you're cheating, and it's like, what are you, you're watching me do the entire room on stream. You know I'm doing it legit, but it's like a special attack showed up on your name. Oh, the defense went lower when your teammates backed and it wasn't you. You're cheating. So what? I could be in voice with him, and he'll say I spec to 60, and I'll know the exact same thing. It's I don't know, like some people like them trying to take out all the base stuff. It's at this point it's gonna, because well everyone's trying to say, oh, like just ban all third-party clients.
Yeah.
And it's just like you're gonna get rid of so much stuff that is just like kind of quality of life.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know one thing that I think is even more crazy, right? Apparently there is a working mirror mode as well, so people could be streaming.
Oh yeah.
And you wouldn't even know that they're cheating at top because of mirror mode. It hides all the overlays. From what I've heard, apparently there's a working one for it, which is
I've
insane.
never seen it, so I don't know.
I mean, I've never seen it either, but only heard that there's a mirror mode, and that's just crazy to me. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I've heard of that as well. Like OBS will just on a stream it'll show something completely different than what they're seeing.
Yeah.
So then it's like you're seeing them play, but it's not showing any of the plugins.
It's just crazy to me, man. But I will admit this though, there are some like really funny ass plugins though that I wish could be like sanctioned in like default RuneLite. And one example is, okay, so I told this to a friend of mine a long time ago, and it was, so you guys know when bloat goes down, right? When bloat goes down, it plays the Windows 98 shutdown sound, and when bloat goes up, it plays the Windows 98 startup sound, but it's ear rape.
Oh no.
Shit like that would be cool to have sanctioned, but then again, I understand like some sound cues for stuff would be pretty broken.
There's also shit like getting stomped on left, you get screamed at by, I think, Manti or someone.
Afka!
Like,
Yeah, Afka! And then if you get hit big, it's like, Jesus Christ, or something. Yeah, like plugins like that are just be absolute meme to. Oh yeah, the Zarper screech, but it's siege. Yeah. Sheesh.
Or just replace thralls with like someone screaming every time they hit.
I mean, someone made a plugin where they took my voice for you know how like there's that 3-2-1 mage thing? Someone did that for Gauntlet where it's just me screaming mage in range. Fucking yeah.
It just changes to say 3-2-1 crystals every once in a while.
Crystals move, range pre-after move. Lightning's
throw them
coming,
off.
lightning's coming.
Give it like a 10% chance, like a 1% chance. It just replaces the audio of 3-2-1 crystals move. Just really confuse them.
Just imagine if you had like plugins that could fuck with you. Like, there's like you have like a 1 in 1,000 chance your fucking mouse goes from one corner of your screen to the other corner or some shit like that. Holy fuck! Hindrance plugins, dude. Like, whew.
That's a real hard mode we need.
That would be hard mode. That'd just be fucking terrible, bro. Imagine if you're Zuck and you just position yourself, and then the fucking next click you do, the fucking thing drags the other corner, and then you're running out. Like that shit. Like, Oh god, these are some fucking bad ideas. This is why we should not be plugin makers.
No, I think we should.
Who knows? Alright, so any other things we'd like to add on to third-party clients before we move on, or is that it?
Probably good.
Alright.
Not really.
That's all I can say.
So, the next question is just how, like, KC Gathering has kind of changed for a lot of slow stuff like God Wars and the Wilderness. How do people feel about boosting for KC becoming more meta nowadays, or even for competitions like Bingo? Example, wildly boosting Corp, God Wars, Arachnus, etc. Possibly even next boosting becoming a thing. We don't even know if it'll become a thing, but who knows? Like, if it ends up being simple and it can be played on multiple accounts, then people might next boost.
Boosting is, I don't know, because I always played the game in a real weird kind of way. I was like completionist type shit.
Yeah.
So like at one point I had a goal where I was like trying to go for like triple digit KC in all bosses. Then I realized I needed 100 KC in Briofita. I needed 100 KC in Scotazone. I was like, okay, yeah, this is stupid. Somehow I did get 100 KC in Obor, but you know that I guess
What?
that was a bunch of wasted time. But it's like, so personally, it doesn't really impact me that much because like we're gonna be boosting. I don't know. A lot of this stuff I kind of already had for like combat achievements. Like, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong. I think the KC tasks and combat achievements were insanely, it's way higher than they needed to be. It was just so unnecessary because you'll be done all the tasks before you'll have a tenth of the KC and every task will be completed, and then the next 9/10ths of the KC will just be you repeating it over and over again.
Mhm.
Or
Yeah.
oh, you want me to do 5 hours of Temporos? Or why not? That's
Pong.
particularly hard. I was like, oh my fucking god. Me and Kirby both went thousands of fucking neck rails
Oh
dry
yeah.
trying to get dark totems. This one motherfucker respawned right before I killed it. I was like, look,
Dude, I've been like
Scotus, yeah,
twice.
Scotizo, dude. This is not particularly hard, right?
Yeah.
But like the whole boosting thing is like I don't. So I can totally understand why people would launch it for that. I guess in the sense of like, oh, bingo, it's a little not like team spirit or whatever. But I think that's kind of on the onus of the people organizing the event,
Yeah.
less so like Jagex to enforce the lack of boosting. But outside of that, like I don't know. I just don't see like maybe it's not the best way to play the game integrity wise, but I don't think there's a proper way to enforce it. So outside of that, I'd just say do whatever you want, boost if you want. It is what it is. Nobody's gonna be able to stop you. So
Yeah, I feel the same way. There's not really any good way to enforce it outside of for Iron Man, obviously.
Oh yeah.
But just
Especially for
just
Iron Man, like a solo game mode and Iron Man are getting boosted.
yeah. Well, I mean, like for I guess like for some of the bosses, but you can't boost like God. Well, yeah, you can't boost like God Wars, but you can boost ones that are like Spec and Corp and
Yeah.
other stuff. But yeah, I feel like it just kind of let people do what they're gonna do. It's an MMO. People are gonna combine together to fight bosses and do whatever.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine.
I think it's fine. I mean, I myself am someone who's trying to get more into playing on multiple accounts. I think it's kind of cool. Then again, there is some things that I don't think is necessarily good. Like the whole boosting Iron Man thing is kind of bad. Like they kind of chose to play the game mode that way, right? Why are they doing this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I think boosting is an interesting skill, right? And it is another thing that people consider. So I have partaken in 2 Oblivion bingos and like 1 streamer bingo. And being good at boosting is one skill that might put you on the map, right? You've got like, are you good at Tob? Are you good at like, do you have like a fuckload of Slayer points stocked up and can you grind that? Like boosting / playing on multiple accounts is just another skill that's just like, can you do this? Can you boost? Can you boost Corp? Can you boost KQ? Like, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, but I guess I can kind of see where it might take out some of the fun for certain things, I guess. Might make things like too easy. So.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of like, ooh, game integrity, like there's really no argument against it the way I see it.
Yeah.
It's just like if you care about game integrity, maybe you have an issue with it. But outside of that, it's like it's just people not trying to spend 7,000 hours getting a pet, or people not trying to get swamp ass playing the game 18 hours a day for a bingo. It's like, well, fair enough. I don't have any issue with people trying to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus you can't even really distinguish between boosting or someone could just be using alts they have, and then it's like, I don't think anyone has an issue of if someone's gonna play on multiple accounts at the same time, like they're not boosting, but it's just they're alting. But how are you gonna tell the difference code-wise? Yeah.
Boosting definitely a lot less controversial of a topic. I think everyone's on pretty much the same page.
I wanted to introduce that topic because it kind of goes a little bit more in line with what I'm gonna say next, which is how do you guys feel more about boosting for CA tasks? Like, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? And then looking at people doing login jobs for CA.
Oh no.
I guess I'm not a fan of people logging in to do it for them, but it's tricky of teams because it's like, okay, well you can't really boost for solo content other than login jobs. So like at least if you're good enough to complete all the solo Grandmaster tasks, you're probably good enough to do the team content if you have a good enough team. So I don't really have that much of an issue of team boosting, I guess, in that regard. I mean, still prefer the idea of like, because it's like, how do you differentiate between boosting or just like, you have some friends helping you out, just versus going with you casually to help you get it versus people you're paying to boost you. Because so I don't know. For me, I guess team wise, I don't really have an issue with it because if you dip a solo stuff, you're probably good enough to get the team stuff done, and you still have to. You can't hold back your team if you're doing perfect top and you're horrible. Doesn't matter how good your teammates are, you're not gonna get through it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I think the team tasks on their own are fine because if you're going for the Grandmaster time, I feel like you kind of have to hold your own. Like especially in the CM5s environment, or if you're an Iron Man and you're doing CM5s, usually you gotta like it from right on prep, and that shit ain't easy, homie. Like you gotta be able to hold your own. You can't just like fucking just go in and blam, easy fucking test, right? So I think the team tasks they're pretty good. Like it's just the biggest issue I'd have to say is like finding teams is so fucking hard, especially for like top 5s and CM5s. Like, and there's not a lot of people that want to be charity services. And don't get me wrong, right? I've already helped like a couple of my viewers with some of those CM times, right? Whether it's like some normal chambers times or some of the CM times, but I don't make it like my stream objective or my mission to just do like all the time, right? Because if I'm being honest, I would much rather bring people who I know I'm going to keep potting with. Like, recently, I started potting with 2 guys, right? Like, really good friends of mine. One person that's my CM coach, Rixie, right? Homeboy. But I've been potting with him so much because he's fucking really good. Finished boomer. And I want to, show him the ropes. But yeah, it's just like, I guess it's fine in that sense. If you're having like real struggles finding people, then yeah, I think it's a good thing because it's incentive for people to do it, right? For the people to boost, and it's just you got to pay up the coin, right? Now for the login jobs, on the other hand, no, I'd say it's bad. Login jobs are bad. That's it. I don't know what else to say. Just I don't think login jobs are good. I think they're bad.
Like you do CA to like improve yourself as a player, like to expand your content, right? And then you pay other people to do like what? And like it's illegal as well. Like you can't have other people log into your account.
The police will get you.
And I really hate login jobs.
Yeah, all I'm saying, bro, is if you are depending on a login job to get your CA task done, all I'm saying is your PP is fucking turbo small, dude. You have a turbo small PP, and I'm not afraid to say it, dude. I'm not afraid to say it. You have a turbo small PP. That's it, bro.
It's like literally the same as like buying a cape. Like why?
Yeah.
No.
Takes the achievement away from your Zuckham, dude.
I mean, I don't really care. I don't know. I don't care that much if they do it. I mean, I think it's dumb because I don't think any of the combat achievements are hard enough to do it. And if you're doing something that's insane, So I don't think any of the combat achievements are hard enough to warrant not learning it and having someone else log into your account and do it. But if you were to do it for something that was hard enough, at that point, are you doing it for the achievement? Because then it's not your achievement, right? Are you doing it because you're gonna flex it? You're flexing something that you didn't do? What are you, a pussy? What the fuck?
Pussy
Like-
and small dick, bro? Like, hello?
Yeah, like, so personally, I don't really, like, let's say you really want the Zuck helm, you're eating on money, and you don't care about the risk to your account, because that's something we can't underestimate. If you decide to launch it, I don't really care. Whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't have that much beef with it. But you have to undergo the risk for it, and it also matters, like, how you're doing it. Because if you're going around telling your friends, oh my god, I completed the combat achievements, it's like, okay. You're flexing something you didn't even do yourself on a fucking 20-year-old Java clicking game. Like, what the fuck are you doing with your
It's
life,
like
right?
people buying capes and then flaming cheese capers.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what?
exactly. You can't flame someone about some shit that you didn't do. Like, what the fuck are you on about? Right? It's just, it's weird. And, like, that's when it gets bad for me. But if someone just wants, like, I want 3 Zuck tasks.
Flame? Did you say flame? Nice first account play.
Shut up, bitch.
There's no way. Wait, how many people here have Zuck helms?
Do you have it? Because then 3.
All
I
3 of
do.
us, dude. Toy's
Yeah,
the one
you
that's
three.
working on
Uh,
it.
I have the first account. I have the first account.
Ooh, kind of.
Once he gets the Zuck helm, he unlocks the face cam. That's how it works.
What? the-
No, he's a cat IRL, dude. Someone said it in chat. He's like, holy fuck, Toy's a cat IRL? This is oh,
Yo, do you want to see my toy costume? Wait, is it lagging?
did it
Oh,
just-
no, you first.
who made that noise?
I was- Yo, want to see my toy cosplay?
What the fuck is this? He came prepared, bro!
That's my toy cosplay. Maybe like
This
this for the
man
rest of
came
the stream.
fucking prepared, dude. What the fuck?
Just flexing the abs. Okay, I get it.
Alright.
Holy fuck. Alright, we get So, I guess, there isn't really much else for us to say in that regard, so, I guess here comes our next question. How do people feel about the wilderness? Throwing PvMers into PvP territory, whether it be money, CA, being an Iron Man, Omega LOL, that needs to get items, or pets.
I
like
like the
the-
Wally. Like, I like picking, getting picky. Like, I think everybody at some point has seen picking videos, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And like picking used to be like a really big thing. And like I pick it myself sometimes. I'm like garbage, but whatever, right? But yeah, I like the wilderness. The problem with the wilderness is just it's overrun, but like fucking raw and like single clan. Like you go to PK or like you do anything, you get logged in, and like 50 billion people in SS will like follow you. Like what? And another thing with the world is like the rewards are dog shit. Like while you go do revs for like 2 mil per hour, you can do top for even more, and it's more fun. And like you want to do like Venonitis, you get like step 40s and shit. Like what?
I mean, at
Oh
Ven
my
and
God.
Addis, that's why
Oh,
people
some
have been
shit.
using, like... It feels like for what? Like all of them? You pretty much have to use, like, some
You have to
form of
glitch,
bug
yeah.
abuse.
Yeah.
Vedion, even Callisto, people have been bringing it out. Oh, the other thing is, like, people have been bringing Callisto all out to fucking Anna Carl and, like, the Total Worlds. I think that's Rot that's been doing it. Just so they... Yeah, they've been cucking people that way. Insane.
I mean, it's dumb that they. I don't know. I don't know how they fathomed that. Well, I guess they probably didn't expect it to be a solo boss, huh? But it was so. I don't know. Like, where did they think the game mechanics? Like, in what world is it fathomable that this boss is going to be actively killed for when it just one hits people? Like the. Oh my god, I have some beef with fucking Callisto.
I hate
Because
Callisto.
I tried to be I
Fuck
tried to be a
Callisto, bro.
legitimate gamer one time. And back all the way in like 2017, I was like, "Oh, this shit drops 100 dragon bones." When 100 dragon bones was a pretty good drop, right?
Yeah.
'Cause back then, oh, Vedion Callisto, good money. These days, dog shit. What the fuck are we gonna do, right? Like Toy said, go do some TOB, have more fun, do it, it's fine. But at the very least, back then, I was like, okay, I get 100 dragon bones. It's I don't know, I'm pretty happy about that. And then they nerfed the drops, so even less incentive to do it now. But you go to Callisto, he 60s you one time, and then he 3 ticks later he does it again. Who thought this was a fucking good boss? And then Venenatus one hits you from any health, doesn't unless you're overbrewed.
50-50.
It's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, why did they sit here and were like, this is a fucking great idea, boys? Like,
And then they also have like 400 defense plus. Like, what?
yeah,
You can't hit.
running around in fucking Varrox, bro. I don't know. It's not a smart idea. They're talking about, oh, we're gonna fix the fucking the area so you can't save spot it anymore. That's just gonna kill the boss.
Mhm.
Well, it'll be active for 2 days, and then people are gonna realize, wow, this boss is dog shit without a safe spot, and then they're not gonna fucking come anymore. It's just like,
Yeah.
what? But yeah, the general thing with the wildy. I mean, I like the wildy. I used to run in there all the time when I was a kid. I was scared. Sometimes we did PKing. I'm not gonna lie. One time, me and the boys were running around in a free to play world, and a guy logged in with his void. We killed him. I might be a dickhead, but that's some of the best fun that you have with the boys, right? He can't eat any of his food because it's all members. He's trying to click his sharks. He can't do anything.
Yeah.
We picked up this 40K cash, and that was it. But
It is what it is.
it's like sometimes you just have fun. Sometimes it's just fun, right? I've had my fair share of sometimes going out in singles, sometimes going out in multi. But so I don't have any particular beef with PKers, but I'm always bittersweet about throwing PvMers into PvP territory. It's kind of what you have to do because that's how you facilitate the PvPers running into each other. What are they going to do? There's 500 worlds, and if they have to run around every little scratch of the entire wilderness, nobody's going to find anybody.
Yeah.
But so you kind of have to throw the PvMers out there. It sucks, but I'm sorry, guys. That's kind of like the only way they really do it. And for money, wilderness, Toy said it, it's fucking dog shit money. Combat achievements, that's just annoying. Because
Yeah.
there's 300 KC you have to get. That's fucking stupid, but that's combat achievements being dumb. So, yeah.
Like the old refs are nice in a way that like it was active and like it was good money and you could like pick it up with the boys all the time.
Oh,
The only
100%.
thing that really sucked is the clans, like holding down worlds. And that's
Yeah.
the downfall of refs.
Rep protection.
But otherwise,
I
it
mean,
was like
money
good
protection.
money, and like you could pick it with the boys, get PK. Like, it was fun times.
It's all
Yeah,
fun
for
and
me,
games until you get logged in by 100 people, bro.
Yo,
All of them in snakeskin bandanas.
Yeah.
Ballista.
Bro, I
Sounds
remember pulled up a chaos altar and we wore like different attire of like black masks, like we had black dragon masks and some other stuff, and we would just pull up and just start fucking gunning people down with black salamanders, dude. It was insane. Black salamander gang on my chest, baby.
Dude, we got no idea what to pray.
Yeah, because they don't. You can only go off of sound. And when all three of them on you, what are you gonna do, bro? Mage, range, and melee, bro? It's game over. Can't breed against us.
But yeah, for me, I'm a big fan of Wilderness. I wish it was more active. Obviously, the bosses are really bad. They have Civic Gun rework it. I feel like what they need to do, give us content that like currently right now, obviously they're trying to get PvMers into Wilderness a lot with like, but you got the Chaos Altar, you got the bosses and stuff. I feel like what they need to do is could even maybe do something with rework the boss, but make it so that whatever content you're doing in the Wilderness, it's optimal to do it while geared to fight other players, so that like rather than having PvMers be what the PvPers are hunting, they could be maybe hunting some sort of boss that it's ideal to fight in PvP gear, and then maybe like the boss will, like when you kill it, it resupplies you. Like you always have an inventory you're ready to fight. Like you're collecting loot, so you're risking more and more, but you're always ready for like a fair fight. Like I feel like just the Wilderness should have content that encourages PvPers to have content to do and earn into other PvPers. Versus right now, it's like you have to bring in full Varax or some bullshit items that are gonna just hinder you in a PvP fight. And even if you want to anti-PK, you're like at such a disadvantage. I feel like that would help a lot of just make content where you can fight back rather than content that forces you to just be screwed because your inventory is full of all this random bullshit to kill a boss.
That is a very interesting take. I would actually enjoy if I had a fighting chance against these fucking dickheads, bro.
In that sense, I think the Revs was actually such a good way to do it but they fucked it. They should have done
Yeah.
Revs the way it was pre-EOC. Pre-EOC, people were running around Revs with like chaotic mauls and shit, right? Which wasn't a bad PK weapon, if I'm
It's
honest.
really strong.
You-
Chaotics were
Yeah,
really
you run
strong.
around and you hit the fuck out of people. But like because I don't know why, but they made it so what the fuck is it? Like they heal super fast or whatever, and it's like okay, well blowpipe. Now we're using blowpipe, and it's like well you can't fucking kill anybody with a blowpipe.
Yeah.
Oh right, I think it was Revs pre-OC. They would heal according to how fast you were hitting them or something, and that's why everybody mauled them because
Oh,
you couldn't use something that was like you use something really strong and really stuff because in Revs like we would run around every now and then with fucking Armadillo God swords if we were running around and doing this. Sculpture King, that's an unfortunate part, but I mean AGS is 7 mil now anyways.
yeah.
But we would run around and like we would just if people got on us, I just AGS the fuck out of them, bro. Like honestly, me and a magic short bow and an AGS didn't really kill too many people when we're in multi, but if you had the boys with you, it was hella fun because some guy gets on you and then you just coordinate both spec him on 3 2 1.
Gangbang
Boom,
his ass, bro.
50
I won't
50.
see
He's
it.
gone, right?
Yeah.
It's like so I don't know the way you're saying it where you should have been geared for it. It's like if they had revs the way it was before instead of the way it is now, like it would have been I don't know. It would have been better to facilitate that, but I don't know why they switched it up. Like blowpipe's better now. It's like what? I remember I pulled up the revs and I was like, oh, I swear AGS is gonna be so good here, or Elder Maul or Chaotic or Rapier or whatever, because like people would use that, and then now it's like, no. I don't know where they got the
Ravage.
inspiration for that, but
Yeah.
you know, it wasn't too crazy. Not my favorite update or adaptation that they made. Hmm. I don't know what else is. They have so many things in the wilderness that they could have really like elaborated on. Because like, they have the little volcano, they have the fucking Fountain of Rune, and then remember the first wilderness expansion? They're like, we're putting in mammoths. It's like, what
Bro,
who's killing
Mammoths
mammoths?
look fucking weird as shit.
Yeah, like nobody does. I don't know. There's so much stuff there now that nobody uses anymore, man. Mammoths, let's
Yeah.
fucking
I
go.
mean,
Exactly.
mammoths are good for multiplayer, I guess, but that's a...
I don't know. Like
No.
they haven't. They're not doing anything anymore. Like, oh,
Oh,
we're gonna buff the level of Dark Warriors. They
Oh
drop
shit.
anything? No. Ooh, that chest in the Rogue's Castle that drops that you're supposed to loot for money. What do I get from it? 30 iron and 50 coal. What?
the Rogue's Castle chest?
Yeah,
I thought
you
that
Yeah,
was
the
really
can. That
good.
used to be a moneymaker. We
Well,
used to go and loot the Rogue's Castle chest. Like it's level what, 74 or something? It's supposed to be like
yeah.
pretty high level.
Did they nerf it?
No, but it's just not good
Oh.
in today's standards.
I remember back then it was pretty good. I remember I saw like in a friend video on it, and then that was
Yeah.
that. But I didn't really follow if anything else changed in regards to is it a good thing or not. I don't really watch the wilderness too often.
Yeah, we don't. There's not a whole lot we can. I don't know. Wilderness kind of just inactive and left with weird content in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can throw a gold ring into the volcano. Get the golem cutscene.
precious.
Like, does it actually work like that? Because I
Yeah,
wouldn't
it
be
was something
surprised.
like that. Pretty sure I've done it
Holy.
before.
There's also one where like you know the jar of souls. If you use that on like a soul altar, some lady pulls up and like starts dancing or something.
I know
Interesting.
if you
I'm
use Dream,
I'm
you
not
get the
memeing,
jump
bro.
scare.
Oh, the jump scare.
I
Nightmare
don't know
jar,
about
yeah.
the kid fucking dancing though. Someone
Bro,
in
I'm
chat saying
pretty
I PK'd
sure.
them.
I'm telling you, it's the truth. If I'm wrong, then I guess I suck some cock, bro. But I remember like if you use the jar on the soul altar, it's Easter egg. So yeah,
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
there's some other Easter eggs, but apparently not all of them have been found yet with the jars. Okay, so this one's kind of a memey question, I guess, to kind of break it up. But at the same time, it is somewhat serious. And this is, how do people feel about the worlds lately since the release of Group Iron Man? Should we destroy all Group Iron Men in our conquest to restore the worlds to their former glory, or should we banish them to their own worlds? But the main point is, like, how do people feel about the worlds just being absolute dog shit now?
8. Like more than 8.
100%.
Like,
1000%.
like the worlds can facilitate 2k people, but you only want to play on like 400 pop because then it starts lagging. Beyond that, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
really?
Dude, I've been waking up at like 6 p.m., so I'm on the ideal scuffed schedule where no one's on. So I'm chilling.
Okay.
I-
Damn.
So, I used to do Gauntlet on US East Worlds, right? When I was trying to go for the good times. Thank God I got corrupted Gauntlet when I did get it, but, like, holy fuck, dude. Trying to do, like, Gauntlet or anything, like, on US East on the late times, it's fucking bad. I had to resort to playing on UK, and I just like US East because, like, I have super low ping, so it lets me be a little bit more AFK in the brain because of the extra reactivity, right? But it's just like, bro, like, please fix the worlds. The stutters, just shipping lag is just not fun. Like, we used to play on UK all the time for just top and stuff, but now I feel like the routing is just even worse or something. It just doesn't feel the same.
I don't
Yeah,
know
like
what
when-
the fuck happened.
when
Like,
the Ford-
before- yeah,
Oh, wait, you
before
go,
they
you
used to have like, because I swear everyone says this. Before we used to have a lot of people playing. We used to have 800 people, and it was not that noticeable. It was like, okay, like 800 people, you could play on it. Now you play on 800, you're getting like 2 tick delays, then you have a 0 tick delay, then you get like another 2 tick delay. It's spiky. It's not even consistent. It's terrible. And
Yeah.
if you even try and play on an LMS world, it's disgusting. Like, what the
Oh,
hell's going
yeah.
on? Local ping LMS? I shit you not. When I was in Odablock's PvP NH tournament, me and a friend we were practicing on an Australian world, 10 times cleaner than any North American LMS world. It's like 400 people, but it's Australian, and it's somehow better than fucking my local ping.
Yeah.
What's going on? It's fucking terrible, and it was not like that before. I don't know what's going on.
LMS World, you say? Remember what the decision that we had during the high risk tournament where we
Yeah,
decided to play
exactly.
on Oz LMS?
Legit.
Bad
Oh my
ping for
God.
everyone and fucking high pop, bro. Oh my, that was actually so bad.
Yeah. In case people don't know, during the high risk TOB tournament, Sido's group, along with Addy, Lane, some other players I don't particularly
Dom?
remember.
Penguino is his name.
Yes.
And
Dom,
there was one person from Inferno whose name I can't remember. Fuck.
Tiring or something. But all you,
Was it something Nano?
yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, no, it was tiring. But all of you played on the fucking Australian LMS world, and it was so fucked. Like people
Nano
couldn't
Ray.
tiki, people couldn't pray to Nilo boss, people couldn't. It's fucked.
I mean,
Right?
I felt like Nano Boss was fine. It was just like bloat was scary, and tech eating was also scary.
Yeah.
Got-
There's a stupid, disgusting delay.
Yeah. Yeah, bloat was so bad. That's the reason why people died. It wasn't because of me trying to do some dumb shit. Then again, it looked fucking cool and it was hilarious. But yeah, it was just so bad.
Yeah, I don't know. They need to do something about the population because there's no point in having all these worlds if all of them are fucking dog shit.
Yeah.
Like, they do a lot of server maintenance, but I feel like every time they do it, it just gets worse or something like a world get worse and then the other worlds get better, but like it just shifts the problem.
Yeah, it's like, are they like going into the maintenance room or something, and then someone like fucking drops their bottle of soda on the server they recently fixed or something? Like, what is going on? What we doing, boys?
For fucking
Never mind some bitcoins on the side.
You might be onto something.
I don't know. I have to ask, does anyone know like the population, like, because I genuinely don't think this is the most people we've ever had on RuneScape. I'm pretty sure we've had more people on RuneScape before. Like,
I think so, but like there was like a pretty big influx of players when it got released, right? And I think we had like 200,000. Was it 200,000 like concurrent players, or like somewhere over 100K? Like it was a lot. But even then, I noticed like 180k. I noticed like the East Worlds especially was just like filled to the brim with people. I was just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because I don't know. I feel like back then, more people or more concentrated at the very least, and I don't know. We're doing way better back then than we are now.
I would think it's just all the updates, like, there could be things that are constantly running, like certain, I don't know, bosses or just like random things that are just in the game, constantly checking to see if someone's doing something. Just from all the new updates, that could be causing more strain on the servers with less people. I don't know.
Maybe it's the fact that instances are like more the thing nowadays, right?
Could be a bit of that as well.
Because I think instances do affect it. A lot.
Yeah, because you also have, Zalcano is just, like think of like, yeah, it's Zalcano. That's a boss that's like wandering around doing weird shit, even if nobody's in the room. There's always random little things in each world that being added on. But I don't know how much of a difference those little things make. Who knows?
Yeah.
Someone in chat says there's 84,000 people playing right now. It's like, yeah, we definitely had more people than that before.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we've had like 150k, I swear.
yeah, and it's gonna be so much worse now than it is anywhere near back then. So
Maybe it's because we're also like what's the word? More aware when shit lags. Like that might help, but
Yeah.
at the same
that is
time,
that
like
is very
more
that is
more
very true.
instances probably doesn't help the case either. But who knows, man?
Yeah.
Mhm. Definitely, I definitely back then. I remember I used to play on 302 just because I liked passing by people all the time. Like it made me feel like, oh, RuneScape, still like, and we do kind of have still like a thriving community. But
Yeah.
now, but like I would play on 302, so like, I'd just pass by people walking to buy stuff. I'd pass by people in the street, and it's like, oh, it makes me feel like I'm a kid again. And I would
Yeah.
just never notice the lag. So some part is probably attributed to just like us being more keen and aware of like delays, but 100% was definitely not this bad before.
Who knows, man? Okay, so this one I already know is gonna grind one person's gears really hard when I bring it up. But what is your guys' thoughts on cock scouting / the deep underground world of scout botting as a response to scouting being a really bad mechanic in Chambers?
Pepper left.
Yeah, so the only person I think has dealt with it a lot in this call is probably Toy, because he's a moderator in leader raids, and yeah, he's had to filter out a lot of that shit.
Should I start then? Mocha?
I guess you can start if you want.
I'm down to hear a hot take.
I really hate scout botters. I think what they should do to like remove scout botting, because it's dog shit. I hate scout botters so much. What they should do is you get traded in uniques, Chambers uniques, to like the mountain guide, and then you get X amount of free scout rolls. That way you have a golden item sink, but still people like can buy scouts in a way, and it removes the need for scout bots entirely. So, like for example, you would trade in an arcane for one free scout, and then Ancestral will be like 5 scouts, for example. It would scale with item rates, and that way you don't have scout botters. People still get their scouts, and uniques will be worth more because they're being sunk into scouts.
Sounds like
I feel like
probably
that's
the
a-
most efficient
Yeah.
solution that they could
Yeah.
implement.
I feel like I've had a similar idea before, but it was like getting something similar. So I think that's a really good idea. It
I think it's a
solves
good
everything.
idea too. Like I'll say this right now. So people didn't know. At one point, I used to be with Toy, a part of a world record team for the Sevens Chambers of Zurich. But the biggest issue was like getting scouts is a pain in the ass. Like the demand for scouts versus the supply is just not there. And then we were competing with people who were just like getting nonstop scouts. And not to say like, oh, the guys who got the record were scout botting, but scout botting is a prevalent issue.
Yeah.
It's fucking outrageous, dude. It's outrageous.
Also means people don't like need alts anymore to like pre-scout in efficient for plus
Yeah.
ones or whatever, right?
It's
Like you might still do it because it might be like better GP, but like you don't need it anymore. Or like if you get unlucky, you can still buy a scout, right?
I
When
really.
when we were running for I think me and one of my friends were running for like top 10 solo chambers at one point or whatever. Or maybe it was just sub 15, whatever it was. Um, we used to just have six of us in the call because like I don't know, we all have no lives. Like two of us would actually be running, but then we'd be like, hey TSM, you want a scout? I'll pay you 3 mil if you pick up a scout. And somehow we managed to rope in like squads of like 6 man at a time just scouting. And it'd be so funny because we'd pick up a nice raid. We'd be like, oh shit, hype him up, hype him up. Everybody's hyping him up. Pays 3 mil, goes in. The boss is 2 crystal, and he just leaves.
Yeah, I mean,
All right, time to scout for another hour.
for one thing, if there was like more of a supply for scouts, it would make it easier to just be like, okay, well, this is just the reset really quick. Instead, it's like you have to usually just run whatever you got, right? But the other thing is like, I really don't think the scout botting thing is gonna go away unless Jagex presents some sort of solution outside of just their quote unquote bot detection system, right?
Yeah.
Shit is getting so advanced nowadays. If they really, really want to get rid of this whole scout botting problem, then I really think like some sort of sync, like using like as Toy said, like using some of like the useless, cheap chambers items for scouts would be great. And you could even do some dumb lore shit, like be like, oh yeah, there's like this ancient Zarek guy who like turned against Zarek, bro, and he's like he can show you through the chambers, right? He can show you through the chambers, and that gives you a free scout, like a good scout. At the cost of those precious items he can't get his hands on because he's too weak. He's too frail. Pay me, Jagex. Pay me. I'm giving you ideas, bro. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I really do think like they should do something about it. I don't know if a lot of people are aware of it, but yeah, it's just like it's a big problem. So, yeah.
The only downside is like people like scout on the site for money, but like now you can do like actual shit.
Yeah.
Like you're free.
I mean, I don't really think it's a bad thing.
I feel like it's trash money, isn't it? Like, if anything, that's liberating.
It's really bad money, yeah.
Yeah, like,
people do like on the sites when scaling with ults, I think, for the most part.
I think so.
I feel like, with this update, it would make it that all the shit you need to go up in price, so you make more money just by doing raids now. So that'd be nice.
Yo, Merchers' mouths are watering right now, dude. Like, fucking Arcane's gonna go up in price, dude.
So I got 1 million of them in the bank.
Did I tell you how I bought 5 for 1 GP each?
Like,
what?
What?
I have a screenshot of me buying 5 arcanes for 1 GP each overnight.
This money bag's over here. Holy fuck!
Holy.
He's playing all of you, dude. Don't sell your arcades for 1
It's
GP.
genuinely in there.
They're gonna go for
I
Hemmiez.
still have the offer in.
Go in Hemmiez' pocket, bro.
But you have to keep in mind that like the system wouldn't just be for arcanes, like it'd be for like all the items.
It'd be for all of them.
So like all the items will go.
Yeah, it would like bring stuff up in price because of
like they might have to occasionally update it, or have maybe the GE value kind of determine how many galaxy gear or something. I don't know. Like we have to, because like it might be weird if like no one's ever gonna give a T-bow if it's like when T-bow's 1 bill, maybe it'd be worth this many, but when now it's like 600 mil, it's only worth this many scouts.
I mean, look at some of the items from Gauntlet, right? What they did to kind of help the price of it is like you can convert them into shards, and a lot of shards. If it's like I think the crystal, right? The enhanced weapon series can shards, which is probably more for irons. Like you said, you don't ever see someone putting in a T-bow for like custom scouts, right? But the same premise could probably be applied to the chambers items, right? Might bring up the price where they can. It'd be really good.
Yeah, they could do that. Just you trade in for shards, and you have a certain amount of scouts. Like the shards give you scouts, and just have a shard value for every item that you get to trade in for.
Jagex, please, Jagex. I'm on my knees. I'm sucking dick.
Get those DMs. Get those DMs of Ash.
Yeah.
Can we talk about how Jagex decided to multiply the drop rate of all prayer scrolls by 8? Within like the first month.
Yeah, dude, holy fuck! They not only did they split it from like a prayer scroll.
Yeah.
And then they multiplied it, as well.
Yeah. Like,
was it preserved like the same scroll?
It was, yeah.
It was. But it was all 3. It was preserve, augury, and rigor. But you already know what people were buying a scroll for. They were only buying it for rigor and nothing else.
I think the split was fine. That's effectively
Yeah.
doubling the drop rate, and I'm fine with that. You know, you can split them. That's cool.
Mhm.
Then like within now this all happens within a month, which is so stupid because like it's 2017. Oh, this we want the prayers to be pretty common, right? Or okay, yeah, it's the most common thing on the table, and then they split it. So now it's two times the most common thing on the table. And then for some reason, like 1 week passes by, and they're like, Dex is still over 100 mil. We're doubling it. That's it. Double both of them. So now we're looking at 4 times the drop rate, right?
Yeah, it was
And
insane.
it's like okay, now we're already kind of going overboard. Another week passes. We're 2 weeks after release. Oh, this crazy content that's so strong and gives such good rewards. The drops are still expensive? Fuck it, double it again. Double it again. We're doing it right now. Within a month, the rating of a prayer scroll goes from 5 to 40. What? Tell me you're not an idiot for doing that. Like what?
You know what they say, right? Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, and then
That was not patience.
here we are a couple years later, and arcanes are being bought for 1 GP each. It's like, damn, yeah, that was wow. Couldn't see that coming. I was like, God, especially because you only use one per account.
Yeah.
Like nobody really thought about that. I don't know,
So we
man.
need a sync. Give us the scouts of the scrolls.
Yeah,
I think
literally. I
that'd be
mean,
really
there's
good, dude.
Like everyone would be, even Iron Man who have like dupes can use it.
Yeah. Ooh, good point. Then again, I don't know. I mean, I guess it would make sense if we keep the fact that you can get rewards from chambers. Then the
Yeah, like don't remove the rewards. Just
Yeah.
you trade in shit and you just get the
Yeah.
normal.
Like you're paying for the scout, you're not getting the scout for free.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still a money sink long term.
You've already
For
paid
sure.
for it. It could also be like, you trade in the item and you also maybe pay like, I don't know, 100k, 500k, something like it's gainer of some GP and the item, who knows.
Yeah,
knows, dude?
whatever. That'd be fine. Whatever.
But
all in favor of making scouting less aids. Aye.
Yep.
we can't see it right now. Toy's cam is broken, but he's raising his paw up.
Yep.
Okay,
Pretty
so
excited.
Yeah, I'll vote for Toy.
all right, so this is another. This is going to be an interesting question. This next one I'm going to ask. How do you think Reddit perceives high-level PvMers and max F players?
Mocha.
Hmm.
I mean,
Let's just go back to the example where Hemmiez said people were calling him a cheater for using socket specs. Yeah, that's the type of people.
Yeah.
Like they're really quick to jump the gun and like call us sweaty or call us cheaters and shit like that.
Addy, I swear you're cheating. He's openly cheating in front of JMods. How'd they invite him onto the podcast when he's hiding death animations?
Disclaimer though, it's not everybody in Reddit, but like
Yeah.
many people are like that.
yeah. Like I feel like I've had overall positive responses when I post some of my guides and achievements. Obviously there are some comments,
I mean,
but overall it's been pretty positive.
it kind of depends on the person you are, though, because like you have like the humble minority when it comes to like really good players in the high-level community. So obviously, I feel like those guys are gonna be like fucking praised and loved, especially when they're doing their best to actually help the community. But then you've got those people that just go to Godwares, right? And they're like, "Get the fuck out of my room before I call in my 50 accounts, bitch! Suck my fucking dick! I don't give a fuck if I'm ruining your day." And then guess what happens? That one guy you just told get the fuck out. He writes his fucking. Oh wait, I typed that in fucking Twitch chat. Anyway, they're gonna go Reddit and they're just gonna fucking go to town, bro. They're just gonna be like, fuck these guys, dude. I was just trying to kill bandos, solo, and I can't. Because this dickhead dude came in with his 50 accounts. Like, what? It's stuff like that kind of paves that interpretation of, like, high-level players. But it's just, like I said, I feel like there isn't a lot of, like, humble-ish high-level players. Like, it's, like, a small part of the community. So I feel like Reddit just focuses mostly on those guys, and they just hard flame them, right?
Like the stereotypes are usually based on facts, but like the problem with stereotypes is they apply to like the whole group when the whole group isn't like that.
Yeah. So I don't think that's good. I think that's a bad thing. But then again, it's only so much we can do because like we're only like what 4 people,
Mm-hmm.
and Like at the end of the day, like our actions can only help so many people if we want to go that route. So.
But
How
is it-
many, yeah. How many of you guys have met? Because I always find it baffling because like I've met some people who like some people meme on because some people have talked to me and they're like, oh, I do, ooh, like for example, when I during some things I host some events and I won't use cheats on stream. I won't cheat because it's pretty obvious. Like you just don't cheat, right? But I will not tell some of my competitors to be like, I'm gonna be monitoring your stream right now, and if you cheat, I'm kicking you out. I'm never being friends with you ever again. It's like I don't do that, right? Because at the end of its day, my events are to be hosted for fun. So if some people go on and they have socket spec indicators during my event, well, high-risk TOB tournament, I did make sure that nobody cheated, but
Even
like
playing field, yeah.
during a regular casual event, yeah, I'm not going to monitor everybody's stream because I don't have the manpower to do that. So I've met some people who have voiced concerns to me and they've been like, oh, well, I don't feel good about that. And it's like, these guys are they're fine, you know? So like some people have memed them. They've been like, "You're on Reddit. Oh, stop fucking around, Redditor." It's like, well, he's being perfectly reasonable. I don't mind that. But I've never seen. So I just find it so weird that like you go on Reddit and you get these people who genuinely complain about like you hid the death animation. You're cheating. You should ban him. He's doing it on stream.
Kill him!
Why?
Kill him on fire! Catch police!
I've never met anyone like that, and it's
Yeah.
so I don't know because I've never I don't know I can't meet it's baffling to me. I've never seen anyone who's
Cut his
that.
dick off.
So I'm curious, like, has anyone actually met someone like that? Because
No.
I've never seen that.
I have not.
I've seen a couple people, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're a mod of Weederate, so you
Yeah.
probably have a lot more exposure to a lot of people. So,
And like this week, I think a couple days ago, there was also a video of like a fake trade glitch
yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I remember
Yes.
that.
Mm,
where like the guy would trade a T-bow for 100 mil, and then suddenly he would have the 100 mil, but not the T-bow. But that was a fake video because people like looked at it and saw the pictures and shit. But it was posted on Reddit, and people were like freaking out.
Ooh. And then J-Mod responded and said, "This is fake." And the guy was like, "No, this is not fake. Recheck the logs. You're fucking stupid. This is on the game."
And, like, that sort of people is really bad for the game because they make people freak out for no reason.
Yes, sir.
Gotta think calmly and rationally about some things.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
it's just,
I mean, I will say, don't get me wrong. Like, I think a lot of us do spend a lot of time in the game, and we like always want to push ourselves to the limit and to the point where it's just like stuff that they deem like Omega Turbo Sweaty just like becomes our standard, right? Like it's just like we're really chill about it. So
Yeah.
maybe we are Omega Sweaters, right? But we had to work our way to get here, man.
Mhm.
So I don't know.
the idea that there's just so many of them, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird.
Yeah. I haven't seen too much of it.
Alright, so we have one more point that I deem controversial, okay? Thoughts on novelty accounts tackling PvM content, maybe even talking about some endgame gear like Inquisitor and Missouri also being geared toward the lower bracket of defense accounts. But yeah, like how do you feel about like you have like these low defense accounts or like low attack accounts trying to do stuff like hard mode Todd or send like crazy challenges like Inferno, like etc. etc. Like what's your thoughts on that?
Personally, I'm a big fan of it. I like unique accounts accomplishing things. I feel like a lot of people have seen, Swamp Letics and Cromja Verf doing like the Cromja only Inferno and stuff. Like I like really unique accounts doing crazy stuff. And if there's new items that kind of help them out, I feel like that's cool. Obviously, sometimes they make a series and like, it wasn't in their plan to have this new content, so they might like avoid it. Like I think it's Swamp Lex. He wanted to not use the new content like Nightmare until he finishes his original thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's kind of cool, and these like new piece. Like it makes sense, you know, the Inquisitor armor, it has low defense, so you need low defense to wear it. It's not like it's giving you massive defense bonuses, which would then be weird to give it the level 3 defense. So I feel like unique account builds are interesting. Obviously, you have to manage it so it's not overpowered in the wilderness and ruining the PvP brackets, but I feel like it's cool. Big fan of it.
I think Shuba in chat voiced it pretty well, which is just like I personally don't have any issue at all if like the rewards are beneficial to them or whatever, or if the boss is like, oh, it doesn't care about your defense or something like that to allow for some of them to do it. But
Yeah.
the goal should not be we need to make this piece of content accessible to them, right?
Yeah.
Because part of the beauty of a restricted account, of setting a trophy account, is well the difficulty in it, right? You want to be able to say, I did this on a pier because it's hard. You don't go around making content for the peers, right? So like it's cool because the peer can do the content that's not made for them. So it's like, oh, well, things like Inquisitor where it's like defenses 30 or like it's good for peers and whatever, or it's good for like Zerkers. Like it still has its uses for mains, and it ends up being a little bit good for some Zerkers. Like I'm perfectly down for that.
Yeah.
But overall, like having these trophy accounts tackle it, as long as they're not saying, hey, we need to reduce the difficulty of this so that some trophy account can do it. It's like, by all means, man.
Yeah, like don't go out of your way to accommodate those accounts. Unless like what they did for Song of the Elves is instead of what was it? Steel plate legs?
Yeah, steel plate legs.
Something. They made it like any plate legs. Like that isn't like game breaking, it doesn't affect people. It just allows more people to do it. Like
Yeah.
they're not really going out of their way, right?
Oh, the
Yeah.
fucking. I was trying to think about what it was. It was like steel plate legs.
It's because
The
of
little
the armor.
the outfit.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
outfits.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like there's an example that's like they make a minor change and like it helps people. But in general, I don't think they shouldn't or they should go out of their way to like accommodate more account builds. Because like Hemmy said, it's like playing an account like that. The beauty is the difficulty, right?
Yeah.
Not making it to be easy. It's fucking weird.
I think when you have like these restricted accounts doing like some crazy solo shit that I'm like applause. Like that's mad applause, bro. I fucking love it. Or even some of the team ones too. I think it's really cool. But I will say this right now. As long as the team like they give them that consent, right? Then sure. Like if in team stuff, as long as everyone's okay with it, that's fine. But I'm just gonna say this right now, not to like piss anyone off. But if you are playing a limited account and you're expecting to do team stuff, like end game team stuff, and someone says no, don't get mad, because that is exactly what you're doing. You're playing a limited account, so you're gonna do lower DPS, or your cock is gonna get cut off easier at all these challenges. So I'm just saying, like, as you just gotta know, like, some people are just not gonna be at a play. People are not gonna be happy, bro.
Like the amount of times I've had people whine and rage and flame people because they got rejected because they're like a pure one defense spear or Zerk or whatever. It's like you did this to yourself, right? Like it's gonna happen at some point. Not everybody wants to play with you.
Yeah.
You have to deal with this.
Man, like, you're probably like a fucking chill guy. You probably cook some cool ass burgers and shit. But at the end of the day, man, you're playing a limited account, so it's just like, this is just what you gotta expect, man.
Like I've played with limited accounts. Some of my friends have limited accounts. I don't mind. Not always.
Yeah.
But like, not everybody's the same, right? So you're gonna get rejected at some point, and you have to deal with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a limited account at one point, but I told myself 100% I am not doing any PvM on it. It was precisely for skilling. What happened to that account, though? It is now a main account because, let's just say, I may or may not have leveled it at Scorpio doing a bingo. Intentionally. It was intentional. Just getting out there. I did not do it on Long Ridge being like, oh, I'm not going to get defense levels. I knew. Because I went from, like, 1 defense to 40 just off of Scorpio. But, yeah. Anything else you want to say, or no? Because I think the next thing we can do is take like another small break and read chat.
No, just I encourage people to like make such accounts if they want to do the challenge.
Yeah.
Like for example, Kirby's what was it, 50 something Inferno? Was it 40?
Like that, like I'm planning to do or have done.
It was like a low level Inferno account that you did the Inferno on.
I
Like
did do
what?
like a 69 combat inferno or something.
Yeah, like things like that, right?
Yeah.
Those are like cool to watch as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, solo challenges I think are really good. They're really cool.
I'm looking at some of these other questions. If you had to become a Twitch emote or a better TTV emote, what would you be?
Yeah, I guess I could ask some of the meme ones. What would you guys be?
I see. Well, that's a.
The first thing I'm thinking of is like when Weibo said say or chat say kappa or spam kappa. Fucking Weibo.
Sido's shaman. No, I would not be Sido's
No,
shaman.
don't be the custom
Oh.
emotes don't count sadly, but like some of the TTV ones that are like socially accepted, I guess are okay. Like the exhort giggle thing, I don't know how you say it.
Dude,
Like
I
that one be
hate
good one.
if someone doesn't have it like if someone has like XO tub instead of XO tub first and I try and tab to it, I have to like figure out what comes after the 0 and I can never get it. It takes me like 16 seconds to figure out what the next one is so I can type it out and by then the moment's left and it's fucking annoying every time. Oh my god. If you have XO tub in your chat, I hate you. You just press tab twice?
Your
Okay,
fucking
well, I don't
answer,
know how
wear
to use
pants,
Twitch,
bro.
so...
Sorry, someone said, "Am I wearing pants?" I just showed them.
I don't really know too many Twitch emotes. I actually have to look up right now.
I don't know, I don't know how to do that.
Oh god, I already know what I would be.
Yeah, I'll be
Orgasm.
Rat Jam.
Got you.
See?
The fucking Omega Kek W. What the fuck is that?
Holy fuck.
I guess I have another meme one that I took off of the paper that I can ask. Okay, so what is your guys' opinion about the fact that Krill has fucking a Billy fucking offense? Like even in the tankiest gear, he has like a 40% chance of fucking melee you. And the other thing that Wallasaki's can hit you for 29s. Level 90 combat NPCs can hit you 29s.
Really?
Yes.
They get that high? Oh, shit.
Yes.
Yes, per mage.
Yeah, I always wondered why.
The
I swear, I
Wallasaki's,
didn't-
bro.
Is their accuracy low? I swear to God.
No,
I've
they're
hit them
very
before.
accurate.
Really? I
Yeah.
swear, I've
Aw.
ran through praying, fucking not praying mage before, and I've not gotten my ass beat.
Dude, I always miss like mage prema first tick of just not praying because I'm like entering the ladder. And it never hit me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, oh my God, 29.
They can hit
Well-
very hard, bro.
Have you thought about trolls? Like, there's trolls, some of the trolls, like, if you talk to, like, the level 100 ones or whatever,
The
or
generals?
90.
Yeah.
Yeah. They hit, like, 30, 40,
Yeah, like 40 something, I'm pretty sure.
but they're just really, really inaccurate or something.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you can
Like,
like
not-
one shot your low
yeah.
levels. Trying to
Yeah,
make...
it doesn't even have to be the general, like, just the little weird, like, level 100 one or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, the 150 ones will fuck you up, but like, level 100, I swear, it hits, like, a 20 or a 30. And you're gonna be alright, like, just hitting them normally, because they never touch you. I don't know, there's so many of these weird little monsters that have this... It's not really a mechanic, but I don't know, it's just some weird trivia shit.
Yeah, bro, all I'm saying is Wallasaki's are to be feared, but at the same time, it's like, why the fuck does Krill just beat your ass? Like, don't get me wrong, Grador fucking decks you, but I think his accuracy when I looked at the NPC thing is like 30% or something. And then Krill's 40%, he just slaps, bro. What?
I did think it was weird, because I remember back when I used to do God Wars, I was look, I don't know, I always thought there was like a lot of the bosses you could have tried to like, or Zami was one of those where people would tell me something like, pray mage and then run in with full tank gear and it'll be all right. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to test that because I don't like getting stacked out from 90. So, and I was a noob, but So I would run in, and I swear down, every hit, 30, 20, 20. It's like I'm taking the Darox because it's got the extra defense over the fucking chain skirts. I'm taking the fucking like everything. We're out here with the serpentine helmet, and it's like dragon fire shield and shit, and it's still, I don't know. Whoever came up with that setup, I swear that setup sucks dick.
I mean, I think with that gear, your defense would probably be close to the what do you call it? Probably 50% chance of him hitting you or something. I don't know. I haven't actually checked the calcs. It's just that fucker's just turbo accurate. Him and Sarah both hit really hard, but at least with Sarah, it's just like you can run away.
I'm pretty happy with 5-0 Zemi because
Yeah.
I would like mold at Zemi like melee. I actually mold.
People are like, dude, I can do 30 kill melee trip. I'm like, really? Because I can't.
Yeah, I can. I see. I like bowing way more, so you're just running around like a baboon.
Yeah, I guess I did run it before Justy and Ellie though, so maybe it's a little bit different now. I think in terms of the bosses that tend to, because Sarah, people also said the same thing. Like, I think it was because of the Trailblazer thing, right? Where you just fucking face tank the bitch in full bandos. It's like, dude, sometimes she just rapes. It's not
dude.
good out here.
I mean, her accuracy is close to Zami's, where it's like 40% chance of hitting in like the best gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the cool revelation that they've had over the recent years, maybe, I don't know if it's been years, is when Mod Ash was tweeting that a lot of the God Wars bosses, like their damage is, it's like they can't, if they roll a hit, they can't hit 0.
Yeah.
Or they can't hit like 10s. Like it's always between 20 and 30. And it's like, what the no wonder I always get my ass beat.
Yeah.
It's so annoying. Like,
did you know that Chally actually has that effect? If you land a hit, I think the special hits a minimum 5.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I only knew that because of BC Guppy. He told me about that, and I was like, does that mean that challing the double like baby melees has like higher odds in like doubles, like just siphoning the doubles? And I think it's a high chance of killing him, like just off the Chally spec compared to siphon. But then again, it's 7 ticks compared to 5 ticks. So
for like a week, the Sido was like, Chally him now, Chally, go.
Sometimes I even still pull out the Chally, and people are like, the fuck are you doing? Are you on crack? And I tell them, yes, I am on crack. I am 100% on crack. But I don't know. I thought it was cool. I guess a trick question for you guys, since we're talking about the whole damage just beating ass. All right, who do you think is more accurate? Okay, P3 Verzik or Zami?
I mean, I know the answer.
I would say.
I'm gonna pee really quick because again, I know the answer.
I'm gonna say Well, wait. Are you talking about the melee or mage attack?
The melee.
The melee.
Only the melee.
I don't know. Verzik can really land those zeros sometimes, so I'm gonna say Zami.
Are we talking about a specific auto, or are we talking mage range?
Melee, just melee.
Melee.
Only, yeah.
Oh, Zami.
You guys are correct. It is indeed Zami. I think Verzik's chance is like 33% and like really good tank gear, like just the Ellie, and Zami's still 40%.
Yeah, sometimes we just out here face tanking. I'm not. Sometimes we're not flinching.
I mean, just pray melee, he'll be good.
I mean, we're talking about thick fucking spider just sitting on your ass, and then you got big boy Zami slapping you with his fucking giant ass swords. What do you call those bad boys? Giga
bread knives.
Bread knives. Giga bread knives.
Okay. Interesting.
My boy's a head chef, bro. Give him instead of a party hat and Christmas Halloween. Fucking for Halloween, instead of giving him like a party, I give him a fucking chef hat, bro. They're called Qatars.
Holy shit!
This
man knows his trivia.
Oh shit!
This man knows his shit, bro.
But what I'd really like to know is all of the instances where it's like guaranteed damage, because I feel like, I don't know, like these are one of those things that like nobody really realizes them until they fucking reveal it, because one guy tweets them randomly, or like someone's like, I remember someone did it with P2 Verzik. They're like, the healing on Verzik doesn't always correlate with the damage that it's done. So I was like these are things that people like people like fucking G Challenge and Dio figure out by like tweeting at Mod Ash or something. But I
I
wish they
mean-
just kind of told us.
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause-
like, for God Wars, like, I didn't really put too much thought into it, but, like, when I was at Verzik, I was like, I noticed something. Like, you're only taking X amount of damage. Or, like, at Ulm, right? You know, like, the red falling crystals and shit? Or, like, you know how, like, in transition phases, you also have those falling crystals? Like, those damages are, like, a range. And then the transition falling crystals, or the head phase ones, it's, like, depending on where you're standing, the max hit goes up.
yeah,
I think it's, like,
directly on you.
yeah, it's
is
like 10 to
fucking,
50. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's like it can hit up like 25 it's a direct hit, and I think it's like 15 if it's like you're one next to it. Something
I'm
like
back.
that.
Who's back?
yeah.
Oh.
Welcome back.
Did they know the answer?
Yes, they did.
100%.
Yeah.
Fucking Verzik's a bitch. Can't hit shit. But I don't know. I think the guaranteed hit thing is just on my mind because every time I go in the Inferno, I fucking remind myself that blobs, if it rolls a hit, it's just gonna rape me. Ooh, coming in with the. It's so fucking. I just get so tilted when I think about it. It's like 28, 25. I mean, I don't think the blob actually has it, but I swear down, like anytime you
Does
take
feel
a
like
hit,
it.
I feel like
yeah,
I
it
feel
feels like it's weighted at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe that's another question to ask. Like, are many of your attacks weighted? Because you got like those weird things. Like, okay, if you hit like X damage at a boss, like Zulrah. So sorry, Zulrah. Like, if you hit like above a 50, it does like a 45 to 50 damage roll or some shit.
Yeah.
I hate
Or
that.
or like
Why didn't they
Verzik
just roll a
P1.
50?
Verzik
Yeah.
P1, where it's like, all right, let's say you're using like a scythe, right? So on your one hit, right, it's doing like 2 damage rolls or some bullshit like that, right? And one is like a 1 through 10 damage roll, and then like your actual damage hit that's capped at 10. And it's like, whichever one is lower is the hit that comes out. It's like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, what? I don't know if that's exactly how it works. That's what I heard, but
Yeah, it's
so
basically rolls from 0 to 10. Wait, it was 0 to 10 or 1 to, I don't know, 0 to 10, and then it rolls 0 to your
10.
max hit, and
Yeah.
just picks the lowest one.
yeah, like what the fuck? Yeah, that's
That's what-
it's 2 rolls per each hit, so that means it's like 6 rolls total on your scythe. Obviously, 3 are only getting printed out, but it's like whichever hits are the lowest are the ones that come out.
That's why you use a melee thrall, because it hits a little higher, because melee hits, I think for mage and range hits, Verzik rolls like from 0 to 4 or something, but for melee hits like 0 to 10, or something like that.
Only taking the lowest hits is pretty cringe.
I mean, I guess I understand it because it's like they're trying to force you to use the Dawnbringer, right? Instead of just cheese it with Scythe. But at the same time, if I'm getting fucking 68'd, beating her ass, can I get rewarded a bit, right? Like, just a little bit. Just a little bit of pepper and salt, you know?
It's like the Zora one is kind of mold. Like you hit over 50 and you get a 40 or 45. Like why?
What the fuck, man?
Mm.
It's like
And then
some
it
of
goes to
these
7 health.
weird
Is
damage
there-
rolls. How would that work with new min hit weapon? I think it would still be the same principle, hater. There's only one way to test it though. Is the beta world still up right now?
Honestly,
I
what do we
think so.
what do we think about that weapon? Because I don't know. It sounds to me. I thought I first read about that weapon, and I thought it was like, oh, like that's actually a really interesting idea, and I think it'd be useful. But I mean, does it really? Is it gonna be? I don't know. Like,
All it-
where is it?
It's
All it
French.
is it's a more accurate a blade, and it just hits more consistently
Yeah.
because it hits 50% to 85% max hit instead of the like 0 to max hit.
Yeah, because I thought
But-
the idea was interesting, but
The
it just doesn't look like
question,
it's gonna be
Dio,
better anywhere.
the question was like, okay, if you're hitting Berserk with it, would it always go off of the min hit, or would it still apply that same rule of like the 2 hits, the 2 rolls, 0 for 10 / the min hit? Yeah, for Berserk P1.
It should still be with 2 hits, because it's like,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
You're
it's still does the same roll.
like you could even test it. Do a T-bow spec. It's gonna hit minimum 8, and you'll see it's still gonna roll off of a second roll.
Yeah. Something tells me it's gonna, work.
But yeah,
effectively with those.
the new blade currently is only like useful at maybe Bendos. But then like if you spec
Yeah,
it down,
usually.
use Scythe or Blowpipe or whatever.
Yep.
and then by then you might as well probably do the range shit.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
you got the
So you don't
spec
have to
ring
think
coming out
about
too, so it's
Like
definitely gonna be better.
it's supposed to excel at high defense targets, but
Everybody
it
just lowers it.
doesn't really like work at it. Like if they introduced something like if you miss the accuracy roll, it would hit like 0 to 50% of the max hit, then it would be really good.
Yeah.
But currently it's just meh. You just spec it down and you scythe it or whatever, and it's still better than.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Pretty feels bad.
It is apparently like better than a blade, because it's supposed to be on par like low defense targets. So if it's like slightly higher, it's probably better. But yeah, that's the only thing.
Yeah, can someone let me smoggle that into Gauntlet boss by chance? No reason why.
Oh, we really gotta talk about Hanlif.
We'll get to that too. Don't worry.
Please.
We got a couple of PvM like, but some of these are also like kind of more memey questions. So should we start getting into those questions now?
I don't care.
Go for it.
These are the last couple of questions we've got left. Alright, so we already went over the meme question and if you had to be a better Twitch TV emote. Okay, so if you could PvM or talk to anyone in the RS community, who would it be?
Talk to
Oops.
anyone. Yeah,
Yeah,
works.
player, anyone.
Definitely
like, is this the fucking take the 500k or a dinner with Jay-Z? Like,
Pretty much.
like what is this?
I think I'd also be in the same boat as Vokes because that man's brain is like.
Like, I would say exact, but I've already gamed and talked of exact. So
Yeah,
now
he
all that's
doesn't
left is
count.
That's
Wooks.
just a weird flex. It's just a very weird
This
flex.
guy's ego, bro. I CBA.
Oh,
It's too big.
Screamer ego.
And I'll humble myself. Let me go back into cap mode.
This guy, dude. Yeah, I love
I've
this
ascended
setup.
into cat.
Setup's pretty cool. Cat mode.
I don't know. I think a lot of it comes down to like what would you be trying to like what are we trying to get out of this interaction? Like is it just like
mean,
to like talk
Up
to
to
them?
you. Yeah, like up to you. What do you want? Like, do you want speak someone with this in-depth, crazy PvM conversation? You want to like be like, yo, what's up, homie? You want to do some bosses with them? Like anything.
Do some temperosa Wooks.
You could also, you could technically
really?
also pick J-mods in this case.
Oh,
True. Oh, that'd have to be mod Ash.
Yeah, Ash is
I'd
a
just be talking to Ash.
I would.
high choice there.
If we're talking about J mods and J mods only, I would say mod Kieran actually.
Oh,
Kieran
Because
could be good too.
I used to watch him on you
Rune
guys.
Shark.
Yeah, Rune Shark. When he used to
Yes,
game with Rune Shark
sir.
and his like YouTube was like Fairy Tale RS or something.
Yeah.
I used to love watching Rune Shark back in the day, so it'd be a really interesting person to talk to, especially with his like his design philosophies for a lot of bosses. Because like the stuff he's designed, I love it. Like Chambers Inferno. Well, mostly Chambers Inferno. I like it, but I'm not like a Inferno fanatic. I guess CA kind of helped me appreciate it more, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yo,
that's definitely a fair shout.
well, that mod Jet just a fan for truth. What happened?
Okay.
Oh god, I'm not liking where this is going.
Oh, what about mod? Who was the mod who
Reach?
Yes, how you already knew. Talk to mod
Reach?
Reach about the
Oh
corp
man,
bug abuse.
yeah. Oof.
Oh my god. I mean, I heard he's doing well for himself, so.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely, I don't know, between Kieran and Ash, I might pick it's hard because I feel like Ash has been there longer and he's overseen like more of the updates. So if you wanted to ask about like certain updates, like why did they do this, why did they do that, it's like he'd have more insight. But Kieran is definitely kind of like the one that it's just like throwback to the the classic days, man. He's been a big player since even fucking pre-OC. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah. Alright, so the next question we've got is who are a few PvMers who you think are underrated, underappreciated, and need more attention? Either YouTubers or Twitch streamers.
I would maybe say, I feel like Av's all unpredictable. We do a lot of cool and low level Inferno shit. I mean, I know Unpredictable, he did post some videos on Reddit that got some good attention, but I feel like we do some good shit.
Predictable is pretty nuts.
Yeah, Unpredictable is really fucking good. Like Jesus.
Has he done stuff outside of Inferno though? Because I know at Inferno he's just got like the fucking he's like the seeing numbers in his head. He smells the ticks. It's like, but yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if he's just really good at one thing or if he knows like a lot of stuff as well.
Can't remember. But I mean, Absol as well, he was close to getting the 39 Combat Inferno cape before. So he's gaming.
Oof. Damn.
He logged in on the wrong account and died wave 66. So
Oh my
Oh.
god.
that could have been 39 combat.
That is awful, man. That's so sad to hear.
Oh, Stormtrooper. Can't forget Storm. I feel like Stormtrooper here. I mean, people who do Inferno beating, they know it's a Stormtrooper.
I think Nene is like a very well established name in the Inferno community though. But
So it's not just me who says Nene. People always say I'm weird for saying Nene.
wait, are they separate people?
No, like Jolanine. I call him Nene because I saw someone in the chat say like Neee. I was like, oh, Nene. So I always thought his name was Nene, and now I just call him Nene because that's what I thought it was.
I'd say Nene as well.
Nene.
Okay, so it's not just me. People always say
I
mean-
like lol Nene when I say it.
I mean, it's probably the same like with Artie and Arduk or whatever the fuck it was.
Ardoon.
Ardoin.
Ardoin.
No matter what they say, Ardoin just sounds not good, not pleasant to the ears, not pleasant to say. Like, you can tell me it's the official translation all you want. I'm not saying it. Artie? Yeah, Artie's a good call. Ardoin.
Ardoin.
Arduk.
Artie.
It's just R for the second half of the word silent. Just R.
R.
Yeah, a
Fire,
good
bro.
I feel like I don't know that many people like underground, like Unpredictable, pretty cracked. I mean, these days it's like the only way people really get their stuff out there is if they're like the first to do this, first to do that. They make a YouTube video or
Yeah.
they like do a Twitch stream or something.
Or they're consistent. Consistency is pretty big.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh well.
yeah, I'd have to lean with Unpredictable here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
I
just-
agree.
I'll shout out Vixie because I don't know Unpredictable personally.
Bro, all I'm saying, bro, is like Rixie is the GOAT, dude. Fuck it, he showed me the roast with Solo CM. He's my boy.
Yeah.
He's my boy.
Flame you while you're streaming? Is there?
Finish Bieber.
Click purple.
Oh my god. Oh man, that clip is something else. Okay, so what are some of the most cracked PvM achievements that you guys have witnessed in OSRS?
Like witnesses in been there or just like anything.
Like, either you watch it back like a day after or aware of, I guess.
I would say
No, you
yo,
go first.
when I killed that Calphite Queen in like 5 seconds.
I really?
Oh,
I really?
no way, he's plugging his own stuff.
Yeah,
Not
It was
gonna
when
do
I
that.
thought I was killing the Calphite Queen, but it was the Calphite Guardian. And I was like, dude, I'm fucking murdering. I killed it so fast.
What is this man saying? Oh my god, dude.
But I want to say the first Inferno completion. It's like the most memorable thing to me.
Yeah, when he teleported to Grand Exchange and everyone was just running at him. Wooks wins again. Wooks wins again. And then like he hops to a world, 500, 1,200, 2,000 instantly.
And also like
It's-
getting the cape in real life and his attempt before that or 2 attempts before that where that was like, Jed, what are you doing here?
Yeah, what
They
are you
named
doing?
it Grandmaster's
Yeah.
Task after that.
Yeah.
Yad, what are you doing here?
Yeah, that's probably the most memorable for me.
I think for me, it was another Luke's thing, but it wasn't Inferno. It was when he sold Tob.
Oh, that's also really
Because
good. Yeah.
it was insane to me how far he went. Like, just to figure out, like, all the shit to know he can get through Zarpus, he can get through Berserk. Like, it was insane. It was insane. Especially just knowing, like, he doesn't have to hit Berserk, he hits the purple crab, and that skips reds. Like, that is just mind-blowing to me. The extent people will go.
Yeah. At the time, like solo TOB was literally considered impossible.
Yeah.
Right? Like that was the thing that was so beautiful about it, because it wasn't like Chambers where people were like, "Oh, it's too hard, we're probably not going to do it." It was like people literally sat here and were like, "This is not doable." And in part that's stemmed from before they, like, because I'm pretty sure most of the people here know already, but they nerfed Tob, and
Yep.
like so a bunch of things happened. Verzik, you could pray like 700 ticks late and still it would calculate on your prayer. Soda's Eggs balls used to hit through prayer. Fucking Nilo used to be able to one tick your ass and it would change a lot faster. Bloat hands would be faster. This and
Bloat
that.
on release.
Well,
Yeah, dude, that was so fun. Run and pray. You just had to stay so far ahead that even if you got hit by a hand, you'd be like, oh, whatever, it's fine. You just keep
2
running.
ticks, falling hands. I hated
You
it.
went back-to-back hands,
Lord.
it's over.
Yeah.
So one thing is a shout out to Krooks, because apparently Krooks was the one that told them that you could use the purple crab. And the other thing about the Nilo boss was, like, the magic attack from Nilo boss did nothing back then. Nothing. I think it might have been accurate, but it was fucking dog shit. It did no damage. And then they changed the Nilo boss, and then the mage attack became much more threatening. But yeah.
Honestly, I feel like I don't know, maybe, does anyone else remember on release? I swear, Nilo boss was way more dangerous than it is now.
It was dangerous in the sense that it could insta attack you, but like the play was you would sit in like a corner. Like
Yeah,
I think
yeah. And then it wouldn't melee.
it can't melee you.
Yeah.
The only attack you had to worry about was range, and the max hit was lower. I think it was probably still accurate, but like the max hit was lower. It had less HP. The magic attack did nothing, so you didn't have to worry about that. But
Yeah,
once they
but
changed it, it made it a little bit harder hitting and had more HP.
I swear down, just after that initial change where they cut out a lot of the waves, I swear that Nilo boss used to shit on people. Miss a prayer, 65. Like, people on my team would drop like flies if they were not looking at their prayer book. Nowadays, I will teach someone, well, I haven't taught someone in a long time, but maybe like a year after TOB came out, I would teach players, we would be in Nilo boss, Void, I'd tell them, stay on your prayer book and just pray. And then he wouldn't do it. Nilo would hit him in his Void. 12. What? He's on 20 HP. He eats a shark. And it's like, and then he misses a prayer again. 0 on Void.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Like, because I remember, like, during that, like, release week, release month, whatever, sitting here, my team going down like flies. 60, 50, 60. Like, people just dying. I was like, this boss hurts. And now, I swear, like, I was gonna run a little challenge where we call it no pray Nilo. You can't turn on a prayer during Nilo. You can't
Melee
use
would be
overheads.
spooky then. Like people would just be away.
Yeah, you can't tiki.
Yeah.
It's
The only
but here's the
attack
thing.
is mage and range.
It's a kill or be killed. So, everyone who dies has to pay everyone who lives. Right? So the thing is, there's a 1 in 5 chance of getting hit. But if all of you just sit here tick eating, right? All of you are gonna die. You're not gonna be able to solo it. You can't stand under, you can't back away.
Yeah.
So you're all gonna die if nobody touches it. So you all have to hit it. But if you're on like 5 health, like if you're on like 50 health, do you chance it? Like, what if it? And of course you have set amounts of food. You can't like one guy can't have 5 food and the other guy has 20. But it's just gonna be like, oh, like just chance it because it's not gonna hit you, or it'll hit someone else. Or if it does hit you, it hits a 10.
You're a step under for 9 ticks. Hit every 10th tick, easy.
Now here's the thing though, you gotta think of range weapons, right? But what if you use a salamander? Is salamander like the same principle as like those ranged weapons where they'll still attack you, or is it like a melee weapon, even when you're on mage and range style?
I have no idea.
I think it would probably register as
I'll
like
think it would
mage range, but
Who knows, man?
yeah.
Time to test.
In the lab, we go. But you know what also reminded me, like, you're talking about day one shit that was just like crazy. The one thing that I thought was just mind-boggling, really, was when Bodhi's team, they had that strat developer, so it's like, okay, one guy sits here, everyone goes on the other side, right? And we were just wondering, like, we tried to replicate that. Why is it not working? And we found out the reason why it was like that, where he was only focusing the one person, was because of the spectators bugging out how, like, he targets shit. And
Was that a problem in the high risk tournament?
apparently it was in Nilo room. It was a problem when, it was a problem in Nilo room. Shit wasn't like hitting stuff, and Addy, he was focusing Addy, and Addy got smoked by Nilo boss. That was interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, and also when we were windmilling around the fucking room, right? It was also focusing one person and no one else. So. Yeah,
I'm glad that we actually managed to get enough people to bring that back. Like, obviously, it's not good to have that in a
It's
tournament,
bad,
but
Yeah.
it's like the fact that we actually managed to generate something like so community based that like we had like I don't know how many spectators, like 100 spectators on the border,
Yeah.
just making Sodas like bug out. I was like, oh, this is
good.
cracked.
Now look, yeah, this is insane.
I haven't seen that in ages.
All right, so the next question we've got is this is kind of, so all of you have played pre-EOC, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a really easy question to ask then. So what piece of pre-EOC content would you want in OSRS? Not like something that's already coming in now. So like you could have said next, but next is coming. So that is off the list. But what do you guys want to see?
Hard because next is the one thing I always wanted to see. So other than that,
I don't like remember a lot. I have to
I
like
feel
think.
like a lot of a lot of it's already here.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
like what?
I can kind of list one off the top of my head to help you guys out.
Sure.
Dungeoneering.
Oh right, yeah.
That's
I
true.
like
I actually never got
Legion.
to try that.
Wait, I feel really sorry for
I
you.
tried it. I hated it. But keep in mind, it was because I felt like it was a chore to get chaotics and unlock Frost Dragons. But
After EUC came out, Dungeoneering was like the only thing I did because I like
Yeah.
really enjoyed it.
I think now if it came out, it would be really fun, and it would be like, it would have like its own kind of, like a lot of speed running tactics to see who can complete it the fastest. Like I feel like content like that would be insane to have in the game. So much I could do with it.
I'll fucking budge the gauntlet shit.
For me, I just don't want them to drop it like I don't want it to be a skill.
Yeah,
The
I don't want it
thing,
to skill. No skill. Like
Yeah.
mini
PvM.
game, whatever, I'm down.
Yeah, like
But
minigame or a raid or like something like some just not a skill. I don't want it locked behind a skill.
yeah, especially because then it's like, oh, it starts messing with your skill tab. The nostalgia's gone. Then you gotta get levels.
Yeah.
Stuff is barred behind this and
Like
that.
we already have,
Fuck
we
that,
have,
bro.
but we have old school summoning. We got thralls. That's basically summoning. We don't need a whole skill for it.
Oh my god. Necromancy. That's cool. But
I
yeah.
mean, curse. I mean, here's the thing about curses. Curses just bring me a whole lot of nostalgia. So like, in some way, if I saw curses, I'd be a little happy. But curses also make things so much easier here, right? Like it's the
Yeah.
same thing I
Yeah.
said with overloads. If we can go soul split bandos, it doesn't like bandos is a fucking piss take,
Yep.
right? You
Mhm.
just
Yep.
flick soul split after everything and you're good. And so many things are just gonna change. Like I liked how when I came to old school, Guthans was 14 mil for a set because you had to going to Pandos without Guthans, you're dead. You're
Yeah,
dead.
but things have changed so much now.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's so depressing now.
Yeah.
I remember picking up a Guthan's War Spear out the chest. I was freaking out. I was like, oh my god.
There's a clip of me getting a Kirill's crossbow and a Guffin's helmet in the same chest, and my reaction was probably the most cringe thing now that I watch it back. I mean, I thought I was like fucking making mad money but at the same time, I was just like, holy fuck. That shit
Here I
got
go.
that shit got put on SparkMac Live, and I was just like, yes. And now I look back and I'm like, what the fuck was I doing, bro?
It was that old, huh?
Yeah, it was like this was like month 2 of me playing old school, so it's like all my YouTube channels still on. And the other thing was like I was like saying something like please Obama, like please, because I was like going through this whole
What?
Obama. This was like long ago in high school, right? So this was like when I was going through like this whole like Obama meme type of thing, where it was like Obama's my savior or some shit. Pre-cock era, yes, it was the pre-cock era. Let's go with that. Obama era, dude. But yeah, it was.
Good money, dude.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you abused the hell out of Nightmare Zone.
To a degree.
Well, actually, I didn't even abuse the hell out of it. I used it for a week, and then they got rid of it, and I was like, fuck.
I think I got up to like 80 or 90 melee stats. Like,
Yes, sir. Low 90s.
I remember I was in the paint studio and I was just trying to get like my last combat stats to 99. So I was just going at it freshman year of college, just painting and getting my melee stats up.
I train all my stats like during Slayer on my main.
I mean,
My ult at Amazon.
I was like 90 plus on all my combat stats, but it's like, well, I might as well do something bad to AFK while I'm painting, so I did that. So yeah.
Yeah.
Bro.
No, I definitely did Slayer and raids for my stats.
Toy
Bro, the people who had their Guthans set to defensive, oh my god, those guys, like someone would try and tell me, oh, you should set your Guthans to defensive. You're gonna get your levels so much faster. I was like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, what are you gonna do? Get to 99 defense and have all 80 attack, 80 strength? You just have 13 million defense XP and you gotta train it all up. I was
Yeah,
like,
that's not ideal. That's Omega off.
yeah,
Rip
but
Bozo.
I didn't get to abuse it as much just because I was too poor. So I had to, instead of Nightmare Zone, I would splash for 6 hours.
Oh,
Splash
yeah.
for 6 hours as I slept. Splash again when I went to school. I was
99
like,
defense means they can't hit me, right? If only.
this feels bad.
Tell that to Zami, bro. And the Walasakis. And then again, the Walasaki splashed on you guys, so maybe that's inaccurate of me to say.
Dog.
Yeah.
Really good money.
So, next question is, what's everyone's thoughts on the clans which represent the high-level community of OSRS?
That's like Sandy, Obliv, Inferno, right?
Probably, yeah, something like
Pretty
that.
much.
Any
Yeah.
others I'm missing, maybe? I'm probably egoing like Hella clans right now.
I mean, back then there was like a lot more. Oh yeah, there's Solitaire too. Can't forget Solitaire.
Solitaire's
Oh, yeah,
probably-
definitely
Solitaire is huge, yeah.
Also UMCC. Can't forget that one.
Is Toto's a clan?
No, I won't do it. I won't do it. I've been watching too much Dex. I was about to go, who? But
What
we'll,
the?
no, we're good. But the fucking at least Sanity when I was hosting the tournament with them, that was probably the most welcoming and supportive set of staff members I've seen on RuneScape. Like, they were cracked, and they even roped in someone. They're just like, yeah, we have spare members who used to be graphic designers. Like, we can ask them, and they'll make a little graphic for us for free. And I was like, what? And like within like an hour, I was talking to the guy, and I was like, what? Like, and everyone was just so nice and stuff, and I was like, damn, this clan is
Yeah.
very, very community, social, interactive, and I was very happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of interactions with the Sanity boys, and I will say that I love them. Like, I think they are, like, what I think the high-level community should be more of. It feels like a family type of deal. I really like Sanity a lot. Don't get me wrong, I love my boys in Oblivion, right? I love Oblivion. Like, Oblivion on my chest, but I feel like Sanity does a really, really good job when it comes to, like, the homies, dude. It feels more welcoming.
Even if they're not playing RuneScape, it's like my boy will be in there just playing. Oh my god, we got invited to. We were launching Scribble games because before in my Discord we would launch hard Scribble games, and that's why my Discord profile picture is e-bag drawing a moleskin, but everybody was flaming him out because it was so funny. Our scribble runs on Discord were insane. They were literally so cracked, and oh my god, we have so many screenshots of them. But so with Sanity, like I just randomly pop in, and it's like, you want to play our Gartic phone? Sure. You want to? And then now like the game of the month or whatever, like you jump in a call, there's like 20 people playing New World together, and it's like, ooh. Oh, Hugo, you don't want to mess with me in Scribble. I'm top 1 drawer. You don't mess with me. Or
Oh,
Caps. Me, Caps, and Holy. Oh, cracked. Oh, everything. Someone puts. We got so good at guessing Callisto. Someone just would like draw a gray circle in the middle as like Callisto. Like everybody's getting it. I was like, we were so cracked.
because is it because of the size of the word or?
Yeah.
No.
But yeah, it was really I really enjoyed my time with Sanity.
I remember there was a Sanity versus Obliv. What was a Valorant match, and Sanity won. Ebag put it in the channel and pinned it, and then all the people that were on the Obliv team got pinged after. I think it was like Ellie, Flaw, Zolden, and can't remember the other person was.
No.
Way
But-
above? Was he
It
there?
might have been way above, but they got fucking not smoked. It was like 10-13, but still, that shit got
Jeez.
pinned, bro.
I remember when Dudas was playing in the high risk stop, like the opening match in a way, and he died. Everybody played.
I mean, bro, I
You
feel
see-
like everyone's looking at him with like a fucking magnifying glass because remember when he like voice cracked and then that got
Yeah.
clipped. Oh, voice crack.
Poor Dudas.
He was telling us,
Yeah.
and I was like, I didn't even notice. And he's like, no, there's already 200 messages about it. I was like, I'm sorry, dude, Ash. No.
We love him, but when he dies, we flame him.
I mean, it was 3 seconds into Soda's egg, and I was like, oh shit.
GG.
But
Yeah,
overall,
we're
you
all-
finished.
Yeah, all the clans that participated really, I thought were like everyone seemed like super chill. I know sometimes Oblivion gets a rep for like being like they're like try hard or whatever, but like when I interacted with the team, like a lot of the members were like, like we're like a lot of them were pretty chill, and I was like, oh, pretty good. So overall, like I think the clans maybe they don't have the best PR. But by joining them, I think you probably get a good have a good experience with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking computer notifications making stupid ass noises. ICPA.
I want to see the clans do like more events though, like together community base.
Yeah.
Will be more fun.
Fine, Kirby, join a clan.
Yeah, I'm like just a solo player because I'm just streaming.
Yeah.
Fine,
Never too
Kirby,
much.
join
I mean,
solitary.
There's still
on your
solo.
hardcore.
There's still solo players in like these big clans that don't really do much with too many people, but it's just like they're there, you know.
True. Could just join one. And I'll be the trophy account in the clan.
Trophy. Alright.
Just-
I think it's time. Kirby joined solitaire. I know he's not an iron, but solo player. Let him
He has
in.
a hardcore. It works out.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I'll use the hardcore again.
Yeah, sure. Where are we now? Hold up. What do you feel is a piece of content that would benefit from more resources? So like more information or like that kind of thing. Like what do you think? People want to get into something. There's not any resources to get in like max up stuff.
Mole. Just kidding.
Yeah, I was gonna say Temperos, but you got a good one.
Uh,
That was hard to say with a straight face.
Toy, what the
Oh.
actual fuck, dude? What the actual fuck, bro? What,
It
the,
was so hard to say with a straight face.
bro?
Yeah, we have the same idea. I was gonna say
Holy
Temperos,
fuck.
but he got
Oh my,
Toy got in there first.
But serious answer.
bro. Oh my god.
I want to say CM, but I feel like we're patching that whole with like all the VODs, like you, Lucid,
Yeah.
Dio also streams.
Yeah.
We're getting there. I mean, Still feel like there's a little bit more work to be done, but we're getting there. But I feel like Gauntlet maybe.
I feel like it's.
Not that much.
I feel
I'm
like there's
working on
good
a guide right now for Gauntlet, but it'll be for like sub 4 and sub 630 specifically.
Like for example, right? There's like this Gauntlet channel that I released like a couple months ago in Obliv, but it's like exclusive Obliv. Probably some resource from it, like probably gets done like left and right, and that's fine. But it's just like outside of that, I don't know if a lot of people who want to get in like really sweaty Gauntlet have stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
like we really take efficient prep.
Like they tell you shit like, all right, so when you fucking click on the resource, you wait a tick, go around the resource, click it again, boom. That's a way to like pick shit like in 3 ticks, lose no ticks, and you get to move around shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Or like run
Yeah.
through the door and then click it for the scouting.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
have to have a
like,
bit of time. Go through the doors.
So many resources to teach you like really good prep.
I'll be like in my guide I'm making. I'm gonna be including all the little tick manipulation time saves in my prep. So
Oh.
I guess I'll be adding that.
Oh, hold on.
That'll be
I have to
a resource that'll exist.
I have to do something really quick, but I
On
didn't
YouTube.
think I was gonna have to do, but someone's gotta get banished to the Shadow Realm, sadly.
Peace, Bozo.
I'm banishing you to the Shadow Realm.
They're probably Gauntlet.
Much better.
Because Inferno has like HiImSido guide and like the Inferno disc. CM, like, it's been patched now.
Okay.
Top, there's a shit ton. Normal rates is a shit ton.
Yeah.
I feel like Gauntlet, yeah.
So yeah, I think it's mostly gone. Like, there's another thing that I know it's bad to do this because like eating food is obviously just like bad, right? But there's like a lot of instances where you just have to fucking eat a food. But you want to know like, let's say right, you're on cooldown to do an attack, right? And then you eat a food, then it just like adds 3 ticks to the cooldown, right? But let's say you're off a cooldown, right? And for whatever reason, you're losing even more ticks than you normally should do an attack. Let's say you lose 3 ticks because you're moving around, some fucking tornadoes like going up your ass. If you eat a food, you can instantly attack because of like, how would I explain it? It's like, okay, one attack is minus 4 ticks, right? Or like it's plus 4 ticks, and that's counting down 3, 2, 1, 0. And then those ticks are not actually attacking, and it starts adding like a subtract counter, like minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. So if you eat a food, it puts you at 0. Or if you're all positive on that count, then like plus 4, plus 7 ticks. You gotta wait. So shit like that, like if you're gonna lose ticks, you can actually eat foods just to kind of bridge that gap of losing ticks. And I think that's a really nice thing to know for when you're at the end and you just have a really bad NATO spawn or some bullshit. Or you're spooked. But stuff like that. It would be beneficial for more people to know like all the little stuff for Gauntlet.
Are there like big alt guides? Like if you're doing boosting or alting for yourself? I don't think there's any of those.
Pet cord?
I'm not sure. I'm not in there, so I'm not entirely sure.
Pet cord was what gave me some information on like the setups for boosting.
Like the method, do they also like describe that in detail?
I think so. Pet cord isn't the crazy boosting stuff, is it not? Let me try. Because I look in there, and then I see like boosting guides, and you got Sire, and you got Callisto, and you got Quirk Beast, and it shows videos and stuff. It's got ground markers. It's got the setups.
That's pretty detailed though.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty detailed, but well. I don't think there's any like channels for it either, Shupo, for like anything like CM 101-esque for boosting methods in Obliv. Like it tells you like the guidelines of what people are looking for.
Yeah, not in Bliv.
Yeah.
Are there any good resources though for like team TOB speedrunning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll stop this.
Oztop.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess like how many people know though, like where to find that? Like the average player trying to get into this.
I mean, if you ask in video rates, people will probably link you.
Yeah.
That's
So-
true.
There's also that there's that like Discord, that top coaching Discord that Oster, Lane, and Aki run, I think.
I forgot about that
Awesome.
one.
Yeah.
That
Okay,
also
I can
exists.
see.
Really good. Really good. So
I'm not gonna lie. I was literally just on the list of quest bosses, scrolling through every single boss, trying to think of like, what's a boss that Because I feel
Ooh.
like there would be some shit that was like just so niche, not particularly hard, but there was just a lot of mechanics you could have learned and tried to apply to it. But I don't know, looking through it, like I genuinely think Kirby tried to meme with Temperos, but like that's probably yeah, the most
Fucking
unknown
serious.
It
like
really is.
who has a lot of that, right?
It was a real answer.
Like
I
I
mean,
might learn how to do efficient Temperos.
when I looked up like solo guides, there was like guides on skipping phases, so you could like push more phases at the end. Because after phase 4, you like insta die in a way. But
Yeah.
if you fed enough fish, it will like shoot it before it kill you, so you get like the next phase.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But yeah, it's pretty hard because you have to like not waste time before that to like get the most phases out of it and get more points. But like a guy like that was in YouTube as well. So I feel like
Yeah.
Dapper Ross is pretty like sad as well.
Yeah.
It even like explained that the clouds would roll in at like 15%, and like fire would come 30%, everything like that.
Yeah.
Who the fuck worked that one out? Oh my god. Someone's a
People who love
big fan of fishing.
Temperos.
Yeah, legit.
Bro, I'm telling you, I feel like Kirby's got some sort of Temple Ross cult or some shit. He keeps bringing it up, man. something is going on, bro. He's about to take over the world with his like Temple Ross cult.
Dude, watch me do my just a tempera stall you do, and then when you go into chambers, you get like a 5-minute time save with a Olm skip.
That's what you think, but wait till I leak the fucking Callisto knockback, bro. It will launch me straight in the Olm room, dude. Just you wait. Just you fucking wait, dude. I'm leaking it, bro. It's getting leaked.
Yo, actually, if you go with 0 agility, you trip on the rope skip and you fall straight into Olm room. Let's get the whole third floor.
Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ. We're on something. Alright, this is more of a fun question, but if you guys could design like a PvM encounter, like maybe a raid or like a boss, what kind of boss would it be?
I did have an idea. Well, not really an idea, but I had when they first I already talked a little bit about it, but when they first talked about the whole Raids 2 thing and how you had to tank, like I thought like I never did Nex pre-OC, but I always remember Nex had this attack that was like, Nex has targeted you or whatever.
Blood sacrifice.
Yeah, yeah. And I was just thinking like I don't know. Like I remember they showed the Zarpus design for Raids 2 and I thought, "Oh my god, what if this boss like just fucking targets you and just starts wailing on you and you can't do anything about it unless like, you know, you start employing other spellbooks, heal other, spec transfer, right? Like this and that cuz back in the day, like I remember during Chambers release when everybody had the when the community made one giant Google Doc with all the information that was available about Chambers that was community collected. It had high theories and stuff like it was like, oh, what's gonna happen? Maybe this is useful. And like I just remember day of release, we pull up 5 in the morning, right? It's beautiful. I'm tired as fuck. Everybody's tired as fuck, but everybody's online. And you go in, people on every single spellbook, Stat Spy, Monster Examine, whatever it was, and then you have like people with Blood Barrage, you got people with Ice Barrage, you got people with this and that, and I was like, Lunars is actually useful. We should actually run around and try and like make some bosses use some lunar spells or now Arceus spells because like there's so many spells on these two spellbooks that they're creative but they're not useful. When's the last time someone used Hunter Kit? What? I've never fucking used Hunter Kit in my life.
What, the Hunter Kit? That's another. I think it's another movement stall, but the problem with it is like it's 2 ticks. Yes, it is a movement stall, but it's like 2 ticks.
Exactly, but like I'd love for some of these to be used, especially Heal Other, because the only person I've ever seen use Heal Other is Sido. Sido runs around and he uses some big brain plays and CMs where I see him heal other someone before to commit suicide at Vanguards. I was like, I didn't realize people do that, but that's a great strat.
You want to know the funny thing about Heal Other, right? I didn't even... So when I was developing like our thrall setups, I didn't even think about using it until accidentally, oh fuck, I used Heal Other. Is what twice, and I was like, wait a second. What? Healed Other? Get my HP low at Vanguards? I can die?
That's actually
it's like shit like that. I didn't... Like, if he didn't say shit, I wouldn't even thought about it. But the second he did that, I was just like, holy fuck. And then I went straight into Deo's DMs like, did you think of this? And he was like, yes. I was like, oh.
Oh, average day.
He's always one step ahead, bro.
Taking
Always
the
one step
spotlight.
ahead.
Cringe.
Yeah.
Cringe.
But hey,
But-
it was still nice to, like, because of that accidental thing. Like, I was like, oh, I could use this. But
Also been using Cure Group in our sims.
that's
Yeah,
yeah.
okay,
Oh,
that
yeah.
one's just a
Yeah.
fucking good one.
That's-
Oh fuck, I didn't bring a sand view.
Oh yeah, because that happened to you, right, Hemmiez?
Yeah.
And I
it
was like, hold up,
it was
fucking
questionable.
pulled out the cure other dude.
But yeah, I'd love to design a boss where some of the spells on Lunars or Arceus were more preferable. Heal other specifically, spec transfer maybe, like maybe one person is targeted and everyone else can't hit the boss until this person
Ooh.
hits a certain DPS threshold, right?
Or it could be like that person, like only one person on the team can get like a damage buff, and then you just go to town on the boss, and everyone else should
True,
do like
yeah,
other stuff
like-
to extend the buff, maybe.
Yeah, there's so many
Yeah.
ways you
Yeah.
can apply it. And it's just like spec transfer, incredibly useful there. He's just 5 claws with like 200% damage bonus or whatever. Like he's gonna be crazy. Or like or maybe he's got like heal other because he's just taking mad damage and everybody else is good. Like there's a lot of different things they could apply with that. I'd try and do something with to target those kinds of mechanics.
I think for me, right, I feel like tanking is beyond underrated outside of like boosting stuff, right? Like that's the only time
Yeah.
like tanking is actually good. There's like no real need for tanking, and I feel like the only place
You
is
got a
like
bulwark for a reason.
yeah, we got a bullet for a reason. There's like one place where I thought it was actually gonna be good, like it was gonna be good at top, and then turns out no, it's just a DPS race, do damage, right? And then hard mode maiden is like, oh, you need a tank swap. I was like, oh shit, and then it turns out it's just like, oh yeah, just swap between each other after 3 hits, you're good. It's like, bro. So I think what I think would be a really good idea is having like a boss which requires 2 tanks, and you also need to kind of watch between the swaps because there's going to be a way to swap between the boss, but if you swap too much, then what happens is the boss gets enraged. However, if you don't swap, then he starts like stacking damage more and more and more, and he just fucking one bangs your guy. So it's kind of important to balance out that swapping between people, but not too much, right? You need to find like that kind of middle ground. Like also having tanky gear helps, you know. And then while that's happening, our team is doing stuff around the room or doing some DPS or something like that. I just want to see something that implements, you know, the tank role more because I feel like tanking is just in the bin, man. Everyone's a DPS role.
Hmm.
Yeah. I feel like both those ideas are really cool. I think I saw someone on chat say about enraged mechanics like Telos. I've never played RS3, but I feel like enraged mechanics where you can make the boss harder over time could be interesting.
Oh yeah,
I've always liked the idea of RS3, but I've never gone to play it.
yeah.
So that would be, I think, cool.
I mean,
And
the race
yeah.
to 4K would be interesting. Like, did you see? They added this new boss to the front, and it was like a glass. What is this? Like some ice boss. And one of the big RS3 dudes, like Evil Lucaria or something, like he got the first 4K for it, and he's screaming, "Yes, yeah!" Arch Glackor, like
Oh yeah, that's it.
yeah, like that would be interesting because then the big competition is who can get to 4K first or the top in rage. So that'd be really good. Like now we have Raid 3 coming out, and the big race is going to be who can complete the raid with all of the modifiers, right? I forgot the name of it, but all the modifiers. But yeah, stuff like that. Invocations, yeah. Stuff like that would be really cool.
Yeah.
Love to see an exact Wooks competition.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
But also, I would love to have more movement in bosses. Like you have like solo Zarpus. I think is really fun. Like a fancy movement to like make assist splats do stuff. Think I'd like to see like more movement based mechanics in bosses of like really advanced movement patterns, stuff
Yeah.
like that. Just some kind of like testing your knowledge of weird movement shit and timing up your attacks. Do some DDR
yeah.
shit. You have to click on a tile when it changes color. Who knows?
You thinking a little bit like Gauntlet?
Gauntlet floor
Or-
at Berserk.
Yeah.
Hota.
I mean, P1 hard mode TOB I thought it was pretty fun with before like we realized you could just hop pillars, like dodging all of them and still like getting most hits while still like not taking any hits. It was just like, oh, like this is actually pretty interactive. Like I'm down with this.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I realized you could just use another pillar, but that's interesting enough. So, but yeah, movement is pretty cool. So, Boy, did you have anything planned?
I would like
Or just-
add on to like what you guys are saying and like add a puzzle element type of deal. Like certain amount of
crabs?
people have to like yeah, maybe like not exactly that, maybe like you have to pull a lever and you have to like decide which lever or something like that.
Oh, like a thinking puzzle, and you have to like do it quickly.
Yeah, while the boss is still hitting you and shit.
That could be cool because it's hard to multitask thinking while boss is hitting you. You have to eat and pray and do all that shit. So having to solve like a Rubik's cube or some shit while doing that'd be cool.
Oh, maybe not like
Bro!
that difficult, but like
Oh my
yeah.
god! Imagine if the goal of a room was to solve a giant Rubik's cube, and if you fucking fail, everyone wipes, bro. That would be
like-
stressful.
The whole raid is a whole boss encounter. Boss is like 10 minutes long, and you have like a Rubik's cube. You're solving the whole time. You gotta fucking learn like
What the fuck?
Bro, that would be so
you gotta learn that
fucked.
shit, how to do it.
Bro, 416 brains against Rubik's cube, bro. That would be insane, dude. I would love to see that. Even though I probably can't solve Rubik's cube, but it would make me learn. Who knows?
Yeah, I used to be able to do it in like under a minute, and I forgot because I stopped doing it.
I know one friend of mine from Norway named Ollie. He held like some really weird records for it, like
Oh, shit.
blindfolded, solving it with his feet or something. Like he did some really crazy, fucking weird shit with Rubik's cube. Like the fucking shit they can do is just nutty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not. It's like I think world record is like 5 seconds or something.
Yeah,
6.
people are.
Why?
But like some boss element that isn't just like hit the boss.
Yeah.
Like some puzzle or like fucking they have to pull the lever or whatever. Just not hit the boss.
They had the raids too. I think the Zarpus original idea was that like you're taking constant damage while you like transport keys or whatever, and like that was the whole like tank setup. Like that's
Oh, that was
why
the
they
original
brought in
rule
the
for it?
dins. Well, I think it was because I think they were talking about a bat. They were talking about like a
Ooh.
bat, and like you're in a room or whatever. You have to like transport a key here or there. Like I don't really know. I don't know. They didn't give enough details for me to say, oh, that design was a good one. But like, just the idea of puzzle, and they also like we have dins, man. Like I've been waiting for a dins to be useful for 4 years now.
Oh
Like
wait,
the only reason it's useful is because fucking it's better for crabs now, and that's it. And Jinami's making like 500 mil off of merging dins. Like,
wasn't
Insane.
Zarpus the room that the streamers all designed like in that one like
yes,
stream?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that was
Oh.
Zarpus.
That was it. That was it.
Yeah,
that was
those,
it.
they were like drawing a bat, and then they were saying like, oh yeah, what if like the fucking splat stuff disappear and it's just like all this stuff. So I think that was the boss that got designed. But I wonder if it was Nyla room that got or the key room got replaced with Nyla room, right? But
Maybe.
I'm not sure because I feel like that was kind of like not necessarily a puzzle based room, but I feel like that would have been like the room they could have like taken out and put like a puzzle in. Yeah. But I don't know.
Designing our own bosses. All right, fine. Jagex, hire us. I will work for a measly double your wage because they tend to pay very little, apparently. So.
Holy.
Put us in QA, bro. We will QA test. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Alright, so this next question, alright, I might have to pull out a video to show you guys this, but if there were ever to be a return to the PvM Cup, right?
Oh my god, how did they never bring that back?
Cup, yeah. What would you like to see in it, right? Because there's so many approaches they could go with a PvM Cup, whether it's like speed, endurance, like etc., etc. But if people don't know what the PvM Cup was, should I play like a quick video really quick? Because I feel like it's something like not a lot of people are gonna.
Yeah, post it for me, like
Yeah,
PS4 for me.
I'll post it
Unit
in.
versus Oblivion.
Hold on. Yeah, it was like Stud versus Obliv. I'll post the link in chat. Oh, it's gonna start at like some fucking weird ass point. But I'll also play it on stream too, because I think it's only fair. So let me see if I can. I'll play it on stream really quick. Hold on. Let me add a window capture. Full screen this bitch. Oh god, I was playing it. Hold on. Where is it? Window capture 7. Yeah, there we go.
Bench up. Melee prey on spawn, cardio attacks. Melee prey on spawn, cardio attacks. Melee press up, cardio attacks. Bendel spawning next. Guardian attacks. Mage,
Oh, yeah.
mage. Bendel
You hearing
spawning
these
next.
fucking
Bendel spawning
comms,
next.
bro?
Fenge up. Bendel spawning.
Alright, that's enough of that. There's enough of that, bro. Alright, let's take
Oh.
this down. Yeah. That was a Jagex hosted PvM Cup. Stud Unit versus Oblivion. It was a long time ago. We're talking like 2015? 2014? It was a long time ago. But they never brought it back.
The PvM was different back in the day. Just everyone
Oh, yeah.
camps. Everyone just fucking kills it in 2 seconds. That's the high level PvM.
Void, Verax, like, there wasn't a lot of stuff back then, bro. And SGSs. But it's just like, you heard the comms, but they were like all panicking. They were just repeating this over and over again. Like,
Dude, the Chaos Elemental, you'll be fine.
that was the peak of PvM, bro.
Bro, imagine if fucking Zuck just spawns out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Someone pull out
Yeah.
the fucking, the dins with the shield thing and everyone hide behind them.
Yo, what if they did? I feel like for if they brought back the PvM Cup, something like, you know, I guess like think of like the Inferno. I guess even like the room they had in there. Maybe not so many. I don't know how many people they would do, but imagine like Inferno. You have waves. You have like hard monsters showing up. But imagine at the end, it's 4 Zucks, and your team splits up. They each have a Zuck they have to do. And if someone fucks up and lets the shield die, the whole team's getting wiped by Zuck because that Zuck can now hit all the other people. And I don't know, you have 4 Zucks. The dreams finally here.
Holy.
4 Zucks.
Imagine you have to like, you have to keep going. Wait, you have to occasionally switch sides or something. You have to like carry a key like we talked about before. I don't know.
5 Zucks.
5 Zucks and 1 in the middle. You have to
Spot for Verzux. Oh shit! I don't know why, but this reminded me of what would be a really good question. I forgot to write this down. I didn't even think about it, but I'll ask it later. Oh shit! This is gonna be a really good one.
Is the monster one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
another thing would be good. Merging like you're doing Zuck, but you also got like Verzik here. She's spawning some nados. You got fucking blow over. I don't know.
Blur.
There's like merging the AoE mechanics of like dodging nados. You got Gauntlet Floor showing up while you're fucking doing Zuck. You got
Bro,
Sepulchre obstacles. I
That
don't know.
sounds pretty
Just
funny.
bring
you need
everything.
some
Wow.
cracked ass Osu players for that shit. Like some fucking cracked ass StarCraft Osu like LCS champion fucking person or some shit to play all that. Like the fuck. It seems oof.
I don't know. Make it something cool, hard.
Yeah.
Stick sucks.
I've been
Oh,
down to
yeah.
like see a return though. Like, I haven't
Yeah.
experienced it, but that seems fun.
How many years did they do it? I swear they did it for like 1 year, and then
I think just one.
It was just gone. I
One
was
or
like,
two? It was a long time ago.
pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember it was like Wooks and what? It was Wooks and Cloud Badass. And everyone was like, "Oh my god, this team's so cracked!" And then they were
All
up
right.
against like
Weren't they
were-
doing it?
Yeah, up against like Merrick and Thanks. I think
Yeah.
maybe, and then I think someone
remember
forgot. Someone forgot a stam, and the other team died on like wave 3. And everybody was just laughing. I was like, bruh.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Wooks and Cloud were just like dueling for, I think like 40 points or something. It was cracked.
Fucking shit, the headphones unplugged.
Why they even stop the speedrun cup or the yeah?
I don't know.
Not a clue.
I don't know.
I think the portal was still there for a lot of years,
It was,
but it tells you like no, you can't go in or whatever.
but yeah, that would be whether they bring it back the way it is or if they like do some different rendition where it's like let's see who can do the most KC in X amount of time or like who can get the fastest times. It's just like there's like so many avenues they could go with it, right? So
Yeah.
it would be interesting to see what kind of ideas they have if they want to bring something for like PvMers to compete. Because like, what do we have right now, right? We don't really have much PvM competitions, right? Outside of maybe like we had the Jads one, right? It was like saying who
Yeah.
can get the fastest kill, who can get the most creative kill. I know Kirby was it the Barrows one?
Yeah, I did funny enough, so I did the Barrows one, but I posted on Reddit, didn't get much attention, but the Rock only that I did like on day 2 or day 1, that got more attention on Reddit, so that's what they thought my submission was, not the Barrows one that was like I put all this effort into voice acting and shit.
Bro,
So,
your voice acting is so. But I remember Song of the Elves released, and you were like voice acting. The chicks were like, "Oh no!" or some shit. I'm like, "What the fuck?" Because I was on Bushy the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in seeing their because, like you guys said, the competitions these days though are so much more oriented towards who's the first one to do it or who's
Yeah.
got the most creative. Like it's been a really long time since they held a competition that was based on like difficulty and like
Yeah.
pushing players to the limit. Like today these days, okay, people might not recognize that as like, oh, how many bosses can we fight at once or like the endurance thing, but that was definitely a start. I kind of miss that old PvM Cup thing, and it was
Yeah.
just like
It'd be
dealing
fun.
with
It'd be fun to see
yeah.
it happen again. Fucking Oblivion versus Sanity PvM Cup.
Eh,
Yeah, they could do something like maybe some clan stuff and then maybe some like more small group solo oriented stuff. It'd be pretty cool,
Yeah.
but who knows?
I mean, fighting all those bosses at the same time, it's like
Yeah.
it looked so easy, just watching them run around and just kite everything. But I mean, it is at the like I don't know if you get a bad list of bosses like that could be pretty hard. Like you're
Yeah.
fighting like King Black Dragon while you have like fucking Verzik on your ass and you have a Calphite Queen shooting you 30s every 20 seconds. It's like
Yeah. That would actually be really
pretty rough.
interesting if we had like some of those small bosses spawning at the same time. So you have that one Verzik, and then you have like these other small mini bosses coming in. You want to deal with them quickly, otherwise they beat your ass. Cause KQ's fucking mechanics, bro, AIDS, dude. Magic attack hits everybody, and the range attack, if you're too close, it hits you, and it's guaranteed to hit you. Like, bro, hire this man, community manager Hemmiez, get him in right now. Get him in.
Holy.
High risk Tom, and now this. Don't get me wrong though. I feel like the community has created some like really good challenges. Right, we had, I think the Bliv Olympics a long time ago, and that was cool. It was like seeing a bunch of people from in and out of the clan speed running to see who gets the best time. I think the team that ended up winning that was like Deo and them, and I forgot what their team name was. It was like basketball run out or some shit. I can't remember the name of the or it's like basketball team run out or something, and they had the gif of like a bunch of basketball team players just running out and you just spam the fuck out of it in a Blip chat. I remember that. But then you have like some other stuff like some of the streamer bingos, right? There's also that what was it? That one speed thing where we had I'm trying to remember the abbreviation that Kirby, Toy, and their team had. It was like
CBT.
CBT.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sweetie.
Cthulhu Box Theory. And then we
Oh.
had, of course, High Risk Top, the great tournament. Like, the community comes up with some crazy fucking shit, and they usually turn out like really well. So I'm just really interested to see like what Jagex could crack out if they made something like really efficient. But who knows, man?
fine, Jagex, 1,000 zifted, and I'll fly over to I'll fly to Cambridge.
Get this man right now. Oh boy.
Small price of 1,000 zifted.
But yeah, anything else you want to add on to that before I guess we ask these last two questions?
No.
I think, I mean, add Temperos to a PvM Cup should be good.
Ooh. What would Temperos do in the middle of the PvM Cup?
Dude, if you don't get enough fish,
I
it's
hate
gonna
you
fucking
so
wipe you
much
out.
right now.
You gotta tether
Dude.
yourself to
I
a
hate
pole
you
or you
so
get washed
much.
away.
Bro,
You gotta fucking put out the fires. You got a lot to do.
Oh my. Dealing with fire in the middle of the fucking. Oh,
You could let the fire spread to the monsters that are weak to fire. You could take advantage
No,
of the
that
fire.
would be hilarious, dude. PvM Cup
Alright.
skilling bosses only.
alright, let's move on. Let's move on. I can't take this. I can't take. Move on.
There's
Move
a
on.
winner
winter
tied
talk is
on
coming.
one. Oh no.
Okay. Composure.
That's Spory.
WatchOutFors.com.
Oh fuck.
Alright. Anyway, the next question I have would be okay. So there's a lot of bosses that have like these invulnerability mechanics, like Hespori. That's the way I said. So we're not gonna count those bosses. Okay, these are bosses that raw damage, right? If we put in a fuckload of RuneScape bosses in one arena, and they fucking decked it out, who would be the champion? We're talking like Zuck, Olm, Verzik, all these bosses.
Frezek is the winner.
Who would?
Someone did a video before where he was like, I don't remember what he was doing, but he like took bosses and made them fight each other.
Hey, really?
And this was a couple years ago, but I remember seeing like Calphite Queen was fighting King Black Dragon. And like surprisingly, I think Calphite Queen I don't remember if Calfight Queen won, but it was close. And I was like, what the hell?
I mean,
Oh,
KBD
yeah,
is
'cause it
big
has
with the Dragonfire.
It has 2 phases,
Yeah.
though. That's the thing. Now,
Callisto really can't be damaged,
here's the thing, though.
Oh
right?
yeah.
So let's say you have P3 Berserk and her HP dips, and then her NATO's chasing all the fucking NPC Southwest tiles, and if it hits them, half the HP gone and the HP goes to Berserk. I think, like, shit like that would just be where, like, Berserk's just a clear fucking winner. Even if you have, like, Zuck, like, hitting 255s on shit, or 251s. You have a fucking boss that's just constantly healing. It's just kind of unfair.
And another thing is like, no, you first.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the winner would be the Guardians from Chambers. They can't die. They attack Berserk. They back off of Berserk and do solo strats to let the purple crabs kill Berserk. Like, they're immune to all damage beside pickaxe. Guardians would just win against any other boss.
Well, that was the thing that I was saying, that, like, the bosses that have some form of invulnerability state, right? I think that would count one of them.
I guess that does.
Well, wait, there's the iron pickaxe, but then no one could pick it up. Ooh.
Yeah.
But another thing you have to account for is when Vasa is there, it lowers the HP of every boss.
Oh, yeah!
Oh my.
Vasa too! Oh, man. I mean, what if the bosses, like, work together, to take down some of the bosses? Like, they all work together to take out Berserk, right? They work together to get rid of, like, the big threats as soon as possible.
Berserk can die after Vasa's attack, and then when, like, Zuck hits her. And then it's just FFA, dude.
You know who would win? I think the strongest boss actually be Bloat. His DPS per second is actually insane if there's no pillar.
Oh,
wait!
bro.
So many NPCs, but what if, like, less and less NPCs start coming down, though? Like, huh.
Well, even the 1v1, like, he's doing, like, if you're not praying range, he's doing, like, 20-something damage per tick.
And his damage reduction.
I mean,
his damage reduction is insane.
What is his path, then? Is he just running around like the battle arena, or is he just sitting there just flying
He's
everywhere?
just running with a shield to avoid Zuck hitting him.
What?
Bro, because, like, alright, how many bosses are there? Hold on, let me pull out a calculator.
12.
There's 12?
No, I don't know, maybe.
probably more.
What would the formula be? Would it be, like, whatever it is to the power of that, or some shit? Because, I don't know, but it'd be, like, probably thousands and thousands of damage per
It'd be insane. It'll insta-kill shit.
Bloat will kill everything in one.
Yeah, like, Bloat would actually win. Unless, like, if it, like, adds all that damage onto, like, the next phases, then maybe shit would, like, just instant die then. But if we're talking about, like, oh yeah, you have these bosses and they still have these phases they gotta go through. So then, like, as they're going through their phases, then those other bosses are dying, and then Bloat has, like, less shit to hit, right?
I mean, Bloat will, like, one-tick fly everything after Vasa attack. And, like, Versa can even heal because she just blows up.
Yeah.
True. I think it'd kind of be unfair if we did, like, 3 phases. So maybe if it's just, like, 3... What if it's, like, 3 separate variations of said boss? So they only have 1 phase, but they're all alive. Like, you got P1, P2, and P3 Berserk. And same thing for the other bosses if you have phases. Unless it's, like, almost, like, 1 phase. 1 phase into head phase.
Bloodcode mentioned something pretty cool. Zarpus. Isn't Zarpus's damage calculated off of, it's like 50 plus half of your hit or whatever?
50 plus half of your hit.
So I know it scales based on how much it healed. Like, the more it heals, the more it hits.
Wait, so if all those bloat flies hit Zarpus, then if Zarpus is looking at Bloat, Bloat gets...
So it'd be RNG. Depends where Bloat is standing.
Yeah.
Wait, do they have AI? Can Bloat be smart enough to, like, quickly move?
I don't know, man.
I mean, if Bloat is straight away, it'll hit Zarpus faster.
Yeah.
Because the flies are, like, faster. The Zarpus acid takes a while to travel.
Oh, yeah, that is true. So, would there even be a winner, bro? Ooh. I think everyone would just die. Hard mode Zarpus. Ooh, hard mode Zarpus.
Could just be turning instantly everywhere. Like,
imagine if he's just going around just shooting anything in sight. Like, oh yeah, someone's here, hits me in this time, dead. And then it looks like... Mole wins because it was underground. Huh.
Backed up.
That's an invulnerability phase, though.
Oh yeah, that's true. Invulnerability phase. So he wouldn't count then. Well, that's a... See, this is what happens when you fucking ask questions like this. You get some fucking crazy-ass discussion. Anyway, anything else we want to add on to our OSRS Battle Royale? Or shall we move on to the final question?
Go on.
We'll probably be.
The last
I'm
question we will have for the stream is, what is an OSRS moment that will forever haunt you or scar you?
I know mine already.
I know mine as well.
I'll go first. It's when I was starting Chambers, I got a T-bow drop with somebody else, and they scammed that. And then the same day, like a couple of raids later, I got the omelet. Like it was like from sad to that. I was like, what the fuck?
I
I
guess.
think
I'll let you
I'm trying to think.
yeah, I don't know. Mine, I don't think I have any that crazy that have been just nothing hits like childhood, right? Because
Yeah.
I've been scammed of some money but it's not that big of a deal because
Mhm.
I've made the money back and it's not that big. But I think the biggest one was probably when I was a kid, dude. I remember, I think oh, dude. So I got into this game because my brother played it, and I remember I went into the wilderness, and I think it was me and a friend, and we're like, oh my God, you want to kill
WS.
greater demons? Because like greater demons, they gotta drop something cool, right? They're like greater. So we went out. We're at GD's, and fucking a team pulls up, but it wasn't like they weren't like, oh, I'm gonna murk you, right? Like they tried to like be friends, and I don't remember if it was me being an idiot and misclicking him, or if it was just him like luring me and skull tricking me. But I skulled up on him, and they insta turned on me, and I got killed for my rune, and I was so sad. I was like 6, and I was actually crying.
Oh,
Little old me, dude, was crying, and my brother got so sad that he bought me back my rune, and I
What a
was like,
homie, dude.
I didn't know whether or not to feel good or bad, because if I felt good, I'm like, yay, I have my room back, but my brother just shelled out like half his bank to buy me back my stuff, and I was like,
That's a good brother there.
I was so sad, dude. He undid my life lesson, actually, dude.
Yeah.
I was so sad.
Everyone, please give a huge round of applause for Hemmy's brother.
Brother was a goat, dude.
Yeah,
Oh
fucking
my
Tell him
God.
Hemmy's
something.
brother is the fucking goat, bro.
Ah, ah,
Who's
ah.
brother, bro? Okay, so I think for me, if we're looking just at old school RuneScape, because I could tell you the same thing about like pre-ESA, I got fish and I lost my what was it? My whip and my dark bow, and I was in fucking shambles. But exclusively to old school RuneScape, it was when I got my first Inferno cape, but to get it, I tanked 4 Zuck hits.
Oh yeah.
This is my second Zuck, and I tanked 4 Zuck hits to get the cape. And at first, it was just like happiness, right? But as more and more time went by, I just had these dreams of like feeling unaccomplished, and I wanted to go back. And then I finally have like what feels like it's gonna be my redemption arc, right? I get on task. I almost have it down. It's like 80 HP or some shit left, right? I'm about to kill him. No Zuck hits at all. He Zuck hits me at 89. He doesn't even kill me. He 89s me, bro. He's like, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna rub the salt in the wind. I'm like, fuck you, bitch. So that it was just forever a challenge that continued to haunt me, and I was haunted by other people too, who kept bringing it up. But eventually, I would get a cape without tanking Zuck hits, and I would do it multiple times. I think the last time I tanked the Zuck hit was actually during CA. The first one I think was when I tried to.
Shield.
It was when I was trying to, what do you call it? It was, can't remember which task it was, but I tried to tag early. It was the no magic one, I think. So I tried to tag early with the chin, and I was like, oh, I'll be fine. Zuck hit 1-bangs me. And then the second one was because I had a scuffed Zuck shield, which I didn't relog for it. So that's what threw me off even more. And I tanked 2 Zuck hits until I realized, oh, I need to be 1 tile behind. And then the third one was on the GM one, where I tanked a Zuck hit when I was trying to Jad skip. Not ideal. But that,
Wait, you tanked it.
I tanked it. I lived, and we got the CA completion on that run. So yeah, that's what scarred me the most was my first cave.
Yeah, for me, I don't know if anything really scarred me. There was the one time I was getting EQ keys back when I was a noob, and I got a imp champion scroll, and then a clan pulled up, and like they did the classic skull trick where they have someone show up, you attack them, they disappear for a second, someone else shows in with the same name. I got skull tricked, but the clan pulls up like before it was like just like 2 people, now it's like the whole clan with the spears and the smites and everything and the maces. I somehow went to 0 prayer but kept my +1. I don't know how. Like I kept my BGS. I was like a noob back then. It was a lot of money, but I lost VM scroll. But I kept the BGS. I was like, fuck it.
Oh no.
I don't know why I had
Scroll.
BGS on me. To be honest, why was I using that?
Fuck the Champions Cape community.
Yeah.
Fucking cringe.
Right.
Fuck T-Bach too.
Whoa.
Champions Cape looking ass.
Wow, bro. Poor T-Bach. I remember T-Bach, he showed up when I got my Zuckum, and I see him in Twitch chats all the time. I think I've seen him in GB Lobby typing a lot too. Cool guy.
Yes,
Shout out to
on his
GB
chest.
Lobby, bro.
Yeah.
But
Green Gadget's got some gamers, man.
Oh yeah.
I won't sleep on them.
Well, that is all the questions for the stream. I don't have any more questions asked, so we can re-chat for a bit, and then we can say our farewells for the day, unless you guys have any more questions or anything else you want to add before we re-chat one last time.
I got one last question. If you had one change to make to Temperos, what would it be?
I would delete it just to spite you, bitch.
I would like a broader question, like changing anything in the game, like boss-wise or whatever.
Fucking Temperos, man. I just changed the combat achievement requirement.
Did I skip out on that
all
question?
day.
Holy fuck.
We haven't had it yet, so that's why I'm asking.
Fuck. Ah, my god. I must have missed it. I must have marked it in yellow. I didn't remember.
I got my pitchfork ready, dude.
Yeah, so there was one question I was supposed to ask. I just forgot, and it was if there was like changes you'd like to make to any encounter in the game, what would it be? And I'm just gonna say Gauntlet, Corrupted Gauntlet, defense change, please, thank you. It's the only change I would want. But
I would propose 2 things. Make it more accurate and like a lower max hit, so like it is more accurate. It doesn't like either fuck you or just like not hit nothing. And like you said, lower the defense and lower the magic, but increase the HP, so you hit more or like consistently on it. But it's still like the same DPS.
yeah.
It fucking sucks when you're like not hitting and it's not hitting you, or it like fucks you and you're like, what the fuck?
The Gauntlet still me.
That's the only thing I like, really wanted to change. Yeah. And then tornadoes come out and he fucking like rapes you and like why?
Please, I'm on 2 prayer flicking redemption. Just do it already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yes, sir.
So
I would probably change, Sepulcher, make it so the teleports are not scuffed. How it's like, you can step on a blue, and it can turn off as you step on it. There's no way to, unless you saw how long it was blue for, there's no way to know. And same for yellow. You can step on something that's not glowing, but then it starts to glow as you step on it. But it's too late to change it. It's mid-tick, and you get to, like, that is the one thing that would make that is so frustrating about Sepulcher.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Also going 20 rooms in Gauntlet trying to find a fishing pool or something.
Bro, I know that feel. I fucking scoured across the lands, bro, searching far and wide, just to find a fucking rock. A rock, bro. That's why I started doing no armors. Because I was like, fuck this resource gathering shit, dude. I didn't get the time on no armor, though. I got close.
I didn't want to complain too much about Gauntlet, but yeah. It's my face.
Yeah.
I fucking hate the boss. Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything I mean, it's got to be like boss based, right? Like PvM based. Like
I mean, I did
PvM based.
I don't know. The only things that really that come to my mind right now are the I guess the worlds, but if PvM based, I think I'd make it so that a lot of the rewards are more right now it doesn't affect me as much as it used to, but I used to get tilted that like so you get diminishing rewards for how efficient you play, right? In most of this stuff. Like in chambers, you can be way more efficient than the next guy, but you'll have 10% chance more likely to get the drop. So I remember chambers release, you know, everybody running around 20k points. I'm on like 25k points. Guy who died 3 times, 7,000 points. Let's go. We get those ancestral plate or ancestral legs. I was like, okay, that's 300 mil for him. And then it's like, so I used to not like that. And it's the same thing for TOB, right? All the points are participation based. They're not DPS based, really. You can still have a 40% chance to like get the drop or whatever without
If you get 0 MVP points without dying, you get like 20% informant.
Yeah. Like it's like that's a lot, man. like I'm running around with my D Simi on my hardcore. It's like
Oh man.
yeah. I mean, I would have changed those back in the day. I don't really care about them these days though, because well, it doesn't affect me anymore.
I mean, you care enough where it's like, all right, we're doing high risk, Tom. We're spicing it up.
Oh, 100%. I lose money all the time. It is what it is. But now, if anything, I abuse it. I'm a hardcore trying to snipe those drops, baby. I sniped the decks on 2k points. I tried to snipe some stuff on my hardcore. But yeah, I'm down for that. If they're changing that for next, I would be pretty happy with that because you get way too much points for participation than you do for contribution.
For existing.
Yeah,
literally.
More damage, bro. Where's my DPS?
You're in the room?
Man?
Oh, of course I'll give you the drop.
I pay my $11 a month. I get the drop.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully a JMod's listening and maybe they consider some of our things, or maybe they just think we're all a bunch of sweaty nerds and they spit at us. Feels bad.
Unlucky.
Ease what it is.
I guess now we can re-chat for a bit before we call it a wrap. So, chat, if you have any more questions or any meme stuff you want to say for a couple minutes, feel free to say it. Hi.
I just got
Hello.
51 mining on my hardcore Iron Man. GZ me.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Grats him. Everyone grats him immediately. Send in the grats.
I'm pretty happy about
grats
that.
Him.
I'm pretty happy with that, boys.
No! Bro, I hate Weeaboo so much because one, he told chat spam Kappa, and two, he's like, click this link, and then a fucking wait what appears on my fucking screen during my educational CM stream, bro! He's griefing my shit! Way above can suck my fucking dick, bitch! Sorry, I had to get that out there, but fuck way above. Fucking way above. Please send me to the shadow realm. Need to go to bed. Okay, good night, hater. To the shadow realm you go. 5 minutes.
Good night.
Do you think Ironmans and Hardcore should have their own separated world since they have separated high scores? I don't know.
It would like get rid of the problem of like irons getting boosted, but also means that irons can like play with friends anymore if they're not iron.
Yeah. Plus, Ironman's usually raid of like non-irons and chambers and stuff.
Yeah.
Must be. Player versus monster.
And like knowing Jagex, I think they're like gonna explode a server and like make the others worse.
Yeah, it's like a lot of work for. It's a lot of work for it. Or at least, I don't know, if their servers can handle it.
Why does OSRS use PvM instead of PvE? So because we're different, bro.
It is weird. and I noticed that at one point too. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
What do we feel about specifically Bloods for late game Iron Men? Shopscape?
I mean, I think that was one big reason why, you know Jimmy, right?
Yes, sir.
He used to play a fucking stacked ass Iron Man. He de-ironed because of the Bloods problem.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was bad.
I mean, he's not wrong because, like, most of the game time is like, oh, you want to fuel your scythe? Okay, well, now you gotta fucking sit at Rune Essence for, like, 1 billion years just to be able to use your scythe for 1 hour. Like, doesn't even out, right? It's not 50-50. It's literally like 10-1 or some shit. I'm pulling numbers out of my ass, but it's just like it's basically the example for it.
Yeah, blood packs for slightly higher price sounds good to me. Because at
I mean,
the
that'd be
in-game
good.
stage, you usually have a lot of money anyway.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to fix or address this problem also for Irons with the blood essence drop from Nex.
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
feels
yeah.
like
Oh,
it feels like such a weird drop to come from Nex, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
yeah, the rewards are so iffy.
Please, Jag. I mean, we still got like a couple of blogs to go through before it actually hits. You know,
January,
it's
we
time.
got time.
Yeah, we got a lot of time left, but we just hope that you know, the changes come in quickly, because if it's like another month or so to see another blog, that's Monka S, bro. Less time for us to actually fuck around and give feedback. Scrap the line again.
Yo, they should give a suggestion. Just increase the damage
Yeah,
at full health.
your idea actually is interesting, but just as long as it's not 100% increased damage, because you get one shot, bro.
Might be a bit much, maybe like 50%, scaling down to 0 at 50 HP.
Yeah.
That's fine.
What do we think will happen in the solo Olm meta with new Mage Wep if it passes? Bring both that and I think people have already developed a Mage run with it. I watched like, what was it, YP? Is his name YP?
I don't know. I think I saw Twisted Bow with like a method though with the Heka.
Yeah, well, I think the GIF was YP. I just don't remember his if that's his actual name, but he's like a fucking Omega stacked Iron Man who's like really big in the solo chamber scene. And
he used to have the rack.
Yeah.
He was the first one to do he was the first one to no prep, right? With the 42-minute run.
Was he?
Oh, that's a throwback, yeah. I think he was. It was like 42-minute or 40-minute. That's some old school shit.
Yeah, holy fuck.
But yeah, no, it was cracked.
But yeah, they think they figured it out. I think the only question now was like, how many Bruces do I had a fucking prep? We're bringing Hekkas in their aid now. Like, what the fuck? These are the real questions we need to be asking, dude.
I don't know. I mean, the Sang has just become so ingrained with solo, at least with my solos, that at this point I don't even know how bad it is to do it without a Sang. Like, I'm like, is it really going to be that hard? But like, maybe it is, because I don't know, I just kind of rely on it all the time. I'm not really sure how difficult it is to no prep without a Sang anymore.
I mean,
we got the thralls. We got like the thralls now, so almost always never hit you during mage phase.
Yeah. But
oh right.
If you're doing like the thrall setup, yeah. But who knows? Like, this might change the meta for like solo CM, but only one way to find out, right? Comes into the game and people start fucking around. Cause like, of course the beta is out and that gives people some time to fuck around, but let's be real. People are gonna hard fuck around when it actually comes into the game. That's how it always goes. You're saying heals you? Sometimes.
I just want to see a really, really cracked healer tag on Inferno with it.
Ooh,
wait, what's the attack range of
It's far. I think
it's 8 on long range.
8 on long range, so 6 on rapid?
Yes.
Oh, that's actually...
Someone's gonna go for just the Zuck world record with that thing. And only the Zuck world record.
Like, you don't need anything else, right? Just that's cool.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't change the tag, is what Shupa said. You can 8-tick tag already.
But you can
launch. You can 8-tick tag, but it depends when you end up hitting Zuck. So, depending when you hit Zuck, you might have to go for like the 9 or 10-tick tag. Just depends what you get.
Is there a PvM record sheet? Huh. I think most of the records are like listed in the PvM speeds disc, but don't think there's a sheet. I know there was like a sheet for solo top, but that was it. Ooh, that would be cool. What if they added a leaderboard that showed like all of like the in-game fastest times for all the content?
Yeah, I've always kind of wanted them to add something like that. Like,
that'd be cool. Yeah.
They just got, the solo CM time was bugged for the longest time, so hopefully we don't get that issue where somebody gets a broken time that needs to be fixed.
Yeah,
because obviously you're gonna have like video footage in game to confirm it's a real run.
kind of wish like I don't know why they decided to have it. Oh, like it's gonna be per world. Like who's keeping track of the? So it resets weekly, and you're going by world. It's like yes,
Yeah.
I have the fastest time on world 377.
We did it, boys.
Who the fuck is keeping track of that? Like, well,
Who's this patty cakes guy with this fucking 1 hour, like 1 hour solo CM? What the fuck? Why is this the fastest time in this world?
yeah, like why? I don't know. I thought when they were gonna implement it, it was gonna be like okay, like you can see like the global times, and it's like kind of like a chart, and you can maybe like scroll and click on someone's name, you see the team, kind of
Yeah.
cool. And then it's like, ooh, you're the fastest one on world 3. Oh, and maybe you could have it per world, but then it resets every week. So at least if it was per world and it was permanent, you could be like, oh, well, I have the fastest one on world 473 forever until like someone kicks you off. But it's like, no, you don't even get that. Nobody wants to run for it because we go week by week.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
no, it is what it is. Maybe they'll change it.
I mean, they added it for the top board with the
Yeah, they
update.
did.
Yeah, the top one could be.
Pog, bro.
I still kind of want them to show the names of the like. I want you to be able to like, if they were to list all the teams, you can like just click on them and it shows here are the players.
Ooh,
That
yeah.
way,
Yeah.
Then
that'd be
again,
cool.
like if people are just trying to like surprise them with like what the new rec is, then it kind of kills the anonymity. Is that the word I want to say?
I guess I don't know.
Like amoeba.
But it's a pretty. I think that's a pretty niche problem. But like I just remember when it's like, oh my god, there's this cracked time on the board, and you don't even know whose team. You see the party leader, and it's like a 7-man. It's like who else is on the team?
Who?
Who? Who's this noob type guy? Good night, Divine.
Good night, Divine.
Fuck, dude. Fuck that guy. So, anything else that we wanna say, or shall we wrap it up?
I'm pretty good.
I'm good as well.
Yeah.
I think I am good.
So, again, thank you, Hemmiez, Toy, and Kirby for coming on. This was a blast to organize and do this with you guys, as well as learn how to tie a tie, because I didn't know how to tie a tie before the stream. So shout out to Hedor for showing me how to do a fucking tie on Discord. But yeah, thank you guys so much. If you guys aren't following these huge men, like, please do them a favor. Go to their channels right now. We got our boy Hemmiez, our boy Molgoatkirby, and Toy doesn't. Oh.
Just follow
Send him
Wait,
fan mail in his Discord DMs, bro. Fan mail him. Send mail. His name is Rabbit. Wait, what's his?
It's Rabbit.
Right, just fan mail him or something. I don't know. But yeah. Before we end it, let's see if we can. Who should we raid? Who do you raid? Wait. I know who's live. Didn't want to sleep. Anyway, I'm a pot CM. We're gonna fucking raid Rixie, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, let's fucking raid Rixie, dude. Alright, thank you everyone for tuning in. You guys were a blast. I hope you guys enjoyed the content. This was a first time doing some crazy shit like this. So.
5 hours. It's been 5.
Yeah, it was
like,
5 hours. I didn't realize that time went by. But
Bro,
Toy,
I made so
you
many
wanna-
mining levels at Motherlode Mine.
yeah, but Toy, do you want to pod some rat after I undress from this shit?
Right? Fucking now.
Yeah, let's go. All right, good night, everyone. Please
Oh.
say a warm welcome to my good boy Rixie, right? He's potting some solo CMs. Or is it? Or is it solo Cox? I think it's solo CM. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you for tuning in.
Show cock.
What? God damn it, bro.